You seen Scott last week?
Are they taking me hot at all? See, I don't. And I can't find my cell phone. It fell. I'm running. So my cell phone fell out my pocket. Okay. Well, I can't use the one right now because my cell phone fell out my pocket. I'm running. I'm calling my buddy. Okay, he's not here yet.
Well, we've been using his phoner over your video.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay,
We've been
thanks.
using Trevor's video. I just got this.
Okay.
Whenever he gets this, it'll be used.
Okay, thanks. Over here, Trey. Trey, you Trey, right? Hey, right here. Hey, get my wagon from me. Get my cart from me.
Okay, good.
Put that in there. Couple of one. SWAT just went in too. I'm hot, so don't step in front of me.
Do they know down with you to go live?
Yeah.
Okay.
They know. They're waiting on you.
Okay, good. I'm not hearing it. Maybe it's in a commercial. Are you hearing IFB?
Well, I didn't get IFB because I was waiting for you. They must have something. But they SWAT went in, now they're coming back out this way. They say he's still in Lord.
Yeah. I'm not hearing anything about it. I can't move around the interview.
Yeah.
Move around.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
They want you up.
I get it though.
Uh-huh.
I understand.
Yeah. Just don't step in front of the camera because I don't know when they're taking me hot.
I don't hear it. Okay.
You hear it now?
Okay, I'm connected. I can hear. Yes. I am.
Step up a little bit.
They're about to take us.
Okay, step up a little bit.
Well, Samantha, you guys can hear the sirens blaring a few moments ago. SWAT teams, officers being seen going in and out of this scene. Of course, during all of this happening, during an Independence Day parade, during the morning hours, witnesses running for their lives. We're told right now that this alleged shooter was on top of a building, shooting from up above into the crowd. You can see this is still an active and massive scene right where we're.
Well, if I know what it looks like, so if I, yeah. But yeah, like, I don't know if it's batteries or something.
Well, I wheel it myself. I didn't, yeah, I'm wheeling.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, oh, you need to buy one. And that's one thing I bought on my own. Like everything else, I won't buy lights, I won't buy anything, but I'll buy the car.
Yeah. I feel like we pretty much.
I know, and I feel
Alright, 7's going back over to the lakeshore. No, I'm just going to go a little further west where I'm at here, trying to stay south of the scene. I got your back, no worries. 27's working its way around to the north side here. We're going to hold about a mile north up at, I'm going to go to 2500 now. As if this guy has a long barrel, I don't want to pin his sights. Yes. Ceiling's 3000, so I'm going to work at 2500. I'm going to hold this position for now right along the lake shore at 2700. All right, then I'll drift a little further east. Alright, you got 3 news choppers here now. We're all holding up at about 2,500 and staying at least a mile out. 7's holding out over the lake at 2,500. Roger that. When did this all start, do you know? Alright, roger that, thanks.
Alright, Chopper 7 here. Looks like we got SWAT guys moving. Not sure if you want us to follow them. Hopefully you guys got some ground video you can loop.
Sorry, say again? Well, assuming there's 3 before we get to the bottom of the Bravo, so we gotta go 5 miles out, I guess. I don't see it popped up on flight radar yet, so I'm kind of waiting for that. I don't have it on either of my sources yet.
Chopper 7 is being pushed back due to a TFR. Yeah, Lakeshore Country Club is the staging area. All right, this is the best we could do for you. We were kicked back due to a TFR.
Yeah, I'm going north here. I'm 5 miles north now from the scene. North of me? And I'm looking. What's your altitude? Okay. Yeah, there's 2 sets of tracks here. I'm looking for you, but I don't see it north of me yet. at the news helicopters in the area. One of them, two of them are holding 5 and aft at the north. On the railroad check, so we won't be a factor for you up at about 2,500.
My name is Commander Chris O'Neill. First and foremost, we're all grieving for the families and friends who lost loved ones today, those injured and everyone impacted by this horrific, senseless, random act of violence. I served as the incident commander on scene. I was present at approximately 10:14 when this started. There was an active shooter incident that occurred in downtown Highland Park during our 4th of July holiday parade this morning. This was an active incident and all individuals are still urged to shelter in place at this time. Highland Park Police and numerous federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies are searching for the suspect. The suspect is currently described as a male white, approximately 18 to 20 years old, with longer black hair, a small build, and wearing a white or blue t-shirt. A firearm has been recovered from the scene. We have secured the perimeter around downtown Highland Park and are continuing our searches. At this time, 24 people have been transported to Highland Park Hospital. 6 are confirmed deceased. Anyone with video, photos, or other evidence are urged to contact Highland Park Police Public Safety Dispatch at 847-432-7730. We will provide a tip line. This information will be in short order. Thank you.
This morning at 10:14, our community was terrorized by an act of violence that has shaken us to our core. Our hearts go out to the families of the victims during this devastating time. On a day that we came together to celebrate community and freedom, we're instead mourning the tragic loss of life and struggling with the terror that was brought upon us. While we've all felt the burden of this terrible act, I want to pause and thank the first responders who ran towards the danger to render aid during this active shooter situation. We saw individuals who responded selflessly and put themselves at risk to save others. We've had an outpouring of support from federal, state, county, and fellow municipalities of resources and offers of condolences and concern, and we will avail ourselves of everything that they offer to us immediately. At this point, we know that 6 people have lost their lives, and we are grieving for them and their families, members of our community who came out to celebrate together and instead faced this terror. Another 24 have been transported to the hospital. Multiple agencies, including the FBI and state police, are working with our local authorities, and the governor has offered his full support. What we know at this time is this is an active situation, and we urge everyone to remain indoors and be on high alert but remain calm. Please contact your loved ones and ensure that they're safe, and let them know that you're safe as well. This situation, as you know, is evolving rapidly, and we will continue to update you as we gain information and stabilize the situation. Thank you.
So from a scene management perspective, at this point, it is still a very active scene. Highland Park Police Department is leading this investigation, as well as the apprehension efforts into the offender involved here. As the mayor said, as the commander said, we're asking everybody stay indoors, stay vigilant right now. This person is not identified. By all means, at this point, this appears to be completely random. So with that, there have been questions that have been coming in. Are events safe tonight? That's up to each individual community to assess on their own, make that determination. But no, this person is not yet in custody. We have hundreds of police officers out here, as the mayor said, from the FBI, the state police, other federal agencies. We have SWAT teams that are going door to door as well. Anybody with any video surveillance is strongly encouraged to contact the Highland Park Police Department so we can take a look at that and it can be useful in our investigation. The FBI is working hand in hand with the Lake County Major Crime Task Force right now, processing the scene. It will be a very methodical processing of the scene, and an investigation has commenced and is underway. We're going to do our very best to provide briefing updates every 30 minutes to an hour if we can. We will keep the community informed. And with that, we thank you for covering this and sharing this information. And again, very sad day here.
What kind of gun was recovered?
It was a rifle.
Do you have any information on where the suspect could be right now? Is he at all barricaded?
There is no indication he's barricaded anywhere or has any hostages. That has been kind of circling around. There is no indication of that. Investigators are very, very quickly working to try to identify who this person is and try to figure out where he's at.
How many jobs were fired?
One-person operation.
So it does appear he was shooting from a roof. The roof that he was shooting from, I don't have that information right now.
Who's in charge of the investigation and scene right now?
So right now there's multiple agencies. Highland Park Police is leading the initial incident response. The Lake County Major Crime Task Force is working directly with the FBI on forwarding the investigation, of course working with Highland Park Police detectives. They're very involved and they will be point throughout all of this.
Any idea how many high-capacity magazine along with...
Not information I can release just yet.
Do you have any evidence he had more than one weapon on him?
Not information I can release just yet. But we would still consider him to be armed and dangerous.
Are you confident it's only one shooter?
At this time, that's the information we have, that it was one shooter.
Any idea how many shots he fired?
We're still working on that. We'll take 2 more questions. Yes, sir?
Where was the gun on the roof? And then
We're not going to go into the specifics of where the gun was recovered, but a firearm, a rifle was recovered.
Do you know the ages of those who passed away?
We will have more information on that. We're working with the Lake County Coroner's Office. They too are very involved in this investigation, and we will be releasing that as soon as we can. Thanks. We'll be back. Okay.
To be clear, though, it's 6 dead and 25.
We have 6. We have 6 confirmed deceased, and we have approximately 2 dozen that are seriously injured. Okay. Thank you. Sorry to come back like this.
Just want to provide that the
Okay, sorry to come back like this. The FBI does have some information they want to provide where people can report tips and information.
We do have our FBI tip line up and running. It's 1-800-CALL-FBI, CALL-FBI. Thank you. Please report any and all tips.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah,
Just a heads up, booth. We are going back to refuel. I'll try and maintain a shot for you as much as I can.
Yeah, I'm all the way up in Lake Forest. It'll be a while. Probably fly the approach in.
Yeah, we are moving to head to refuel. I'll try and maintain a shot for you the best I can.
We doing what we see you doing.
We don't need no sports guys out here.
Hey, all four of us. Kappa, Sigma, Omega, Alpha.
Kappa.
Hey.
We gotta get a picture, man.
Yeah. All we miss is iota, but they've been listening for years.
No, don't say that. Your son's iota.
They were listening to 1963.
Okay. I got 2:30. Go down nice.
I forget, Dave, who's that? Dave and Dennis. Right got up on the ABC float, and Aiden, the big 6'9", got up there with you.
What's up, Steve? You just been walking the street. What, you a producer?
I'll park. water quality that the building is causing? I just do it. They probably do. They probably do. I just got your ID. Yeah. It's the only way to do it. Well, we don't. I didn't know this. But it don't matter because car right there. It's making me. I know it is. Move away from it. But it's protecting me from my shot. Right. I got to go meet Christine Truss. We interviewing that doctor.
Okay.
Who worked triage when people got shot. So.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gone. All right.
Hey, you guys gonna take your deal?
Rushing. I don't need my gear, man. I'm Superman. wait a minute. You doing all right? Oh, you want to be? Oh, Roger's about to go there too. Oh no, keep on. Okay.
Yes. Stand by. Yeah, with that shelter in place now being called in this area, there are less and less people out and more law enforcement agencies flooding the scene here. We can tell you that from people near the scene, telling our crews near the scene that right now they are sheltering in place at nearby businesses, many of them running for their lives after that gunfire rang out, many of them still inside of those nearby businesses waiting desperately for police officers to find this alleged shooter. So right now, many people who are still out here really looking in disbelief at all of this massive police scene here. I can tell you that it is pretty much kind of calm here, but we are seeing armed law enforcement officials headed that way near the parade route. Many people at this time still sheltering in place at nearby businesses. So we are monitoring the situation. We spoke to parents, of course, who were there. One of them was standing in the stage area when the shots rang out. He was with his 5-year-old son. He put his son in a dumpster to hide him from the gunfire, returned to see several people on the ground shot. Right now we know that at least 24 people are hurt in the hospital, 6 people dead. And right now families are in disbelief watching from their steps at all of this action happening in Highland Park right now.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you just going to keep standing there?
The information we have that's coming out is preliminary. We're trying to give you as much information as we possibly can in a timely way where we're not going to impact criminal investigation, impact the safety of those on the scene actively looking for this individual, or impact the safety of anybody else. So please keep that in mind. Information might change, okay? I'm going to turn it over to the commander. He's going to go over and talk about the initial scene response, what that sounded like, what that looked like.
Greetings, Commander Chris O'Neill, Highland Park Police, last name O-N-E-I-L-L. This morning at 10:14 a.m., Highland Park Police and Fire Department units were on scene for the 4th of July parade that started at City Hall at St. John's by the train station, which ran to Central Avenue and then west to Sunset Park. Around 10:14 p.m., we heard loud reports, which we perceived as gunfire. Highland Park Police Parade units immediately ran to the plaza area, the source, to locate and identify the source of the noise and the gunshots and gunfire. We immediately identified that people were down, that we had numerous people injured and shot. We communicated that information with our police dispatch, coordinated a medical response with the fire department, and began setting up a inner and outer perimeter, and also requested additional outside resources. We established a command post staging area here at the fire station on Central Avenue, and we continue to obtain information or gather information to try to coordinate who was doing the shooting and where that person was last seen. Firearm evidence was located on a rooftop of a nearby business that was secured. Suspect description that we had at the time was broadcasted on the police radio and shared with responding and on-scene units. Highland Park Police and fire personnel began transporting injured parties to the Highland Park Police Department, and additional resources helped us at the scene. We had an on-scene police commander, which was myself. Our patrol supervisor handled city-wide command for any other incidents, and then we had a commander assigned here at the fire station for the command post.
Most importantly, as far as the investigative aspect goes of this, and this is two-pronged at this time. Number one, we are aggressively looking for the individual who's responsible for the shooting. Number two, we have the criminal investigation that is occurring simultaneously. We're asking anybody with any video surveillance that they may have, please review your cell phones if you were snapping pictures in the area of 2nd and Central today. That could help investigators. They may see something in there that may be useful and allow them to proceed further with the investigation. Any business owners in that area, we're asking please review your video surveillance. If you have any video surveillance of that area at that time, even if you don't see anything in there, we would love to be able to take a look at that so we can further our investigation. Again, the FBI is working in conjunction with us. We have well over 100 law enforcement officers out here on the scene doing the investigation on one side and doing the apprehension efforts on the other. So this is very active. It's going to remain very active for the time to come. I'll try to answer some questions that I can, but again, please understand we can't give away certain aspects of the investigation. We don't want to negatively impact. We want to arrest the offender and hold him accountable for his actions.
Was the building sealed where the rifle was recovered and the witness statements?
I'm not sure of that right now.
Are there any threats online or on social media against the parade at all?
None that I am aware of. Certainly investigators are combing through social media to see if there's any clues or any information that they can uncover through social media that might help them with the investigation.
Do you have any updates on victims?
So as of now, we have approximately 24 victims that were transported to area hospitals. There's a number of hospitals. Some hospitals did require going on bypass due to receiving traumatic victims and such a high number of them. So hospitals throughout the region, both Lake and Cook County, received patients from this, and their conditions range, some critical, some serious.
Was there any point when officers had sight of the suspect or made any contact with the suspect?
My understanding as of now is they ran for the gunfire, however, the suspect ceased firing right around that point when they got close.
And on top of the building, is this a building where he's able to discreetly or hide himself during the shooting, or was he just on top of a roof and in plain sight?
All indications is he was discreet and he was very difficult to see.
Any information on the agents
he might have stopped to reload? Some witnesses thought he might have stopped to reload.
That's something we're looking at. You know, certainly evidence technicians are going to collect the rounds that were discharged from the firearm. Another thing to remember, this is what is being considered as a very massive scene. It's very large. You have where the shooting took place at 2nd and Central, but as people fled from the area, there's evidence and other things that may have gotten caught on their shoes, kicked around. So it's a very large scene. We're very fortunate to have the support of the FBI, but we're not going to leave any stones unturned. We're going to look at every angle of this throughout the investigation and try to figure it out. As far as ages of the victims, the Lake County coroner will hopefully be here for our 3 o'clock press briefing, and we'll be able to provide some information. What I know as of now, several of the deceased victims unfortunately perished at the scene. and it sounds like one of them was transported to an area hospital where they're perished. Again, this is preliminary information changes, especially when there's close to 30 people transported to various hospitals.
Specific about the type of rifle that was recovered?
What I'll say right now is it was a high-powered rifle.
AR-15?
I can't go into details just yet. We will release that information as soon as we can. We walk a fine line with any criminal investigation where we don't want to provide too much external information that could negatively impact what our detectives are doing.
Do you know if the targets were, the people targeted were marching in the parade or spectators or specific groups?
Yeah, it's a very sad situation where it sounds like spectators were targeted, and even those that were marching through. The parade was approximately 3/4 of the way through when the shooting occurred. So very random, very intentional, and a very sad day.
Can you tell us anything more about the effort?
Is still in the city, or how far is it from?
We are working really hard to try to pinpoint where they could be. I don't want to give bad information. He could be in the city, he could be somewhere else, but we're looking into it.
At this time, NIPUS, the county's office.
Yeah, it's a very large conglomerate of law enforcement that's working together, hand in hand. The Lake County Major Crime Task Force and the FBI are leading the criminal investigation into this, along with Highland Park Police. They are very involved. Highland Park Police led the initial incident response and incident command when this was all rapidly unfolding. As far as the search for the individual, we have enlisted the help of several federal partners. We have the state police, we have NIPUS, we have other SWAT teams that are on the scene here, and all working together to further that aspect as well.
What sort of progress has law enforcement made in possibly identifying this?
We're working as hard as we can. I mean, and we want to make sure that the information we're receiving and putting out is accurate, and that when the individual is apprehended, it's the correct individual. They're working hard.
As far as the structure of the building, can you tell us how or he was able to even get on top of the roof and make a quick escape?
I might be able to provide that a little later. I don't have that right now. Let's do a couple more questions.
I'm just getting here, just your name, the title.
Sure. My name is Christopher Covelli, Covelli, and I'm the spokesman for the Lake County Major Crime Task Force.
You said earlier that it was up to individual communities to decide whether it was safe for them to hold gatherings today. Is that because so many police resources are here, or just because he could be?
Well, I think there's a couple ways communities are going to look at it. Number one, you have a tragic mass act of violence that was random here today at a community event where people were gathered to celebrate, and the offender still has not been apprehended thus far. So, could this happen again? We don't know what his intentions are at this point. So certainly we're not sure of that. And on the other hand, I think there's a lot of communities that are not looking forward to celebrating after something like this happens right in their backyard.
Can you repeat how many people have been dying at this point?
As of right now, the information I have is there are 6 deceased. 6.
And nothing more about
reports of people in the crowd helping those who were injured?
There were, and I'm sure they will come forward in the days to come, but there were a number of heroic actions by members of the community, by police, by first responders that rushed in and immediately tended to the victims, tried to get them help. More to come on that later. Right now our focus is on the investigation and catching this guy.
There was a report of a child separated from his parents, I believe. Any updates there in terms of families needing to reunite?
So Highland Park Police has established a family and friends reunification post, and that's at the Highland Park Police Department. So anybody that's looking for somebody or anybody that got lost or separated during the event, they can go there. The reunification is happening there. Again, folks.
People are sheltering in place at nearby businesses there. Are they still being told to stay there?
Some people, business owners, employees of businesses have waited in their buildings for police escort. Right now the SWAT team is escorting people out of those buildings, getting them to safety, and being there for them so they feel comforted as they're leaving the facility. But 3 o'clock we'll be back. Thank you, folks.
All right, Chris Covelli there with the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force giving us an update there, adding to the fact that all the law enforcement are aggressively looking for the perpetrator involved in all this, and they are asking very clearly, Liz and Sam, for any video that people may have taken, businesses with their surveillance cameras and so on. And I think it's very important to point out here that if you'll remember back to the Boston Marathon shooting, or bombing, I should say, one of the ways they were able to crack that was the incredible influx and their ability to deal with this volume of video and still photography that came in. So that is something to bear in mind, and how people can, when they're wondering how can they help in this situation, that's what they can do. They can see what they might have recorded.
And Ravi, we did learn a little bit more from investigators there about the firearm that may have been involved. Investigators referred to that as a high-powered rifle, but they were careful to say they cannot give any more information on that weapon at this point. Our ABC7I team has been told that the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms is tracking the purchaser of that firearm that they say will tell them a lot about where this gun was purchased, when it was purchased, who it was purchased by. And investigators did also tell us there that the evidence of the firearm was located on a rooftop, confirming that that did begin on a rooftop. They say that rooftop is now secured. They said police ran toward the sound of gunfire, but by the time they got there and identified that gunfire, they believe the suspect had taken off.
That's right. They said this was random but intentional. Random but intentional. They said it appears that the shooter was targeting spectators of this parade, targeting spectators. We're going to join Christian Picos. He is live at the scene now. Christian, we're checking in with you. What have you learned?
Yeah, so we did just hear, as you guys know, from the Lake County Crime Task Force's Chris Covelli. He gave us a little bit of new information about those first minutes after the Highland Park Police Department arrived on scene. This all happening just around 10:15 this morning. We're also starting to hear stories this morning of community members who were just trying to enjoy the 4th of July parade, responding to help others who were injured in that gunfire. We did learn that there were victims who were pronounced dead at the scene. Some were also pronounced dead at a local hospital. It's also important to point out that they did announce that there is a reunification center at the Highland Park Police Department for families. So if you live in the area and are trying to find somebody who was at the parade earlier this morning, that might be a place to check just to make sure that they are okay. We are also learning that there are some businesses in downtown Highland Park that have employees still sheltering in place as we speak. We know that there are some SWAT teams working with those employees to help escort them out of the downtown area safely. But of course, this is still, guys, a very active situation. They are still looking for this gunman at this hour. Law enforcement did say they are making progress on hopefully identifying who this gunman was, but they are hesitant to release any sort of specific information just because they don't want to compromise the integrity of the investigation. But of course, let's break down all that critical information one more time. They're looking for a white man they believe to be between 18 and 20 years old, with long black hair. They say he was wearing either a white or blue t-shirt at the time of that shooting. They are asking everybody in the area to shelter in place. And I think the difficult piece of information for me to really understand and wrap my head around right now is there's really no word yet on how large this investigation is. We know that tons of law enforcement agencies are working hand in hand right now to help apprehend the suspect, but they haven't said just where this suspect could be at this hour. So if you live nearby, if you live on the North Shore or even into the city of Chicago, they are recommending that you shelter in place at this hour. We're also told that we are hearing from the Lake County coroner at around 3 o'clock. We're going to get a new news conference then. That's in about 40 minutes or so. So guys, we're going to stay on scene, of course, right here at the Highland Park Fire Department, working to get more information.
And Christian, we're hoping to learn more about some of those 6 victims when we hear from the Lake County coroner sometime around 3 o'clock this afternoon. But certainly investigators did indicate that they are aggressively seeking this suspect, that they also described as being very discreet and somehow able to get away from the scene in all of that chaos before investigators were able to get to that person. Christian pointed out that there are people in that downtown Highland Park area around 2nd and Central, where they believe that shooting began, that are still sheltering in place, that are currently locked inside their own places of business. They're doing exactly what investigators have told them to do. Investigators, likely behind the scenes, have a little bit more information about this gunman than they are indicating to us. But certainly they're seeking that person based on that description they put out earlier. a little bit more information about the high-powered rifle. And just to recap, they said that this happened about 10:15 this morning. That's when shots were initially fired. And they said at that point, the Highland Park 4th of July parade was about 3/4 of the way through. Investigators have not pointed to any motive. They also have people going through social media trying to find out if this was perhaps planned or this was discussed on the internet. But we are waiting to get some more information. Perhaps it seems like when we heard from investigators there that things had progressed quite a bit, you know, in just the hour or so that we had heard from them. Samantha.
Certainly. And, you know, we do have Mayor Kawash, who I believe is still at the Highland Park Hospital, and we're going to take him live. Mayor, is there any new information that you've learned? Have you been able to talk to any of the victims' families? What can you tell us?
Yeah, still the same information for now. We are waiting to find out from the hospital where they are redirecting these families as of right now, because the entrances all are essentially blocked off by police or security at this point. So you mentioned, Christian mentioned that they are redirecting people to the Highland Park Police Department if they're looking for any possible victims, any family, friends. So as of right now, the hospital still quiet. We do know 24 patients were being treated here. 5 had to be transported to the Evanston Hospital. As of right now, those numbers are still the same. Of course, the 6 confirmed deaths at this point. To the hospital dealing with a number of patients from this shooting, and I've just reached out to the hospital. We're waiting to hear back if they're taking in any other patients, maybe blocking anything off at this point, but it appears to be all hands on deck inside that hospital, and we're just waiting to learn some more.
And Mayor, there certainly have to be many desperate family members there, desperate friends, people who just came to that hospital because they heard perhaps here that that's where injured people had been taken, and certainly there was no way for hundreds of people to know if their loved one may have been among those people. So have you seen any family members arriving there? I know you said it's been pretty quiet, but had heard anything indicating, you know, they might know family members inside?
Yeah, we've seen a few cars come here and about, but again, police really coordinating that effort for now, and any cars that come by, you don't really notice because they're blocking off these entrances for now. So we're waiting to see if any more families pull up, but right now it appears that the police have control of that and have been redirecting them, but we'll keep you updated.
And Mayor, certainly we also learned from investigators when they spoke just a few minutes ago that one person died either on the way to the hospital or there at the hospital. There were at least 5 people that died on the scene, one person that may have died at the hospital, and people being treated at some other hospitals as well. 24 people injured in that shooting this morning is just astounding.
That's absolutely correct, and we were told about some of those injuries just now that the conditions really range. You have some in critical, some in good condition, so these numbers could certainly change. The 24 people transferred here to the hospital, many of those injuries were gunshot wounds, but the hospital also tells us that other people were injured just from the chaos that ensued after that shooting. Of course, we've seen the descriptions of that scene, just a lot of blood on the ground. The scene stretches for blocks around Highland Park in the downtown area with empty chairs and strollers. So really just a chilling scene there as people continue to try to find victims and some family members.
And Mayor, that was one thing investigators pointed to at the end of that news conference, talking about how massive this scene is. You have the center of the scene where they were able to find bullet casings from where that shooting began, but also because people took off in complete panic. They said they have strollers knocked over, people had to go back to recover their cell phones, or perhaps were not able to get back to recover their cell phones. Strollers, all kinds of stuff just left behind there. You can see from Chopper 7 HD how massive and chaotic that scene still is several hours after that shooting began. Mayor Kawash is standing by at Highland Park Hospital for us, where about 24 of those injured people are being treated right now. And again, currently investigators are still looking for this gunman, who they believe is a white male somewhere between the ages of 18 and 20 years old. Police say he was last seen wearing a blue or white t-shirt. They say he's made up of a small build and has long, dark hair. That is the person investigators say they are aggressively seeking right now. They also say they were able to recover what they described as a high-powered rifle from that scene, though they've not specifically indicated much more about that rifle because it is currently part of that active investigation. They've also been able to recover bullet casings, and they say that that rifle was discovered on a rooftop near 2nd and Central in downtown Highland Park, Ravi, where that parade was taking place at the time. We do know that this investigation stretches up to the highest level of government. Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, is monitoring this situation. Security officials with the Homeland Security Department are involved in this investigation, as well as the FBI.
As we take a live look at from Chopper 7 HD of this area right here in Highland Park, about 23 miles north of downtown Chicago, right very close, of course, to the lake. We have some new sound right now, Liz. Let's listen in here. This is a man, as I understand it, whose mother is in a lockdown situation. Let's listen into that and take it from there.
She was at the parade and she heard all the firecrackers. She wasn't sure what it was, and then they realized it was a shooting, and they all went crazy, running around. And she ran into a store, like most of the people, and now they're in the stores and they're seemingly safe in there and waiting to be told when they can come out. While they're still investigating. It's pretty calm in the store. You know, she's just a little shaken from what happened. She keeps describing that, but other than that, I think she's okay in there.
And she was doing exactly what investigators have asked people to do, is to shelter in place. We did hear from investigators just a few minutes ago that they now have SWAT teams working to get to those businesses and sort of safely escort people out of those businesses.
And actually, we were just told that that woman actually is out of the place that she was in. So that was recorded just a little while ago. But still, you know, Liz, it gives you a sense of the immediacy of this, the terror of it, and how people had to essentially run for their lives. You're looking at downtown Highland Park there, a very busy thoroughfare. This seems to be the apex. It seems to be 2nd and Central is where we heard a lot of this activity had taken place about now coming on 4 hours ago. And make no mistake, they take their 4th of July celebrations very seriously in Highland Park, as they do in all of the communities around the Chicago area. And people were out to have a good time, to enjoy this holiday Monday. The temperature had dropped a little bit, and very much a day for families, a day for celebrating freedom and all that's great about America. And now this tragedy has unfolded here. And again, like I said earlier, people are being asked by authorities to, A, take care of themselves, shelter in place, and make sure that if they've got video, which cracked the Boston bombing case, if they've got video, whether it's stills or video, what have you, all of it is welcomed by authorities.
And there are a lot of businesses in that downtown area of Highland Park where we understand people are still hiding out. We do have some video of police just a few minutes ago leading people safely out of an anthropology store. You can see heavily armed police officers and members of SWAT teams there leading citizens out of this anthropology store, where they likely just ran inside to take cover in the panic of that moment that happened about 10:15 this morning, when that gunman just started opening fire. And that's just one store in that downtown Highland Park area, and there are many where people are still sheltered inside. But because people were so panicked about this, nobody wants to just walk out on their own. They have to be safely escorted out of this area by law enforcement officials. And also with these businesses, you're pointing out, you're saying that they're asking for surveillance video. They're asking business owners in this downtown area to very carefully go through their own surveillance cameras and see if it may have captured anything, or just in fact turn all of that over to investigators, because they say investigators might be able to notice something on that video that perhaps your average citizen might not notice, that could be important in tracking this person down.
It might even work in conjunction with something else that they found. Again, back to the Boston bombing investigation, which was an incredible amount of police work and forensic work to be able to piece that together, to know who they were looking for. And let's face it, in this situation, they do not know who, at least we do not know that they know who they are looking for. And hopefully at the next update, which is hopefully going to be in about 40 minutes or so, we will hear from authorities about who they are looking for. And as you talked a little bit earlier, they're up on the rooftop. They were able to recover that firearm. They called it a high-powered rifle. They would not specify the kind of high-powered rifle it is, but we're hearing all kinds of descriptions about what it may be. And we heard earlier from that doctor about the kind of carnage that this weapon seems to have been able to visit on these poor people, and we can just guess what they're looking at in terms of evidence.
Right, and it's important that investigators have been able to recover that high-powered rifle because they can now trace that. Our I-team has been told that ATF is now trying to trace the source of that gun, who purchased it, when it was purchased, anything that may give them some information surrounding that firearm. Police have not given much of an indication as to any sort of motive here, but they did describe this as, quote, very random and very intentional, and that's just based on what they've been able to see so far. Also, with as they continue to ask people for any cell phone video or pictures that they may have taken, again, we go back to that cell phone video from a young boy who was recording on his own cell phone as all of this happened this morning. And of course, as we're tracking this investigation and waiting to hear from investigators, we're also now tracking some severe storms heading into our area. Larry, do we have a tornado warning here?
Yes, Liz, we got a tornado warning for extreme southwestern LaSalle County. Let's go right to the radar right now. You can see a cluster of thunderstorms moving through LaSalle County right now, at least the southern part of the county. We've also got some rain moving into the southwest suburbs, but this storm right here that you see on the radar, and we'll zoom in on the radar here and show you what I'm looking at. If you look down towards LaSalle, you can see that big cluster of thunderstorms. That little area on the southern flank there, just south of the town of LaSalle, is where we've got the possible tornado. If you look closely, you can see a little red box there on the radar. And we go to the backup computer. I want to show you on our backup system what this looks like, because there you can see a closer view of that thunderstorm. It's a big thunderstorm. It covers a lot of ground here. But the area of concern where there could be a potential tornado is right in here where you see this little notch. And I'll highlight it on the map here to give you a better sense of what I'm looking at. Right here, getting very close to I-39 now. It's south of LaSalle where this tornado is located. You can see the red box here. And it's a possible tornado indicated by radar. And when we look at the velocity data, I'll switch over and you can kind of see right in that little zone here is where that rotation is likely occurring. Right here. I know it doesn't look like much, but if you look at the reds and greens right next to each other crossing the county line, that's the zone where the circulation is located. And this particular tornado, possible tornado, is moving to the south and east at about 35 miles per hour. So this tornado warning that's in effect for LaSalle County will continue here as we go through the next 30 to 45 minutes. In fact, it's in effect until 3:15. We've also got severe thunderstorm warnings covering much of the county until 3:15 as well. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, so we don't have anything confirmed on the ground here. But certainly the possibility of a tornado developing with this storm as it's moving to the south and to the east. You can see a little rotation marker showing up on our simulation here where we can indicate the rotation signatures, and there's that one I was mentioning just now crossing the county line. I'm going to do a storm track on this storm too, and what I'll do is I'll track the rotation center, which is now getting close to I-39, pretty close to Hope, and south of the town of LaSalle. So if you're south of LaSalle, south of Ottawa, that's really the danger zone for this storm. If you're in Ottawa, Naples, LaSalle right now, you're going to get some rain and hear some thunder, but the threat of a tornado for you is not there. But if you're over towards the Streeter area, between Streeter and Hope, this is the zone here where this possible tornado is located. To give you a sense of the timing, we're looking at Eagle at about 2:52, Streeter at about 2:57, Otter Creek at 3 o'clock, Newtown at about 3:05. So that's the arrival time of the circulation. You're going to get rain, you're going to get stormy weather before that circulation arrives, but that's the area where I'm tracking the rotation center as it's moving in that direction. So to give you a little perspective here, there are no other warnings anywhere in our immediate area. We've got a little light rain and some drizzle coming down across the city and the southwest suburbs, but this one particular storm right here is where we've got the tornado warning. As I put it in motion, you can see it's not really moving terribly fast. It's all just kind of wound up there, moving right over LaSalle and southern LaSalle County at this point. But the one thing you can also note, and our live Doppler 7 Max radar does a really nice job of highlighting this, there's a little circulation right in there, right in this area, right there. You see it, the last bit right there. See that kind of come together right there. That's the circulation that we're watching that has prompted the tornado warning until 3:15. So these little circulation centers that are developing within this larger thunderstorm could produce a tornado at any moment. We've got no confirmation of a tornado, but this is the threat we're facing with this one storm as it's moving to the south and to the east. If you're in Livingston County, if you're over in Dwight, over towards Grundy County and Morris, just be prepared. This is going to be a pretty strong thunderstorm as it heads in your direction as it moves farther to the east. So if you're even over in Kankakee down into Iroquois County, Ford County as well, this storm may weaken as it gets closer to the Indiana state line, and I'll tell you why, because there's less moisture over in northwest Indiana. Just look at the dew points right now. Very sticky air here across the southwest parts of our area, far southwest suburbs. We've got dew points in the low 70s, but when you get into northwest Indiana, those dew points drop off into the 60s. So there's less humid air in northwest Indiana to work with, and I'm thinking that will probably weaken this storm to some degree. But again, the tornado warning continues here for southwestern LaSalle County until 3:15. You can see it on the radar here. We've got this large thunderstorm moving through LaSalle County right now, and just to give you an update on where that circulation center is, it's pretty much crossing over I-39 right now between Eden and Hope. So this is south of LaSalle, all the way down I-39, right where we have this little notch. This is the spot right here where we've got that notch still showing up on the radar, right in this general zone. That's where the rotation is being picked up by the radar, and we'll switch back over to velocity mode. It's not quite clearly evident, but there is certainly some broad circulation going on right in this zone where we've got the tornado warning in effect. And you can see the red box, which covers much of southern parts of LaSalle County. That's the red box highlighting the tornado warning at this point. We've been talking about the concern for severe weather throughout the day today. If you watched Phil this morning, you saw him report on the possibility of severe weather as we go into the afternoon and especially later this evening. This was probably just the start of what could be some active weather through the afternoon and especially later this evening. We've got more storms developing up into Wisconsin and even some severe weather just to the west of Rockford. So all this activity will be pushing through as we go deeper into the afternoon and especially later this evening, with more of a threat of severe weather coming later tonight. So this is the one storm we have right now in southwestern LaSalle County that has prompted that tornado warning. And again, if you're south of LaSalle, south of Ottawa, south of Naplate, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. This is from Farm Ridge to Streeter over towards Hope and Eden. That's the danger zone right now. Wilsman as well. Take your precautions right now and let this storm pass on by. We'll keep an eye on this storm. I know we're doing our continuing coverage of the shooting, but that was just a quick update here on the radar of what's going on with that tornado warning.
Larry, real quick, what are these storm precautions they need to do?
So if you have a tornado room in your house, you know, when we have tornado warnings, small interior room, basement, small room in your basement, that's the best place to be during this situation. Storm shelter, storm cellar out here in parts of the farm country, if you got a storm shelter place like that, that's where you want to go. Just ride this storm out. Again, at the moment, no confirmed tornado on the ground. This is Doppler radar indicated, but we need to take it seriously because it's a pretty nasty storm. It's got a lot of lightning with it as well, maybe some hail, but it's mainly a wind threat right now with this particular storm. I'm going to look at just the hail since we were talking about the hail concern. There's not a lot of hail with this, just getting a little small specks of hail. So it's more of a wind and a possible tornado threat. And there you can see that flashing yellow box popping on. That's a severe thunderstorm warning continued into parts of Livingston County and southeastern LaSalle County. And there's actually two supercells here. If you kind of look at the radar, and I'll highlight those two supercells. You got this one right here where we've got the notch that has prompted the tornado warning, and then this other storm right here also is another supercell thunderstorm developing that prompted the severe thunderstorm warning, which is that new yellow box that just popped up on our map here as we've been talking to you. So a couple of spots here that are very dangerous storms with high winds and maybe a tornado developing with that storm south of the town of LaSalle. Again, if you're in LaSalle, Ottawa, and Naplate, you're in the clear of any tornado threat. You're going to get some rain, you're going to hear some thunder, maybe get some lightning around as well. But the core of this storm is passing south of I-80, south of LaSalle, south of Ottawa, and right there over I-39 right now is where that circulation is moving over and now pushing off towards the east. So over towards Vermilion, over towards Lenoir, and some of these are just crossroads here. They're not really towns. They're just old stops on the post office route, maybe years and decades ago. They pop up on our map here, but you get the sense of where the relationship is to that circulation. Right where you see that notch near Hope and over I-39, that's where we've got that rotation still being picked up by the radar, which has prompted the tornado warning until 3:15. We'll check back in on the velocity data. And it doesn't look great right now, but there is certainly, with that notch in place, which you could see on the reflectivity mode, which I just showed you a second ago, it still makes me suspicious that there could be something going on here. So certainly the Weather Service, which issues the tornado warnings, will continue with this tornado warning until 3:15 as the storm moves off towards the east. And that other storm moving into northern Livingston County, that one could be producing some small hail as well. And it will be interesting to see, because these storms could kind of merge together. I'll put it in motion. You can kind of see a couple of merging cells coming together here. Sometimes that can help spin things up, or in some cases it can even weaken a storm. At least the northern storm can get weakened by situations like this. So this is a cluster of storms which right now is not looking very not looking good for this area because of the intensity of the storms and also that threat of some high wind and maybe a tornado. And I wouldn't be surprised here on this southern flank storm right there. You see that little notch? I'll highlight it here. This could be another spot where we could see another tornado warning pop up, because we're getting another inflow notch here with some circulation right in this zone right there. So this is another spot. If you're in northern Livingston County, I'd be prepared to just ride this storm out in a safe shelter. Just let it go by, because this one could also look suspicious and maybe prompt a tornado warning with this one as well. And we'll go back to the radar, and you can see this is the only severe weather we have at the moment. These two little thunderstorms, shouldn't say little, they're kind of good size now, but you got these two little clusters of storms moving off towards the east and southeast. Up here, these rain showers that you see across parts of Naperville, Joliet, down in the southwest suburbs, that's the blow-off cloud tops from these thunderstorms making their way all the way to Chicago. So when you think about a big supercell thunderstorm, we think about the area where the heavy rain is falling, but that wind that creates that thunderstorm goes all the way to the top of the atmosphere and then gets blown out the top and heads off, usually in a direction towards the east, and that's the case what we're seeing right here, blowing over top of us. So Ravi and Liz, we'll keep an eye on this storm. If we get a new tornado warning, I'll let you know, but right now this one tornado warning for southwestern LaSalle County continues until 3:15. If you're in this zone, take your tornado precautions right now.
All right, Larry Maury standing by. He's in the Weather Center with us here, actually in studio. I'm Ravi Bajwa along with Liz Nagy. We've been on here now for several hours tracking what has happened in Highland Park today. A real tragedy unfolding there. 6 people are dead. At least 24 have been hospitalized with injuries after a mass shooting at the 4th of July parade.
And Highland Park police, as well as investigators up through the federal level, are currently looking for that gunman. So far, they have recovered a high-power rifle that they say they found on the roof near the center of that shooting in downtown Highland Park. And right now, we are learning through some I-team sources that the suspect has still not been identified. Right now, the city of Highland Park is on lockdown. Police have set up a perimeter, but right now they say it's possible that gunman may have gotten outside of that perimeter.
That's right. So people, in fact, right across the North Shore are asked to take precautions. Canceled 4th of July celebrations all across the North Shore, including Skokie and Evanston as well. We are told, before we go on, we're going to just go to one of our correspondents in the field right now. We are told that the FBI is coordinating right now in Highland Park a home-to-home search for the suspect. Let's go now to our Michelle Gallardo, who's up in Highland Park, with more details on that and how things are developing on the ground where you are, Michelle.
Ravi and Liz, we are at Green Bay Road in Central, probably about a block away from where this happened, and it is such an eerie scene out here. I mean, I just want to show you, and you've got dozens of just abandoned lawn chairs everywhere. There are picnic boxes, there are strollers, there are bicycles that were simply left behind by those who fled the parade in the minutes after this horrific shooting. You can also see heavy police presence. There's still, from what we understand, over 100 law enforcement officers that are on the scene in this area, ranging from Highland Park Police to the ATF and the FBI. Officials telling us that they're leaving no stone unturned in what is a very large area to cover. Now, we have seen SWAT officers escorting people to safety, some who were locked down in the stores along Green Bay Road for hours, unable to leave until they were given the all clear. And again, we've been talking to witnesses who described just a really horrific scene in that immediate aftermath with so many people injured. And like you say, the search for that gunman really is continuing. They did, as you mentioned, recover a high-powered weapon from the rooftop where they believe the shooting took place. The ATF is now trying to track down that weapon, hoping that that gives them more information about who their gunman is. And while it is very clear that a search continues in this area, it is not really clear whether they believe the gunman to still be here, because even though the area is pretty devoid of any people other than law enforcement and media at the moment, since the residents of Highland Park have essentially been asked to take shelter inside their homes, there isn't really a sense of a lot of tension or a lot of concern in this immediate area, which leads us to believe that maybe the focus of their search has shifted elsewhere for now. Live in Highland Park, I'm Michelle Gallardo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Ravi and Liz, back to you.
And Michelle, the investigators have not given any sort of motive that they believe may have caused this shooting, but they have described it as very intentional and also very random. So I'm curious, you've been in the Highland Park area for several hours now. How have you seen this area change as this investigation has progressed?
Honestly, and again, we haven't seen things change that much, because ever since we got here, the streets were mostly devoid of people. I mean, people here in Highland Park were told to stay inside, and for the most part, they have listened to that. And so the area where we're being kept to is pretty much law enforcement and media. So the only thing that we've seen a shift in, I think, is the amount of police presence, which earlier were very clearly, very intentionally going from one business to another, escorting people out. There's been a lot less movement, I guess, in the last hour or so. We have, like you see right now, we've got a police vehicle that is trying to get into the perimeter. We've seen a little bit of that going on, but very little urgency in the way that we were earlier. And I think that that's what really has led us to believe that maybe the center of their search is moving elsewhere, or at the very least right outside of this immediate area, Liz.
And investigators did say it was highly possible that the suspect may have gotten outside the perimeter, and certainly there's always more going on behind the scenes with investigators than they want to put out to the public so as not to compromise that investigation. Michelle Gallardo is live in downtown Highland Park for us, where that shooting began about 10:15 this morning. Ravi.
That's right. About 4 hours ago, Michelle Gallardo standing by. We've also got Christian Picos in Highland Park today, as well as Trey Ward, who's been doing some great reporting since this all broke. You're taking a look at live Chopper 7 HD photography of Highland Park, a beautiful town, one of the lovely northern suburbs of Chicago, and a very diverse community, a very tightly knit community, some community that has celebrated 4th of July for a very long time. Sarah Schulte, our colleague, grew up there. She just actually tweeted that she spent her childhood going to these 4th of July celebrations and cannot imagine something like this would ever happen in her hometown. So that's an indication of the kind of emotion that's at stake right now. Let's go over to Larry Maury, who's standing by, because there is some severe weather to be watching. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, we still have this tornado warning effect for extreme southwestern LaSalle County until 3:15. You can see here on Live Doppler 7 Max radar, this is a little light rain. This is the blow off from these storms moving over the city now, but there you can see the cluster of thunderstorms. There are two different supercell thunderstorms here that are producing severe weather. The one to the north, which is in LaSalle County right now, is capable of producing a tornado. You can see the storm just south of LaSalle, south of Naples and Ottawa, south of Marseilles right now, but a very heavy thunderstorm. And right on the southern flank, and as it's in motion, you can kind of see right in this little area here, started back to the west, now moving across I-39. That's the center of circulation where the rotation is, which prompted the tornado warning. warning. I'll switch over to velocity mode, go in here a little bit closer. It's not that typical greens and reds right next to each other. That's a good thing because it tells us this circulation may not be terribly tight, but there's just enough spin here where at any point it could produce maybe a tornado. And you can see this is just now crossing I-39, so there's Hope. Over here is Wilsman. There's Richards, and here's Streeter. And again, some of these little names that pop up are just kind of old traditional crossroads that may have been there in the past, that may have been post office stops at one point, but they're nothing there now. But you kind of get the idea here. This is just now crossing I-39, moving into extreme southern LaSalle County. The red box, which is highlighted here on the map, and I'll put it in motion again, right there, that red box, that's the zone where if you're in that area, you need to take your tornado precautions right now. So small interior room, away from exterior walls, away from windows. Just let this storm pass on by. And the second storm, which is just to the south of where we have the tornado warning, also has a severe thunderstorm warning with it. And this storm looks like it may be trying to take some energy away from this one. This you can kind of see on the latest radar scans, it's coming down in intensity just by a little bit. And maybe this secondary storm, which is flared up across Livingston County, might be taking some of the moisture away from that particular storm to the north. This storm that's to the south is capable of 60 to 70 mile-per-hour winds and also maybe 3/4 inch hail with that particular storm. So we've got several severe threat concerns here with these storms. You got the threat for a tornado, which is in southern LaSalle County, very high winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour, and even the concern for some large hail. I'll switch over to the hail detection mode. This is kind of a nice tool to spot where the hail cores are and also get a sense of where we might be seeing some of the larger hail. You can see right here over Long Point, which is just south of Streeter. That's one spot where we could be seeing hail, maybe up to about a 1/4 inch size, maybe a $half size, so around an inch size hailstone within that particular thunderstorm just south of Streeter. So that southern storm, the second one of the two I was showing you, has more of a hail threat with it than the one that's capable of producing a tornado. I'll go up here into LaSalle County, and I still have our hail size detection mode in place. Maybe some small hail around Farm Ridge and then back over along I-39, but nothing the size of the hailstones that's likely falling from that second storm just to the south. So a couple of spots here where we've got severe weather. You can see down to the southwest here, this cluster of thunderstorms, 2 of them moving to the south and east. Another thunderstorm complex developing up in southern Wisconsin. Now moving closer towards northwest Illinois and just to the west of Rockford, you can see that cluster of storms sliding off towards the east. And what I expect to happen is this cluster of thunderstorms will probably expand in some coverage as it moves across the state line. So in our northern suburbs, we'll have the threat for more storms in several hours from now. This will take some time to get going, but later this evening, there'll be the threat of more thunderstorms up here across our northern suburbs. So we've got a kind of a complex situation here where over the next few hours, the severe threat will be primarily with these 2 thunderstorms sliding to the south and to the east. So from, say, Pontiac over towards just south of Morris for the most part, but over towards Kankakee into Iroquois and Ford counties, that's where the threat of severe weather will be, at least for the next couple of hours. I do think this complex of storms, as it gets closer to the Indiana state line, will start to weaken because there's a little less moisture over in northwest Indiana. But nonetheless, this is a pretty nasty little cluster of storms diving to the south and to the east. And then later this evening, and especially overnight tonight, we'll have the severe weather threat across much of the north and northwestern suburbs and even down to the south as well. So much of the area will have the severe weather concern later this evening as those clusters of storms up in Wisconsin continue to slide on through. But again, the immediate concern that we have at the moment is this tornado warning, which is in effect until 3:15 for southern LaSalle County. You can see it right there on the map. There's the rotation right there, that little notch, which that latest radar scan, I like what I'm seeing here because it's looking like it may be loosening its rotation signature. There's not as much as a notch as there was a few moments ago. Good sign, like to see that. We'll see what the Weather Service does with continuing this tornado warning. But again, right now it's until 3:15, and you folks around Mila, just to the south of Farm Ridge, just to the east, or excuse me, the west of Streeter, to the east of Hope. That's still the spot here where there is that possibility of some rotation and maybe a brief tornado. So right in this little notch right here, not as well defined as it was a few moments ago. Like to see that. That means the storm may be cycling down a little bit, but that's the spot in the zone where there is still the potential for maybe a tornado developing within this thunderstorm. So far, this has all been Doppler radar indicated tornadoes, so nothing confirmed on the ground, and our spotters out there have not confirmed any touchdowns just yet. This is a pretty open area here, so people, if some of the storm chasers are out here, they can get good visuals on a storm like this in this part of the country and this part of our area, because there's a lot of open space, a lot of farmland out here where you can see for miles and miles. So it's a good sign we haven't heard of anything touching down just yet. And so hopefully that continues to be the case. But again, this tornado warning continues for about another 15 to 20 minutes here in southern LaSalle County. And we also have the severe thunderstorm warnings continuing as well, with the threat of gusty winds to 60 miles per hour. In fact, let's just take a look here at the size of these storms, because they have extended a good ways up into the atmosphere. This particular storm, which prompted the tornado warning, is going up at about 40 to 45,000 feet. Let me zoom out a little bit here so you can get a better sense of what we're looking at. But again, this one is pretty intense here, when it looks like the heights go up to 45,000 feet. So this has really got some height to it. This is all that air that's rushing into the thunderstorm, lifting northward, creating this blossoming thunderstorm, which rises 40 to 45,000 feet into the sky. Very heavy rain, gusty winds, maybe some small hail with this part of the storm as well. There's another look at the larger view, and again, we're watching two areas of thunderstorms down to our south and west. You can see that area here with a tremendous amount of lightning, and then another cluster of storms up here across the Wisconsin and Illinois state line just to the west of Rockford. There it is over Freeport, and now the city of Rockford included in a severe thunderstorm warning with that storm that's sliding in their direction. So a couple of spots here, Ravi and Liz, that we're keeping a close eye on. You got a question, Ravi?
Yeah, Larry, I was struck by what you were saying with all these old postal addresses, and the area is open that way, so our spotters can actually have a little bit more warning, if you will. That must be a very helpful idea here in terms of keeping people safe.
Oh, absolutely. And this area of north central Illinois is a lot of farmland, a lot of open area. Once you get away from the Illinois River, where there's a lot of trees right next to the river, once you get away from that, you can really see a lot of open space down to the south here. So it's good storm viewing area where spotters can get a good idea of what's going on, miles and miles away, because you can see pretty far where it's pretty flat and a lot of farmland. So, okay, there we just got an updated red box here, which is the updated tornado warning, which continues until 3:15. So what the Weather Service has done is they've shrunk the area that was included in the tornado warning to just this little small chunk of southern LaSalle County. So there's the red box right there. That's the new tornado warning zone. It only goes till 3:15, just like the previous one did, but it's kind of tightened up where that rotation center is located. And again, right in here, right in that southern flank, is where that possible tornado is located. It doesn't look as tight as it was a few moments ago, although I'm a little suspicious of what's going on back there too. Let's go take a look at that with velocity data. In fact, what I'm going to do is highlight this right there, and then also this little flank. And then I'm going to switch over to velocity mode. And this is part of what we do. We analyze things on the fly with you as you're watching us. And there could be another circulation developing right, let me highlight it, right here as well. And if you look at the reds and greens trying to come together in that spot, that could be another suspicious area. So highlighting this on the radar on the fly, you look at a couple different areas, and yeah, I see it on both of our radars here. So a couple spots where there could still be some circulation there, but more likely right there tucked in behind the rain. So this would be a rain-wrapped potential tornado with this particular storm, which if that's the case, Ravi, the spotters wouldn't be able to see it because it'd be surrounded by rain. If it were happening on the southern flank here where you got the little edge, the jagged edge, that's the ones that would be a little bit more visible. But because it looks like it might be kind of tucked back in with the rain now, you're not going to get a visual if it's actually on the ground. So treat this like a tornado that has been spotted, although it's Doppler radar indicated at this point. But if you're here in southern LaSalle County, just continue to stay in that tornado shelter in your safe room and let this storm pass on by. So small interior room, away from...
Yeah, I'm here at this police. I'm here at this police station. 6 people dead. 6 people dead. Yeah, I have to call you back, guys.
I had my sister calling me too. In fact, she called me. I was on the phone. She called me. Oh, she said, "Don't talk about me when I hang up."
Going down. Walk up here and smile and you see walk around like an EP. Okay, you do this. Okay, you do that. I'm like, people boring. On my side, I was a good guy. So she did a great job. I got here, I'm asking you. Oh, stop. You didn't know the color of the suspect. I wasn't fucking around with in Highland Park. Yeah. I can see it. Okay. I saw the deal. Okay. All right. Okay, thanks. All right. Trey. I knew they had you to 10 o'clock. Yeah, I see. Yeah, he just told me earlier. He said, can I work with you tonight? They ain't gonna ask you because you just started. You're the new guy. They're not going to ask you. What are you going to say, no? What are you going to say, no? Hey, see the white girl out here. You're going to say no? But they're going to have George bring some food. Well, he got to get George to find out. Find out. I was I got Yo, they had to ask. Where were you at? Well, you gotta go eat.
Inside businesses. This is some cell phone video you're now seeing of the moment that gunfire went off about 10:15 this morning, and you can see people just immediately running and scrambling for cover. We've seen other video, police officers leading families away from that scene, everybody just running in sheer terror for cover.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to Well, there's at least 16 shots right there. The unmistakable sound of gunfire. And many people in that crowd were confused as to whether the sounds were fireworks and something to do with the celebration that was unfolding just past 10 o'clock this morning. But as you can hear the screams and you can hear the terror, we've got several reporters on the ground in Highland Park. A live shot right now gives you a sense of the first responder reaction to all this. You've got police from suburbs all around the North Shore and the city of Chicago helping out, plus the Major Crimes Task Force of Lake County. And this, of course, is national and international news now, because 6 people have been killed in all this. 24 have been injured, taken to Highland Park Hospital and other hospitals around. There is reaction coming in, Liz, from around the world, the governor, the president, and we've got all kinds of other elements to tell you about as well.
We are just hearing from President Biden, who's now put out a statement on the shooting that happened in Highland Park this morning. We can go ahead and read it to you here. It says, "Jill and I are shocked by the senseless gun violence that has yet again brought grief to an American community on this Independence Day. As always, we are grateful for the first responders and law enforcement on the scene. I've spoken to Governor Pritzker and Mayor Rotering and have offered the full support of the federal government to their communities. I've also urged federal law enforcement to assist in the urgent search for the shooter, who remains at large at this time." The president goes on to talk about the grief that this has all brought, but that's an important point to bring out, that Homeland Security experts are involved in this investigation. The Attorney General Merrick Garland has been briefed on this. Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is currently tracing the purchaser of that gun, trying to figure out when it was purchased and who it was purchased by, to get any sort of sense of who may have carried out the shooting. We also know behind the scenes, often in these situations, investigators are scrubbing social media, trying to find out if there was any sort of warning about how this may have happened. We do know right now that investigators have told us they are looking for a male aged 18 to 20 years old. They say he has a small frame, long dark hair, and he was last seen wearing either a white or a blue t-shirt. You can see members of the media are gathered outside the fire department there in Highland Park, awaiting another update from investigators. We've also been told that we may hear from the Lake County coroner at this 3 o'clock briefing, and perhaps learn some information about any of those 6 victims who we know died in that shooting this morning.
That presser looks to be starting hopefully in about a minute or so, so we'll jump to it as soon as we can. We've got, as I say, several reporters in the field that are watching all this. We want to hear hopefully from the coroner. Hopefully we hear more information from the Major Crimes Task Force in Lake County about this firearm and whatever the ATF is telling them. The ATF has told the I-Team that, in fact, they are going to be able to learn a lot of information when they're able to do this gun tracing of the rifle that they have found. They have not identified what kind of weapon it is, other than it is a high-powered rifle, and that it was found on a rooftop in Highland Park. And so some of those details will hopefully be coming out. And as well, sadly, sadly, and soon enough we are going to be hearing about who the victims in all of this are. We will only pass along confirmed information on all that. But Liz, this was a day for families, a day for people to get out on this holiday Monday and celebrate this country and the freedoms that it represents around the world. And now people are in their homes in Highland Park and taking steps throughout the North Shore to be careful here, because somebody is on the loose who did this, and there is a house-to-house search that is going on. As we understand, the FBI is coordinating a home-to-home search right now in Highland Park, and people in other North Shore communities are certainly going to have to be aware of what is going on there, because there is a chance, as we have heard from our sources, that though a perimeter was quickly put up in all this, the perpetrator may have been able to escape that.
Investigators describe this gunman as being very discreet somehow in all of this. They're also collecting those shell casings, and with that home-to-home search, investigators are also collecting surveillance videos from many of the businesses in downtown Highland Park, where as of still a little while ago, there were people sheltered inside those stores. We have our Rob Elgis, who's joining us here to pick up some of this coverage. Rob?
Yeah, Liz and Ravi was just talking about this, about the cancellations that the Chicago area is now seeing. And this is a list that is growing as the evening progresses, because a lot of these celebrations on the 4th of July have been nixed here around the Chicago area and spreading elsewhere around the state and the country as well. But we have a partial list we want to share with you. And you saw Larry talking about some of the severe weather. These are cancellations that have nothing to do with the severe weather. These are cancellations that have to do with the massacre that happened in Highland Park today. So let me go through these with you. This is Arlington Heights Frontier Days is canceled. Buffalo Grove, the symphonic band concert and the fireworks show, that's canceled. Deerfield, not far from where our reporters are covering this horrible story. Family Days, that parade also canceled. Evanston, Ravi, I heard you talking about this when you started our coverage. That parade, concert, fireworks show canceled. Glenview, parade, fireworks show canceled. Itasca also canceled. Lake Forest, the festival and fireworks show canceled. And Libertyville, the fireworks show canceled. A couple more screens we want to show you. Like I said, this is a partial list. Our newsroom's been gathering these, but we want to get them on the air for you because a lot of people had plans with their families today. Morton Grove, that parade canceled. Mount Prospect parade, Lions Club Festival, fireworks show out. Northbrook fireworks show and parade out in Skokie. Parade and fireworks show that you mentioned earlier also canceled. One more screen for you here. The Waukegan fireworks show canceled. The Winnetka fireworks show canceled, and the Elk Grove Village concert fireworks show canceled. That gives you a partial list of some of the cancellations our newsroom is gathering. If you live in another community we didn't mention, because there are so many around the Chicago area, you might want to check on social media. A lot of the villages and cities in the suburbs are sharing information with people who were planning to go to events tonight, so check there. Also our website, we're trying to update this in real time as we get more information on this growing list of cancellations. Ravi and Liz.
All right, Rob Elgis with us covering all that. Rob, thanks very much. It just shows you, Rob and Liz, the kind of impact, the tentacles that this disaster and this tragedy unfolding in Highland Park is having for the entire Chicago region. As I was saying earlier on our coverage, we're getting requests for information and a chance to be able to be reporters for the entire world here, because yet again, another mass shooting event has happened in Chicago. We're just standing by here waiting for the next official update from a range of officials who were there, including the incident commander, Liz, who was right there. He was at the parade for Highland Park Police, and you saw in that video that we saw there, maybe we can see it again, how those first responders quickly walked right towards danger.
Right, and this was a 4th of July parade, the first time it had really returned with families along the parade route in 2 years because of a hiatus, because of the pandemic. But for people who may be just joining us as we wait for this next update from investigators, let's go ahead and show you that cell phone video again that shows the moments all of those gunshots went off on a 4th of July parade. absolutely extraordinary to listen to that. The pause in between countless numbers of gunshots that happened in there. You can see people running in chaos, but really it's the loud, extraordinary boom of that gunfire goes off that is chilling, quite frankly, to listen to.
Right in downtown Highland Park at 2nd and Central, we understand. I'm thinking we're hearing an echo there as well. Still, you see the realization, though, of the people on the ground there. That at first, they're kind of looking around, and then people start to get up. They start to run. You see people in yellow vests moving towards those who are in need, and instantly the environment is changed. And earlier we heard again, thankfully, how our first responders up there ran straight to the danger to try to figure out what was going on. A lot of witnesses saying, of course, that the shots were coming from a rooftop right in the heart of downtown Highland Park. Later on, very quickly actually, police and authorities able to recover a firearm from there. We heard about that a couple of hours ago. They're not saying exactly what it is, but it is, other than it is high powered.
Just a high-powered rifle, and in that chaos, the gunman was somehow able to get away before police could get to that person, even though they were able to respond very quickly to it. And after hearing those gunshots, you understand why we've heard from several parents over the last few hours. That gentleman who put his son in a dumpster to protect him as he ran back to help other people and to get his cell phone as he ran back. Saw another young boy laying there on the ground injured. We also spoke with a doctor who happened to be at the scene of that shooting, who was just along the sidewalk, who responded to that and started treating people with injuries. And what he had to say was extraordinary. If we have that sound, let's go ahead and play it for you.
We were a couple hundred feet down from the east of the area where the majority of the people were hit. The gunman was up on the top of the rooftop, and his angle was two areas where the majority of the casualties happened, which was there were two businesses, Uncle Dan's and then a pancake restaurant, where the angle was that's where he threw down at. And you heard these like howitzer sound noise, and then people started screaming bodies down. Everyone obviously started to run. I sort of stayed back. I sort of, as a physician, your instincts are to maybe do what you can do to help. I saw another friend of mine who's a plastic surgeon. He didn't leave, and so once the shooting had stopped, and it seemed like it was okay, you saw massive amounts of bodies on the two corners where the gunman just picked people off. The injuries that I saw many dead bodies that the paramedics decided immediately were gone. They immediately, they covered them, and we tried to help out with starting IVs. We helped carrying people to a transition zone. They wanted everyone who was able to get to an area for the ambulance to pick them up on a corner. So all I was doing was helping out the little bit I could with people who were not critically injured. The people who were hurt were literally, these are war injuries that AR-15s did to their bodies. As a physician, I've seen gory stuff for 33 years. If you were if you were not a physician, the image would never leave you the rest of your life. So these bodies were decimated. There was eviscerations of people's body parts. It was a horrific mass casualty scene. But the injuries that I saw it's horrific. Their bodies were blown up by AR-15s. This shouldn't happen. How can this still happen?
Right. Dr. David Baum, who was there along the parade route just as a spectator and jumped in to help. I'm still struck by that. The images will never leave you for the rest of your life, and that's coming from a decades-old physician.
That's right, who was offering whatever help he could offer right there. We should tell you that he is an OB/GYN doctor at Northwestern and a resident of Highland Park who was just laying out with a blanket with his wife to be able to watch the celebration of America, and this is what unfolded right in front of him. So we are again standing by for an update from officials on the latest on this investigation. We want to remind you this is still an active situation. There is some danger out there still in Highland Park and areas around there. We are told that the FBI is conducting at this time a home-to-home search. They're coordinating that at least in the Highland Park area for this perpetrator, but there is a very good chance, that this perpetrator has escaped a perimeter that was relatively quickly put up around Highland Park. So as we had heard from Rob Elgis before, all kinds of events around the region are canceled as a result of all this, but the actual danger that is represented here in one sense is not over just yet, Liz.
Right, and we were told by investigators last hour that they have several different investigations all going on at the same time. You have FBI conducting that home-to-home search with other law enforcement actively looking for that suspect. You have the ATF examining that high-powered rifle that they were able to recover from a rooftop there in downtown Highland Park, and also the criminal investigation that they have going on. That news conference is going to begin any moment now as you see officials approaching the microphone.
They're going to probably talk again about needing video from folks, and let's listen in. Again, this is Chris Covelli with the Major Crimes Task Force of Lake County.
All right, I apologize for that delay. We're going to start right away with Commander O'Neill, and then we have some representation. Coroner Jennifer Bannock, Lake County Coroner, is here, and we have representation from the FBI and State Police as well.
Commander O'Neill, Highland Park Police Department. Last name is O-N-E-I-L-L. As you know, an active investigation continues into the shooting at the Highland Park 4th of July parade. The parade route in downtown Highland Park and the central business district remain an active crime scene. Therefore, we highly recommend that individuals living in this area to continue to shelter in place. This area entails Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John's Avenue to Elm Place. The investigation and most law enforcement personnel are focused in this area. Individuals outside of this area no longer need to shelter in place. However, we urge everyone and anyone to remain vigilant and immediately report any suspicious behavior in the community. The Lake County Coroner is on scene assisting with the investigation. Highland Park Police are collaborating with the Lake County Major Crime Task Force, the FBI, the Illinois State Police, county and local law enforcement agencies throughout our area. While no one is in custody at this time, a very active apprehension effort is currently underway. Individuals with knowledge of the incident, persons of interest, including photo or video evidence from the scene or area, are encouraged to share them with the FBI by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI. Regular updates are also being posted on the city website at www.cityhpil.com. Thank you.
Corner.
My name is Jennifer Bannock, Bravo Alpha November Echo Kilo. I'm calling with an update on the coroner's investigation. So far, there are 5 dead on the scene. Those decedents have been identified, and we are working on notification for those families. There is 1 additional decedent that was taken to a local hospital. Thank you.
All right, again, very active investigation, and we'll try to answer what questions we can without negatively impacting the investigation. I can tell you our investigators, in collaboration with the FBI and our federal partners, are making significant progress. So we're moving forward, and that's where we're at right now.
Deputy Chief, were you able to glean anything off the gun that was left, numbers or anything that leads back to where this might have come from?
The gun is certainly being heavily investigated by the ATF, our federal partners, and we are working on that aspect.
Can you tell us what kind of gun it was?
Right now, what we're saying is it's a high-powered rifle. Beyond that, I'm not going to go into much more. Eventually, we will. When we feel comfortable releasing that information without giving out information we don't want out there at this point, we will put that out.
This is a question from Anna.
Yes.
Can you tell us exactly, you
said you were able to identify them. Are they children? Do the ages range?
I can tell you that the decedents on scene were adults.
Is there an update on how many are injured at the hospital? We're hearing there might be more than 2,000 at this point.
So my name is Joe Schrage. I'm the fire chief for the city of Highland Park. So on scene we transported 10 to Highland Park Hospital, 6 to Lake Forest Hospital, and then 7 to Evanston Hospital.
In addition to that, there were walk-ins at different hospitals, people that self-transported and drove themselves, so the numbers are a little higher than the transports by fire.
Have you identified the gunman? Do you know who you're looking for at this point?
I can't get into that just yet.
Are we talking about multiple shooters or one shooter?
At this time, we have no indication to believe there was more than one. However, we're only hours after this occurred, so we don't want to narrow in and we want to be very broad and look at this in totality.
Talk about how they're doing a search. Right now there's 6 fully manned armored vehicles right on the street. Are they just waiting for tips, or are they going to go door to door?
So primarily the SWAT teams and NIFAS, what they are doing is they have been evacuating people out of the buildings that have been in that contained 4 radius. Should the individual still be there, that is their primary focus at this point.
Can you clarify the number? I just want to clarify the number of those who are deceased. You said 5 who were deceased on the scene were adults. And is there one more who? Because there were 5 on the scene, and they were all adults. And then there was one that was transported to a local hospital that also died at the hospital. I don't have any additional information on that victim. Including their age?
Not right now.
Can you go over that perimeter one more time? Because I think it's a really important piece of information.
Perimeter streets.
So currently we have an active crime scene in our central business district. The perimeter is Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue, to St. John's Avenue, to Elm Place. And we have police personnel in that area continuing the investigation and clearing businesses and buildings.
Are there people still inside buildings at this hour? Do you know how many more we need to evacuate?
Some people chose to shelter in place and continue to do so. We are working with our law enforcement teams in that area to evacuate them. The Highland Park Police Department is the reunification site for family and friends. If anyone is missing anyone or there's any separated parties, they can be directed to the Highland Park Police Department, and that's located at 1677 Old Deerfield Road in Highland Park, 60035.
So just to clarify, people outside of that investigation, that scene right there, do not need to shelter in place?
That's correct. That's correct. There's a heavy police presence in the area and in the community right now.
For those who were transported to the hospital, is there anyone children?
At least one of those was a child. Yeah.
Of the deceased?
I don't know whether or not we transported, but do not know the outcome. When they were transported, they were critically injured.
All of them?
Just the child. No, I was not given the age range. I'm sorry. We can get that too.
But the child were the one critically injured?
Yes.
What do the injuries range from in terms of those in the hospital?
So they were gunshot wounds, and it varied from abdomen to limbs and such, but the crews were on scene very quickly. There was bystanders as well that were rendered aid as well. They were quick to tie tourniquets and do bleeding control, which definitely assisted the fire department on scene.
How long did the incident take place? Do you have any idea how many minutes it lasted?
Commander?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
How long did the incident take place from the beginning of shooting to the end of the shooting?
It was very quick. Gunfire was recognized in the area. Police units were actually already on scene for the parade in addition to fire personnel. So it was very expeditious. It was pretty quick, and then the offender had fled the scene.
Do you have any idea how many shots were fired?
I do not at this time. Numerous is what I can tell you right now.
Have your departments, in wake of what we saw in Waukesha, Wisconsin, have your departments trained for anything like this or had meetings in terms of parade security after what we saw in Wisconsin?
Yes, the Highland Park Police Department has a high level of training. We historically, currently, and in the future we'll train in rapid deployment, rapid response, also rendering aid as a priority for our agency. And this morning that was done quickly. We were able to get medical personnel in quickly to start evacuating wounded parties. And that also included using police vehicles in addition to fire department ambulance vehicles. And many people self-transported too.
Just touching on that question, there's a high level of training for all agencies in Lake County, and I think that you're going to hear accounts of how quickly Highland Park Police Department responded and did exactly what they were supposed to do. But right now we want to focus on the victims and ensuring we're catching the offender.
How you got onto the roof?
So the roof was a business, and it looks like access to the roof via a ladder in an alley was unsecure.
Fire escape? Own ladder or the ladder was there already?
A ladder that's attached to the building. All right, we can take two more.
Is there any reason to believe that the suspect is in that perimeter that y'all are currently investigating right now?
That's what we're still working on determining. We've had dozens of police canines out here, drones, and other technology we're using to locate and see if it can assist us in the investigation.
Any further details on a suspect description or vehicle description?
Not at this time. That initial description does stand. All right. We'll shoot for about 4:15 for the next briefing. Thank you.
All right, continuing with our live coverage here on ABC 7, Ravi Baichwal, along with Liz Nagy here in studio. We've got several reporters out in the field, as well as our colleague Rob Elgis is tracking a range of angles on all of this. But you just heard there from certainly you heard there the coroner for Lake County, Illinois, Jennifer Bannock, talking about the 6 people who are dead in all of this. They are adults, 5 dead at the scene, 1 at the hospital. And also talking a little bit from some of the first responders' perspectives on how quickly they were actually able to get to those people who were injured in all this, Liz, because, of course, they were there for the 4th of July parade.
Right, and investigators did just point out, too, how helpful some of the doctors, like Dr. David Baum that we've spoken to, were helpful in helping to treat some of those people who were injured immediately by that gunfire. Investigators did point out there as well that we've had 24 people transported to area hospitals, but that's just the number of people that were transported by firefighters and rescuers at the scene. They said there could be plenty more people who self-transported, who had some sort of injury as a result of this shooting and may have taken themselves to a hospital.
We'll see.
They did point out that there was 1 child who they transported to a hospital who was critically injured, and firefighters said they do not know the outcome of that child. So right now we do have 6 people killed in this shooting, but as always is the case with these things, that number could increase. Rob, they also spoke about how that investigation has made some significant progress over the last few hours.
We're standing by for that as we get to hook up Rob Elgis with us. I think a very important piece that came out from that update just now is that we have a perimeter that they're talking about, very much an active crime scene. That is Green Bay Road to Laurel to St. John down to Elm Place, a square in Highland Park, and people should still shelter in place there. But outside of that, it is not the case that they have to shelter in place. Let's go to Rob Elgis now with a little bit more on what we're hearing in that investigation and that update, Rob.
Yeah, Ravi, listening to that news conference with you guys live, Chris Covelli, Lake County, Illinois Major Crimes Task Force, has extensive experience in covering some of these larger stories, and the transparency of law enforcement is helping us relay that information to our viewers as you've been sitting there covering these. But I thought at the end of that, and I don't know if you heard, this was the first time that authorities have confirmed how they believe the shooter access the roof of that building.
That's
I don't know
right.
if you heard him say that it looked like there was a ladder that this shooter somehow was able to scale on the side of the building to begin opening fire. And in some of that video that you've been sharing too, you hear this rapid succession of fire, and they're not saying this was an AR-15. They're not saying what kind of rifle this was, but that barrage of gunfire indicates that this was some sort of semi-automatic weapon. And in some of the video, there's a pause, it almost sounds like that shooter's reloading and then that gunfire continues. But now we know, according to investigators, that that shooter climbed a ladder to get to the top of that building and then just fired down at these people watching the parade. That was something that stuck out to me. And Liz, you also touched on this, sadly, that at least one child was critically injured, taken to the hospital, and the coroner now saying the family of 5 victims who were dead there at the scene, they were not even transported to the hospital. These people went to the parade today and did not go home. They were confirmed dead at the scene along the street there by law enforcement and have let their families know. So we do positively know their IDs. Obviously, Ravi, you said this earlier too. We're not going to share the names that we may have until we know family's been notified. But that's by holding these news conferences as often as they are, we're able to answer so many of those unknown questions.
And you have to wonder, Rob, if perhaps they're gaining some more information from these news conferences or in that time period that elapses between the updates that we get. I mean, we're supposed to hear from investigators. They said about 4:15 this afternoon. Already since the last update, they said that they had made significant progress. They said still no one is in custody, but at this point, they don't have any indication that there is more than one shooter. They never rule out the possibility that there could be somebody else involved. You are looking live at pictures from Chopper 7 HD of downtown Highland Park. This is what investigators say is still a very active crime scene. They refer to this as the Central Business District in downtown Highland Park, where as of a little while ago, people were still sheltering inside those businesses and being let out safely by members of SWAT teams because this is such an active crime scene. Michelle Gallardo was there for us live just a little bit ago and described it, Ravi, as very eerie. Also, investigators are asking people who own those businesses to pull surveillance videos from their businesses for investigators to be able to piece something together. Now that we know that this shooter was able to somehow scale a ladder on the side of one of those businesses, it's highly possible that a camera somewhere captured him doing that and could be helpful. Our Christian Picos is live on the scene and was standing by for that briefing, listening to the update from investigators. Christian, what can you tell us about the scene out there?
Yeah, well, Liz, obviously still a very, very active scene right here at the Highland Park Fire Department HQ, not too far from that big area where authorities continue to investigate hours after this shooting unfolded. Look, one of the major updates that stuck out to me just moments ago after we heard from Mr. Covelli was they have this perimeter set up from Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John Avenue to Elm Place. And I wanted him to say that multiple times because that's a critical piece of information, especially for people who live near that area. So again, that's Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John Avenue to Elm Place. And I asked him at least 2 times just to make sure that I heard this correctly, but we're told that people who live outside of that area no longer have to shelter in place. I did ask, does that mean there's reason to believe that the gunman is inside that area? And right now they're still saying that they are still trying to determine if the suspect is in that central downtown business district. We also heard that around 33, if I did my math correctly, other people were injured and taken to local hospitals. That means that number has gone up just a little bit. We heard earlier that about 24 people were taken to hospitals. Also, some individuals self-transported themselves to those local hospitals. We also learned just moments ago from the Lake County coroner that the 5 dead on scene were all identified as adults. However, the coroner could not say with the other individual that was pronounced dead at a local hospital what that individual's age was. So we did hear that a news conference again is set for 4:15. That's about 30 minutes or so from right now. So of course we're going to be staying here live, working to bring you the latest updates throughout the afternoon.
All right.
Christian, I did have one quick question for you. I noticed that there seemed to be a gathering of people who appeared to just be perhaps citizens of Highland Park, standing on a sidewalk, kind of huddling under umbrellas just before this news conference began. I'm not sure if you saw that or if you've been able to speak with any residents of Highland Park as we've been hearing these updates and how they are feeling this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a really, really heartbreaking situation. Residents have been standing around doing interviews I think in moments like this, it's important for residents to voice how they're feeling right now as well, because this is something, like we know, just simply doesn't happen here as well. And we heard earlier from that physician who was on the scene as well, working to treat some of those patients, and he's describing these nightmarish these nightmarish situations that are just so hard to hear, and it makes you sick just to think about. So, you know, obviously we are thinking about these families as they continue to learn more information, and of course we're going to be here working to get more information throughout the rest of the afternoon.
All right, Christian Pico standing by for us. Incredible stuff right there in that central business district area, Christian, and it was important for you to make that distinction about what those blocks were that you were talking about. And if you don't know Highland Park, and you can get on your Google Maps or your iPhone or what have you, I just was looking at that. That's about a 10 square block area, 5 blocks by 2 blocks, and relatively speaking, where all it seems like the main businesses of Highland Park are, but it's not all that big. And so if people outside of that do not have to shelter in place, as we just heard from the officials, that may mean there is some advancement in their investigation. That being said, let's go to Trey Ward, who's also in Highland Park and has been there all day doing some great reporting for us. Trey, what have you got?
And the biggest development that we're hearing from this recent press conference is really that a ladder attached to the building was used by the suspect to climb on top of the roof of a business. And while he was up there, he began shooting into the crowd while the parade was underway. I did speak with a law enforcement official earlier today. I asked him about the structure of the building specifically, because it was said that the suspect was on top of the roof. I asked him about how the suspect was able to leave so quickly. They're still investigating that, but he did say that on top of the roof, that suspect was able to hide in plain sight and pretty much commit carnage amongst many parade goers here this morning. A lot of people who witnessed this, a lot of people just heard gunshots. One woman who was with her child said her friend was crossing the street heading to a restaurant where they were at when she was shot, and all they heard were the rounds going off. They even heard the suspect reload his gun. We're now knowing that on top of that roof, he was able to hide in plain sight as he committed this tragedy. That is, Ravi, back to you guys.
Trey, you've been reporting that all morning long. You spoke with 2 people this morning who said they heard that reloading. Now we've been watching that cell phone video where you can hear all those gunshots, and it sure seems to verify those statements that you seem to hear the gunman reload. Just absolutely chilling. And I just asked Christian the same thing, but because you are there in Highland Park, have you been able to speak to anybody in the last few minutes or so? And you know, how's that changed from a few hours ago? What are they saying?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we have a lot of them, not many, because of course it's still that shelter in place, but many people are still here on their front porches looking at this massive scene outside of their front doors. Those 2 parents actually who we spoke to didn't live too far from the parade route, so they were with their kids not too far from where the shooting happened, thankful to be alive as they ran for their lives during this carnage. But as you can see, we did speak to some witnesses and people who live along here, and they said they saw people running away from the parade route. Now they're just left to watch all of this unfold on their front doorsteps, that is, Liz.
All right, as the day carries on, Trey Ward, I know that you'll continue to speak to people who are affected directly by this, but in one sense, we really all are affected. This is Highland Park, a good 20 miles north of downtown Chicago. 6 killed in a shooting that happened at that 4th of July parade at just after 10 o'clock this morning. And a perimeter has been set up around the downtown core, if you will, where people will be asked to continue to shelter in place. But outside of that, people do not have to, but people throughout the North Shore, Liz, being asked to be really aware of their surroundings, look for any kind of suspicious behavior. But our sources telling the I-team that it is likely that this perpetrator has escaped even the broader perimeter, and frankly could be anywhere, down in the city, maybe to the west, who knows where. But also, just watching on Twitter, there's restricted airspace over Highland Park right now as well, and this is very much a continuing active situation.
Well, and often we see on these scenes when they restrict the airspace over that tends to be when they're looking to hear something, you know, and you don't want the sound of helicopters or planes making any sort of additional noise that might interfere with that investigation. It's a very small area, as you pointed out, just about a 10 square block area that's under a lockdown right now. They've lifted some of the mandatory lockdowns in an area farther outside of the Highland Park area, but still asking people to shelter in place. But investigators cannot emphasize this enough. If anybody has anything on their phone, even a photo of just a moment before or a moment after this shooting happened, to send that in to the FBI, because they are piecing together this timeline and trying to do so very quickly, because right now there is a person that they say is armed and dangerous, still on the loose. They've only recovered a high-power weapon, and they want to get this person in custody perhaps before any more danger happens.
I was struck also by the fact that so many drones, they said, are being used here, and canines, and if you've got a restriction of airspace, as you say, there is a sense here that they are able to localize, obviously, this investigation perhaps more than they're saying right now. We'll have to see what they say come 4:15. But knowing that, and knowing that we have got this evidence of a ladder being used on the outside of this building to get up onto the roof, suggests that those canines, in fact, may be particularly effective as that part of this investigation goes forward. You're looking at live pictures here from Chopper 7 HD overlooking downtown Highland Park. Let's go to our Rob Elgas, who's standing by, watching along with us and trying to figure out what actually comes next. Rob, we've all been around these kinds of situations before, not perhaps as horrible. Well, actually, there have been very horrible things happening around the Chicago area, but this, again, is another one that is national in scope, but that does hit home. Rob?
Now, the 4th of July, too, Ravi, and a shooter still at large. Christian Picos hit on this a little bit, that the police are saying that that perimeter you described, outside that perimeter, people no longer have to shelter in place. And being from up there, Ravi, you know there are a lot of communities right there probably very concerned on can they leave their homes, what can they do. It sounds like police are saying if you're outside that perimeter, you don't have to shelter in place anymore. But I want to give you a couple updates on some more cancellations. There are a few more that we should share with you that we just got into the newsroom. The White Sox have postponed the post-game fireworks show. So the White Sox had sent out some media, some social media information on that. Park Forest has also canceled its parade and its concert. And then two more, Rolling Meadows has canceled its fireworks show. And Six Flags Great America up in Gurnee has also canceled its fireworks show. So we're just seeing this continue, a lot of these events out of an abundance of caution. And my goodness, how can you fault anyone for doing this, as we know that a suspect is still at large. But the Sox are saying their fireworks show's out. Six Flags, their fireworks show is out. We've got a rolling list of these on our website, too, if you want to go to abc7chicago.com, because we keep getting these into our newsroom. Ravi and Liz.
All right, Rob, as we await another update from investigators, hopefully around 4:15 or so is what we were told. We're also told we're going to hear some sort of update on the patients being treated at Highland Park Hospital around 4:30. And now Governor Pritzker is saying he is going to be speaking from Highland Park at about 5 o'clock this evening.
That's right. We're just hearing from some sources that those doctors hopefully are going to be able to give us a little bit more of a sense of you know, the level of injury that has happened here, what people are showing up with. We heard those loud reports of gunshots, just as you said, Liz, an innumerable number of them in that video that we showed about 15 minutes ago, and perhaps we can cue that up again and just take a listen to it, and you can hear again not only how violent they sound, but the quick reaction of the crowd going from confusion to terror as to what was happening some 10 minutes into that parade. And again, as we also heard, it's very thankful to hear, of course, how many first responders were actually at the parade. Police were there, fire, ambulance, and so on, and they were able to render aid. Here's that video. Let's listen.
Ravi, there's one of the things I find most chilling about that video, and it's hard to pick a most chilling part, is the roar of panic that you hear sort of escalate after that first round of gunshots. And you can see there were what appear to be sort of public safety officers or something riding bikes in bright yellow shirts in that video, circling around on their bikes in confusion, trying to figure out what's going on, and then one person take off running, because certainly even with the environment we live in now, people showed up to this parade this morning not expecting anything but to enjoy a 4th of July holiday parade, collect some candy, blow some bubbles, just enjoy the summer day.
That's exactly the plan that literally thousands of people had around Chicago, including my own family. Was just actually doing some exercise this morning, received a call because I was going to be in a little bit later here today for our broadcasts, and then went and checked my phone because I didn't have my phone with me while I was doing that. And our family was preparing to go to one of these parades, and of course it all just gets shut down right away.
Have now been canceled. We're looking live at Chopper 7 HD of pictures over Highland Park, and it looks to me like we're seeing some law enforcement activity. You're certainly seeing a lot of moving of those squad cars and hundreds of law enforcement who have swarmed that downtown central business district, rather, that is still under immediate lockdown. Perhaps people still sheltering in place inside businesses in that downtown central area. Just a little while ago, we saw a video of SWAT members leading people out of the Anthropology store downtown. There was a bit of a lull in all of that, and now that was just before we heard that the central business district was on an immediate lockdown.
And these pictures from Chopper 7 HD give you actually a very good sense of the entire spot that is locked down, because we panned to the east about 2 blocks, which is where one of the perimeters is, and you can see north it's about 5 blocks, and south it'll be about 4 blocks. And you get a sense though it's the main central district, it is a relatively defined small area. So investigators are there and keeping everyone locked down out there. But again, we heard significantly that those outside of that area don't have to do that. And again, we'll play that video for you of the shots in just a second and warn folks about how disturbing that obviously is to listen to.
And investigators had pointed out earlier that it was possible that when they first arrived to the area, that gunmen had already somehow evaded them. They had set up an inner perimeter and an outer perimeter. They said it's possible that this gunman has gotten away from the area, but they do seem to be centrally located in this downtown central business district, and a pretty dense population of law enforcement present there right now, just if we're watching for some observation.
We've seen unfortunately, other situations like this where a perpetrator will try to blend in with the crowd on the way out, whether it is a school or it is another public space. That is something that has happened before, and in the confusion and the fog of the reaction to all of this, that is perhaps one way that this perpetrator may have been able to escape this perimeter. But we've seen that, and so that's where the video from the businesses and from people's cell phones can really come in handy, because as we saw, as mentioned earlier, in the Boston bombing back in 2013, there was just a volcano, a cascade of video that was made available to authorities that they were able to go through, categorize, piece through, and catalog what had happened, when and where, and put pieces together to be able to find who was responsible for that. And it was really remarkable police work, and presumably in the last 9 years there's even better technology to help that kind of a process go along. So if you think you've got something, share it. 1-800-CALL-FBI is a tip line as well. And
not even just video or photo evidence. If something pops into your head that you realize seemed out of place or a little bit bizarre, they have numbers 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can leave a tip for them there and sort of describe that, because investigators behind the scenes are working very quickly to try and piece all of this together. It does look like that law enforcement is moving into that downtown central business district and intensifying their search right there in that area.
We're going to be sticking with this story, obviously, all through the afternoon and evening, so all the latest developments will be right here. We have several reporters in the field. We have our own sources. We have our connections through the I-team to federal justice officials who had said and have told us on the record that it is situations like this they have always been worried about, where you have soft targets in an open, free, and democratic society like we have in America, that something like this could happen. We saw it happen last Christmas up in Wisconsin. Now it happens 20 miles north of downtown Chicago. So That is what is happening. Now, if you are just joining us for Eyewitness News at 4, we want to get you all caught up on all this breaking news from the mass shooting at the Highland Park 4th of July parade.
We've been in continuous coverage since our 11 a.m. newscast. Here is how it all started shortly after 10 o'clock this morning. And a warning about the video that we are about to show you. Gunshots are graphic and they are disturbing. Take a look.
And here's the moment that a gunman opens fire. They're about 3/4 of the way into that parade. People who had actually come together to celebrate this 4th of July holiday today, scattering. They are running for cover, and that's when they realize what exactly is happening. And right now, authorities telling us that the gunman still is on the loose, considered armed and dangerous. SWAT spread out all over Highland Park right now, searching for that shooter. 6 people have been killed. 31 others have been injured.
The shooting happened near the intersection of Central Avenue and 2nd Street. We have extensive live team coverage from the latest on the investigation to witnesses who were there when it all unfolded and a doctor who treated some victims at the scene along the parade route. Let's start with Christian Picos with the latest on the investigation. Christian?
Well, Liz, at this hour, authorities are still looking for that alleged gunman. Right now, they describe that gunman as a white male between 18 to 20 years old with long, dark hair, wearing either a white or blue T-shirt. They also described this individual as being smaller, having a thinner frame. At this hour, they still have a large part of the downtown Highland Park area cordoned off, specifically between a number of streets in that downtown business district, from Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John's Avenue and Elm Place. I'm going to say that one more time. Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John Avenue to Elm Place. That is where authorities are really seeing the flurry of their investigation at this hour. They have also said that individuals who live outside of that area no longer have to shelter in place, and that's a very big point here. But all of that to say, like you guys have been saying throughout the day, it's very possible that this gunman might have somehow mixed in with this crowd and was able to get out of that designated perimeter. We also know that 5 adults were pronounced dead at the scene as well. One was pronounced dead at a local hospital. We want to run you some sound from first responders on the latest in their investigation. Take a look.
As you know, an active investigation continues into the shooting at the Highland Park 4th of July parade. The parade route in downtown Highland Park and the central business district remain an active crime scene.
And I can tell you our investigators, in collaboration with the FBI and our federal partners, are making significant progress. So we're moving forward.
It was very quick. Gunfire was recognized in the area.
The crews were on scene very quickly. There was bystanders as well that were rendered aid as well. They were quick to tie tourniquets and do bleeding control, which definitely assisted the fire department on scene.
Now, we know at least 33 individuals were also taken to local hospitals. Some were actually transporting themselves to those hospitals as well. Now, the FBI, local authorities have been saying if you have any video, any local business video from one of those businesses, you are asked to give that to authorities that could help them in their investigation. You're also asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, that number is 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have some sort of tip or piece of information that could help first responders apprehend this gunman. Back to you.
All right, Christian, thank you. Witnesses described the frightening moments when the gunfire started and massive chaos then ensued. ABC 7's Trey Ward was one of the first reporters on the scene. He's live with that part of our coverage. Trey?
And these families are left stunned, watching in disbelief from their front door steps as this scene remains active and massive here in downtown Highland Park. Now, all of this happening as we know children, family members were out here trying to celebrate the Independence Day parade, something they've been looking forward to for about 2 years now because we know we've been under this pandemic and many events have been canceled. So this is something they've been looking forward to for some time now, and for it to end and gunfire was totally terrifying from a lot of people we spoke with. We spoke to 2 parents who were in the midst of this. One of them was near the stage area when he said he heard random gunfire and even heard the shooter reload his gun. We want to give you guys a listen on what they had to say. A day celebrating America's independence.
On a holiday that, you know, means a lot to people.
Turned into sheer terror as shots ring out at Highland Park's 4th of July parade.
I just remember seeing like smoke on the ground.
Armani Garcia was there with her young daughter.
I remember hearing shootings and going like and then reloading and then again.
Parade goers running for their lives.
I remember seeing people's faces. They were kind of confused because they didn't know if it was like, part of the show or whatnot. Like, it was just crazy. And I just remember hearing people screaming and running. And it was just very scary. All I thought about is just, getting my daughter to safety. And I ran with her. We went to the nearest McDonald's. And, she lost her shoe along the way.
Alexander was with his 5-year-old son when shots rang out.
I thought that it was the Navy that was saluting the flag with the rifles, but then when I saw people running, I picked up my son and I started running. I ran to a niche in one of the buildings of the local shops there, and I tried to break the glass to get in with my son, and I couldn't break it.
A parent's worst nightmare, frantically searching for a place to duck for cover.
All I knew was I had to keep on moving to get him out of the way and get us to safety. When the shot stopped again is when we decided we had to run, so we started shooting again. And we ran behind the building, and I put my son in a dumpster.
I was very terrified. I hid with my daughter actually in a little store that was there, but I was scared because I panicked because I saw people running and like screaming.
It just didn't stop. You wanted to stop, and it just kept on going, and he reloaded whoever that person was, and then he just continued to shoot.
Oh my God, it's gunshot!
The carnage visible once the shooting finally ended.
We saw a man that had a shot in his back, and saw a man on the floor bleeding, and another person shot. There was a little boy that was in one of the police officers' arms, and that was the worst experience ever.
Armani Garcia would later learn her best friend's sister was one of those shot.
She was in front of Walker Brothers, the restaurant, the breakfast restaurant. She was actually going to come and sit next to us. And then I'm sorry, for her sister. And, I'm here for her. And I hope that she gets better.
And Garcia is still trying to figure out her best friend's sister's status as we speak right now. Both of those parents holding their children tightly throughout the day, watching this scene unfold and watching as police are still searching for this shooter. Back to you guys.
It is an active situation. Trey Ward watching things for us there in Highland Park. Thank you so much. Let's go to our Mayor Kawash. He also is live. He's over at the Highland Park Hospital where some of the victims were taken, and as well, doctors should be speaking soon. Mayor?
Yeah, we're expecting to hear from doctors and hospital officials in just about 20 minutes or so. But at this point, we do know at least 24 victims are being treated here at the Highland Park Hospital. Since then, they've kind of scattered out, transferring many patients to different hospitals in Evanston and Skokie. And as of right now, those numbers could change or get higher. I know a child was among those that was transferred for orthopedic reasons, but we're expecting to learn more about those conditions when we hear from doctors in just a bit. At this point, we've seen police securing the entire hospital, including several surrounding streets. They're even escorting nurses, hospital staff to their cars as they leave the hospital. And we did talk to one woman earlier. She was here checking on a loved one who suffered some minor injuries at the shooting, but she described some of that initial chaos to us. Take a listen.
As soon as I turned into my right-hand side, I looked, because I was trying to see where it was coming from. And then I looked up at the Ross Cosmetic building, and he was shooting from there. So he was shooting towards, from Ross? Like, from Ross Cosmetics. He was right in the corner. We were in the corner of Central and 2nd Street.
Could you make out any
description? No, I mean, I can't really see the person. He was just like, he just had his gun, like, shooting towards the pavement or the people.
So we're expecting to get a lot more clarity and details when we hear from those doctors and hospital officials at 4:30, getting an update on some of their conditions and whatnot. But again, we know 5 of the 6 people who died were pronounced dead on scene. They didn't even make it to one of these hospitals, and the condition or information on that 6th victim is still not clear. So we're staying here on scene. We'll let you know what those doctors say at 4:30.
All right, Mayor, we'll come back to you as soon as that update begins. Thank you. The parade was 3/4 of the way in when the shooting began. The parade started at the intersection of Laurel and St. John's Avenues, headed north on St. John's, turned west on Central Avenue, and was set to end at Sunset Park. ABC 7's Michelle Gallardo continues our team coverage from downtown Highland Park. Michelle?
That's right, Liz. I'm at the Green Bay and Central, just about a block from where this gunman is said to have shot down at the ongoing parade. And it is such an eerie scene when you look at what was left behind. I mean, just take a look here. There are strollers, there are children's bicycles. We have lawn chairs for the special guests that were set up from the parade. And then a little further down, just the lawn chairs left by the spectators, picnic boxes, blankets, and all of them left behind by people who were just here to enjoy the day. And right now what we see is a heavy police presence. We have, from what we understand, about 100 law enforcement officers in this area of the Central Business District in Highland Park, and they range from Highland Park Police to ATF to FBI, all of them here. We've seen SWAT teams evacuating some of the parade goers who had taken shelter inside several of the businesses here and had been holed up for hours until they were given the all clear. We've seen those same SWAT just going business to business, checking the area. We have law enforcement on the rooftops. And, you know, earlier we were able to speak to one of the people who was here at the time, a Highland Park doctor who just describes what it was like to be in the middle of that chaos, trying to help, even performing CPR on a 9-year-old child whose injuries he describes as horrific.
I'm starting to begin to process what just happened, but I mean, at the beginning, I just did what I thought I should do, which is not leave and try and help a little bit. But at the same time, you know, it's happening in everyone's community. Somebody with a gun perched up on a building taking aim on 2 corners. That's where all the people were killed. Their bodies were blown up. The people who died, the people who had body bags over them immediately, their bodies were blown up. The other injuries were non-life-threatening, but nonetheless, those people were shot going to a parade. They went to a parade.
Simply horrific. And again, the search for that gunman continues. And even though this area does continue on lockdown, really, it's mostly just law enforcement and other media here right now. There doesn't seem to be an urgency in the way that there was a couple of hours ago, which leads us to believe that they might think that this gunman has left this immediate perimeter and are probably concentrating their search elsewhere at this point. Live in the Central Business District in Highland Park, I'm Michelle Gallardo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Michelle. Stand by. A couple of questions for you as you're right there. Earlier, we heard from the officials that there was a lot of use of canines and drones, and it's slightly cloudy out there right now. I know that the airspace there, FAA just tweeted that the airspace is restricted. What are you feeling about all that? You've been around these kinds of situations before, about how active this investigation is around where you are right now.
So, Ravi, we have seen the use of a drone earlier in the day. They were being used about a block away from where we are now, concentrating in the area of the business where this gunman is said to have been centered. We did just see a canine come past us, but again, to be honest, especially the last couple of hours, there seems to be a more relaxed attitude in the area, so to speak, in the sense that I would expect if they really thought that this gunman were still here, they would keep us several blocks away, for example. We would not be allowed this close. So that all leads us to believe, and of course officials have said that it is very possible that this gunman simply got away in the ensuing chaos as all of these people were evacuating the area, he could have very easily blended in with those people and gotten away as well.
Michelle, certainly he's gotten away so far because we've not been told that that gunman is in police custody. We do have somebody that's telling members of our I-team that there are mandatory evacuations that are going on right now. They've not been specific about where some of those mandatory evacuations are happening. I'm just curious if you've seen anything like that other than people being let out of the businesses in the Central Business District.
We have not been a witness to any of that, but again, we are very limited to kind of our very own little corner of the world here, which is Green Bay and Central Avenue. And so I can tell you that the only thing we have seen is that evacuation of the businesses where several of the parade goers had been holed up for several hours, and they were being let out little by little. But other than that, we have not seen any evidence of evacuations, but again, that doesn't mean they're not happening elsewhere. We just haven't seen them occurring where we are just yet.
Okay, Michelle Gallardo in the Central Business District in downtown Highland Park. We'll come back to you in just a little bit after we hear from investigators. Thanks, Michelle. Governor J.B. Pritzker says he's been in communication with local law enforcement. He also tweeted out a statement saying, in part, there are no words for the kind of monster who lies in wait and fires into a crowd of families with children celebrating a holiday with their community. There are no words for the kind of evil that robs our neighbors of their hopes, their dreams, and their futures. The statement goes on to say, quote, prayers alone will not put a stop to the terror of rampant gun violence in our country. I will stand firm with Illinoisans and Americans. We must and we will end this plague of gun violence. President Biden also released this statement on the Highland Park parade tragedy, saying, quote, Jill and I are shocked by the senseless violence that has yet again brought grief to an American community on this Independence Day. As always, we are grateful for the first responders and for the law enforcement on the scene.
All right, from that, let's take a live shot right now from Chopper 7 HD. Now, this is different. This is over Deerfield in the McDaniels area in Deerfield, so a neighboring community to Highland Park, and you can see law enforcement seems to be active in the streets there. And as we were hearing earlier from Representative Brad Schneider of the 10th District, he actually moved from this city over to Highland Park recently, but this is all part of the broader community that is in his district. And you can see that the police activity there is quite noticeable, and so we will see if that is also part of whatever it is that is a perimeter right now.
SWAT and tactical teams there, though just at the moment standing in the road, carrying on that investigation that, you know, we hope to be briefed on in the next few minutes.
So it is all very fluid right now. So we'll go from there and carry on with changes, obviously, to all of this. Many fireworks celebrations in the Chicago area canceled for tonight after that deadly parade shooting.
ABC 7's Rob Elgis has more on that. Rob?
Yeah, Liz and Ravi, FBI Chicago tweeted this out right at the start of our 4 p.m. broadcast. Next press conference held at approximately 4:15 p.m. this afternoon will be carried by all major networks. And you've been mentioning this. Any member of the public with a photo or video of today's incident should contact Highland Park, Illinois police, or the FBI. So interrupt me here as we're going to spend a few minutes going through the list of cancellations in the Chicago area. Ravi and Liz, if you hear anything, just cut me off as that news conference is starting, because obviously they've been providing some critical new information to us as the search for this shooter continues. A lot of cancellations in the Chicago area because of what has happened in Highland Park today. We have a series of graphics. Let's just get right to them. I run through these for you. Arlington Heights Frontier Days canceled. Buffalo Grove Symphonic Band concert and the fireworks show also canceled. Deerfield Family Days and Parade canceled. Elk Grove Village concert and fireworks show. Evanston, the parade was canceled earlier. Concert and fireworks show gone. Glenview parade and fireworks show canceled. Some of these may be parade. Those are already passed because those were going to be earlier in the day, but we're going to show you the fireworks here as well. Itasca fireworks show canceled. A Lake Forest Festival and fireworks show has been canceled. A Libertyville fireworks show, Morton Grove parade, Mount Prospect parade, and Lions Club Festival and fireworks show canceled. Northbrook parade and fireworks show canceled as well. One more screen to show you. Park Forest Parade and Concert, it's canceled. Rolling Meadows, the fireworks show has been canceled. Six Flags Great America up in Gurnee, that fireworks show is not going to happen tonight. In Skokie, near Highland Park, that parade canceled. Also the fireworks show this evening. Waukegan's fireworks show this evening canceled. The White Sox, down at White Sox Park, that fireworks, post-game fireworks show has been canceled. And the Winnetka fireworks show has been canceled. One that we just learned of that's not on the list I just read you, Oak Park, has canceled its fireworks show tonight. So a lot of those parade times have passed, Ravi and Liz. Those did not happen, obviously, but now we're seeing these fireworks shows being canceled tonight. So for a lot of people, family and friends who wanted to go and enjoy the evening, if it stayed dry, because I know there's been some severe weather that Larry was reporting on earlier south of us, a lot of these fireworks shows just aren't going to happen tonight because of this horrible tragedy that has happened in Highland Park as authorities continue to look for this shooter.
You said it, Rob. That's it's affecting everybody all over the place. Now, thanks to our Rob Elgas for that. We caught up with someone actually who dropped off his kids at that parade route just before the gunfire started.
I just saw people running one way. I knew my girls were up here, and as soon as I got a call that they were safe, we just started triaging people. I have limited first aid experience, so I was mainly taking direction from paramedics, CPR, stopping bleeding, lifting bodies. It's all you could do at this stage, and they needed all the help they could get.
It looks like
it's not something that's supposed to happen here. It's not supposed to happen anywhere. But this would be one of the last places I would think this would happen.
Just terror in that man's voice. All right, take a look at the perimeter right now. This is the current shelter-in-place set of boundaries. So that is Green Bay Road in Highland Park, over to Laurel Avenue, over to St. John's, and up to Elm Place. So it's about 10 square blocks. Now let's go to our Christian Picos, who's right there at the firehouse. Hey, Christian.
Yeah, hey, Ravi, we have been here all afternoon awaiting more information, more updates on this horrifying 4th of July incident. We are expecting a news conference to begin at any moment now. At around 4:15, it was supposed to start, according to the FBI from Chicago. We are also learning that Governor J.B. Pritzker is expected to address the public on this just absolutely disgusting incident at around 5 o'clock this evening, so just about 40 minutes from right now. So we're looking at a couple of news conferences, a couple of major updates that could be happening in the next few minutes or so. Of course, we have talked about it all afternoon, but if you have any information, you are asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Any sort of information that could help first responders, could help law enforcement apprehend the suspect is absolutely necessary at this hour. They're asking for any cell phone video of parade goers who were downtown at around 10:15 when this shooting unfolded. Any video from businesses as well is asked to be turned over to local law enforcement to help them as they continue to look for the suspect. Not too far from where I'm standing right here at the Highland Park Fire Department headquarters is where that perimeter is set up. We have been told that residents standing outside that perimeter are no longer asked to shelter in place, but as we speak, Ravi and Liz, that active investigation for this gunman continues at this hour.
Christian Pico standing by the firehouse right there. Tell us a little bit, if you will, Christian. We heard from Michelle earlier the eerie sense of calm and kind of silence around there. These first responders, that's probably their first job on top of everything else, is to stay in control and ensure that they're able to render the aid that they need to. What's your sense of the feeling around where you are?
It is so amazing, despite what happened, to see how immediately, right away, you had first responders from all over Chicagoland rush into the area to help out Highland Park, as they are the lead on this investigation right now. We've seen folks from the FBI, we've seen folks from the ATF, Lincolnshire Police Department, of course, the Highland Park Police Department. Agencies from all over the area are working tirelessly to help out these first responders on what is going to be one of the most difficult days of their lives. We've seen folks from the American Red Cross even passing out water and food to those first responders who have a long couple of days ahead of them as they continue to recover from this horrible tragedy. So it is amazing to see people from all walks of life coming together to help each other out and just to lift spirits just a little bit as we continue to learn more information.
All right, Christian, and as you've been talking, we're looking at some images from Chopper 7 HD of a pretty decent police presence over Deerfield and McDaniels. That's in the Highland Park community. There's a pretty heavy concentration of armored SWAT vehicles and tactical police officers that have responded to that area. Of course, at this moment, we don't know what they are doing there, but perhaps when investigators start speaking in a few minutes, you might be able to ask them, if they don't mention it, what is going on there in that area. So clearly part of this investigation, because it's outside of the area that's under immediate lockdown.
Sorry to jump in there. The hospital folks are about to speak. These are folks at Highland Park Hospital, and let's listen in. Our Mayor Kawash is also standing by.
They're here to spend a few minutes with you before it opens up, but they've also got work to do inside the hospital. So go ahead. Brigham, you want to lead off?
Sure.
Doctor, can you spell your name and all, please, sir?
Yes, my name is Brigham, B-R-I-G-H-A-M, Temple, T-E-M-P-L-E. I'm the Medical Director of Emergency Preparedness for the North Shore University Health System. You want to introduce yourself?
My name's Mark Talamonti, T-A-L-A-M-O-N-T-I, and I'm the Chairman of the Department of Surgery for the North Shore System.
Do you want to start by giving us kind of a brief rundown of what you've been doing today?
Sure. So for those of you who didn't hear, just a brief rundown of what occurred today here at Highland Park Hospital. Shortly after the events that occurred in downtown Highland Park, our team here at Highland Park Hospital was notified of multiple victims that were involved in a mass shooting or casualty event. Our team very quickly activated one of our internal messaging codes called Code Yellow, which is for mass casualty and trauma response, to mobilize our surgical teams, to bring in other resources, and within a very short amount of time started to receive a number of ambulances from the emergency medical services system. We received in total about 26 total patients, 10 of which were transported by ambulance. During that time, in a very short amount of time, we had nearly 20 additional physicians and more than 20 additional nursing and support staff here in our emergency department, as well as in other areas of the hospital, to help take care of the patients that were brought in. And all of those individuals came as a result of following our protocols. We also put in a extra safety or security protocol where we locked down the hospital, hence why we're meeting out here in the parking lot as we continue to try to maintain a very safe environment in our hospital for our patients and our staff.
Doctor, could you talk a little bit about the injuries?
So of the 26 individuals that showed up here at Highland Park Hospital, 25 of those did sustain gunshot wound injuries. Some of them were minor, some of them were much more severe, and some of those patients were in critical condition when they did arrive here to the hospital.
Any commonality between the gunshot injuries? Were they all different parts of the body?
They were all different parts of the body, extremities as well as other more central parts of the body as well.
Do you have any specific number on what conditions those 25 are in? Are there a certain number?
Yeah, so of the 25 who came in with gunshot wounds, 19 of those individuals were able to be treated and actually discharged home after they had had their full medical evaluation and treatment. Several others did arrive in more serious conditions and did have to be admitted. We had one that had to be transferred over to Evanston Hospital under the care of our great neurosurgical team. We had a couple of other patients that need to be admitted to either our trauma surgical team, which are represented here, as well as to some of our orthopedic trauma surgeons.
Doctor, can you give us an age range of what you're treating?
Absolutely. So the age range ranged from about 8 years old was our youngest patient, up to 85 years old.
How many children?
I can't give you a specific number on the number of children, but it was definitely around 4 or 5.
What happens in an emergency room when you get that many gunshot victims coming in at once?
Well, we immediately have to make space for all these patients to come in, and hence why I commented before how we use some internal processes to mobilize resources. Our wonderful surgical and trauma staff were immediately alerted through emergency messaging that we had a number of patients that were going to need emergency medical services and their evaluation. On top of that, many other emergency physicians, pediatricians, internists, surgeons, trauma surgeons, anesthesiologists, and others were also notified and mobilized to help take care of the number of patients that were coming in.
Your staff looks, of course, shaken up. What is this like? You have to deal with such a mass casualty trauma.
Well, I think, listen, there's been a lot of different events that have happened in the United States, and this obviously now has hit very close to home. It is a little surreal to have to take care of an event such as this, but all of us have gone through extensive training. We go through a number of different programs, training. We practice for these events, even though we hope they never happen. And so I think our team very admirably handled the situation today. Of course, we provide services that include social work, and we have others involved that our team, as well as our patients, will have a chance to talk to therapists and counselors to debrief after something that is so traumatic.
And if anyone has a loved one in the hospital, anything they need to know, or have families all been notified?
So families have all had the opportunity to actually come into the hospital and wait. We had liaisons working with those family members, and all of those family members have been reunited with the patients that were here and treated at our North Shore hospitals.
Anybody from the nursing staff that perhaps might want to talk to this call?
Does anybody from the nursing staff want to talk?
I'll talk.
Come on up. So this is Barb Croak. She's one of our emergency medicine nurses. She also does a number of administrative roles here at North Shore and has a wealth of experience.
Good afternoon.
Tell us what it was like for the nurses here.
So we have an amazing team of nurses who every day give 1,000% of their time and talent to their profession. They all immediately go into emergency mode, and they are trained in trauma and pediatric care as well. They have extensive training. They're amazing people. They showed their proof in COVID, and now with this absolutely upsetting and tragic mass shooting, they came to the call to duty. They were fantastic. Multiple nurses taking care of one patient at a time because there's family members, emotional support is needed, advanced trauma care, advanced emergency care, EMS personnel. So amazing squad of nurses, very proud of them. I'm very, very thrilled to call them my colleagues. Brigham,
yes.
Clarify some of the numbers. You said 26 patients were taken here, 25 with gunshot wounds, and then 19 were discharged, but one person was taken to Evanston.
Yeah, so actually we had two patients that were transferred to Evanston, one of them to get further neurosurgical care. One of them was also a pediatric patient, and so our inpatient pediatric unit is over at Evanston Hospital. We had another patient who was transferred over to Skokie Hospital, which is our orthopedic specialty hospital, and another patient who was transferred down to Comer Children's Hospital after getting some emergency surgery. I would also like to add that our nursing staff were phenomenal, but the gentlemen that stand behind me here and ladies that stand behind me provided amazing emergency surgical and orthopedic care. With me is Dr. Talamonte and Dr. Andy Agos, who helps run our trauma surgery program, and the response that they made, the time in which they arrived to help support and take care of these patients was absolutely phenomenal.
Dr. Talamonte, could we speak to you for just a moment?
Sure.
You were off-site when the initial call came in.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what happened at that point.
I got a text message that there had been a mass shooting in Highland Park, and could I call Highland Park Hospital, which I did, and talked to the chief of surgery there, John Lynn, who was actually out of town but got the first call. And when I heard that there was a mass shooting, I made sure that we had our full trauma team mobilized. They already were here. All the trauma surgeons came in, even the ones that weren't on call this weekend. So they had already come to Highland Park. And as Dr. Temple said, some of those patients were stabilized and transferred to Evanston. There was one patient who underwent exploratory surgery at Evanston for a gunshot wound, and that patient was being operated on by the trauma surgeons there. And then there was a child who was shot and injured here that was too unstable to transfer, so the trauma surgeons and the anesthesiologists and the nurses, all of whom did an extraordinary job. really nothing short of heroic. They stabilized that patient, repaired the injuries that needed to be repaired, and that child is now en route to the University of Chicago by helicopter to the Children's Hospital at the University of Chicago. So two patients that have been operated on thus far. There are other patients with soft tissue injuries and orthopedic injuries that will require some surgery, but not in terms of loss of life or limb. Those patients have been taken care of and are stabilized. And one's transferred, one's down at Evanston.
May I just ask, how many patients are still currently here?
I'm sorry?
How many patients are still currently being treated here?
So actually, currently, there are only 2 patients who are still here that are admitted to the hospital for further care and treatment. All other patients have been discharged at this point or transferred to other facilities. Yeah. 2? 2.
What are their conditions?
They're stable.
They're stable. Dr. Talamani, as a doctor, I mean, your first concern is treating the patient. What do you think about when you go through something like this? You see your colleagues have to go through something like this.
It's a tough question to answer, obviously. There's a lot of emotions, but these trauma surgeons, I mean, their reflexes are extraordinary. They know exactly what to do. The nurses are crackerjack nurses. So you stand in awe at their competency and their professionalism, but it breaks your heart to see people, innocents, essentially wounded. And then you see the heroic effort to save their lives, and it's a tough day, but a good day. We took care of sick people. Our doctors and our nurses did a great job.
Any stories you can think of about something a patient may have said to you while you were treating them or advising them?
I was really up in the operating room most of the time. The young doctors, the emergency room doctors, I think they encountered the blunt of the emotions and the families. And again, credit to them. Credit to them.
Doctor, how do you train for an event like this, an event that most often doesn't come?
Yeah, that's a great question. You train. You have the reflexes. You have the system of care. Remember, one doctor can only take care of one patient at a time. But when you see these kind of mass casualties, the system has to respond, and those reflexes have to be exercised. They have to be tested, and the system responded appropriately. The blood bank, the emergency room, the radiology department, the anesthesiology department. Everybody came to either Highland Park or Evanston. So we had a sufficient number of doctors, nurses, anesthesiologists, blood bank people to take care of these patients. But the system has to have those quick reflexes, and you have to practice that, and you have to prepare for that. That doesn't happen by accident.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any last questions?
Can you just go over the numbers one last time?
Yeah, so Highland Park Hospital had a total of 26 patients that arrived either by ambulance or by private vehicle. 6 patients were taken to Evanston Hospital, and 4 patients were taken to Glenbrook Hospital. There were also additional patients that were taken to other hospitals that are not part of the North Shore system, particularly Lake Forest Hospital. We have 2 patients that are currently admitted in stable condition, correct.
Are you said of the pediatrics, one was taken to Evanston and another to Homer?
Correct. So one patient, when pediatric patient was transferred over to be admitted at Evanston Hospital, and the other one was taken via helicopter down to the University of Chicago Comer Hospital.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Good job. What's your name again, Doctor? I'll take
His name is Mark Talamonti.
Talamonti?
Yeah, T-A-L-A-M-O-N-T-I.
Great, thank you.
All right, again, you've been listening to the frontline doctors and nurses as part of the North Shore system, which is the main hospital in Highland Park that these victims of these gunshot wound victims were taken to, and we heard all the stories, Liz, of how many patients they received, how quickly their system reacted, how much surgery was involved, how many people were transferred, and you can see the emotion on the faces of these doctors and nurses, knowing they practiced for a terrible day like today, but they reacted.
We learned that there were 26 patients who arrived by ambulance to that to that hospital. 25 of those patients, we're told, had been shot. The doctor said he couldn't give an exact number on how many were children, but he believed at least 4 to 5 of them are children. We've now learned that of those 4 to 5 children, 2 of them have been transferred to other hospitals. One of those children is being flown down to University of Chicago Comer Children's Hospital right now, likely to undergo more surgery. Another one is being treated at Evanston Hospital. We're also told that the age range of these victims was 8 years old to 85 years old. Doctors are treating a whole range of victims there, many of them shot. They said that some of them were critical, others had less severe injuries, shot in various parts of the body. So just giving a real idea of the chaos and the randomness of this shooting.
And of those 26 gunshot wounds, 19 of those folks have been treated and released. So there's some good news there. Let's go back out to Highland Park, and Trey Ward standing by with more details. Trey?
Yeah, you guys can really hear the heartbreak in those doctors' voices talking about the impact of this shooting on those victims. But for the witnesses, likely they'll live with these images for the rest of their lives. We actually spoke with 2 parents, one of them a father of a 5-year-old boy. He said he was standing near the stage area when the gunfire rang out. He was able to take his 5-year-old running for their lives. He took his 5-year-old and put him in a dumpster to protect him from the raining bullets during this festivities this morning. Now, we do know that that suspect was able to then climb on top of a nearby business near Central and 2nd, apparently because of an unsecured ladder attached to the building. Police say he was able to hide in plain sight on top of the roof. That's when witnesses even heard him reload after shooting several times. That father telling us that he returned to the stage area to find his phone, and he found much worse. He found multiple people shot, one man shot in his back. He even found a police officer comforting a young boy, and really that display with the police officer comforting that young boy, he said it really shows that despite this tragedy, that the strength of this community is really unwavering. Back to you guys.
All right, Trey Ward standing by with that kind of reporting and testimony. He's been there. The rain is now coming down in Highland Park, as you saw there, looking at some shots that we got from our crews earlier. Let's check in also now with Michelle Gallardo, who's also in Highland Park and is just on the perimeter of the area that is under the most scrutiny, it would appear right now, in terms of the actual investigation. This continues to be an active investigation. Michelle?
A very active investigation, Ravi. We are at Green Bay and Central. It is just about a block away from where it is believed that this gunman took aim at the parade goers earlier this morning. And it is such an eerie scene when you look at what has been left behind. And I want to show you some of that because, I mean, you see these abandoned strollers, you see children's bicycles and the lawn chairs and, you know, for the special guests that were here for the parade, and then just for the, you know, the people who were here to watch it. And we have picnic boxes and blankets that were just left behind as people literally just ran away, you know, in fear of their lives. And this area is still blanketed with law enforcement. It doesn't look at as much right now, but just in the last few minutes, and for the first time, we saw FBI crime scene techs just really going through the area, taking a look at all of the planters up in the trees. We've been seeing SWAT teams going from business to business, and the ones they're not able to get into, they check off with an X. So still very much an active investigation here as they try to gather evidence, not just as they continue also to search for this gunman. But earlier, you know, we were able to speak to some of the witnesses on the scene, including a local Highland Park doctor who just saw as this unthinkable act unfolded right before his eyes.
All right, Michelle Gallardo in the downtown Central Business District for us, where there is still an active lockdown happening. Michelle, thanks so much. We also now want to go out to ABC7's Eric Hong, who's in an area where we were just seeing some Chopper 7 HD video at Deerfield and McDaniels. That's in Highland Park. And when we last saw that video, there was a very strong police presence there. Eric, what can you tell us about what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, Liz, McDaniels Avenue as well as Deerfield Road. This is a residential area about a third of a mile from that downtown area where Michelle Gallardo is, where the shooting actually took place. I'm going to step out and give you a sense of what we're seeing here. We've got a portion of the street here cordoned off. We've got an armored vehicle here as well, a large law enforcement presence stationed there on the corner. We've also seen law enforcement with K-9 units here. We've seen some law enforcement with heavy weapons as well. And just a short time ago, we saw kind of a caravan of vehicles leaving this scene. We've also got an ABC producer, ABC7 producer on the other side of what appears to be this location here, sort of describing SWAT team members here at this location. The rain just started a few minutes ago, and so we've seen some of those individuals head back into the vehicles. So it's somewhat unclear exactly what is taking place here. Obviously, the SWAT team with armored vehicles, heavy weapons, responding to this residential area. Again, about a third of a mile from where the shooting took place in downtown Highland Park. This area, a residential area, but from this vantage point, it's unclear exactly just how active things are on the other side of that yellow tape at this point. We are seeing, though, some residents who are pulling up here saying that they do live in this neighborhood and they are being allowed into the area, not necessarily past that yellow tape, but some neighbors who do live in this vicinity are being allowed into the neighborhood. So that's the sense of what we're seeing here as the rain begins to come down. A very hefty police presence in this residential area about a third of the mile from where the shooting took place.
Eric, and people who live in the area that are able to get into it, but are you seeing anyone who are inside their homes coming outside wondering what's going on, or do they appear to be sort of sheltering in place?
We're seeing a little bit of both. I mean, now that the rain has started to come down, people obviously heading inside, but from our vantage point, we have seen some people out on the sidewalk kind of taking a look at this scene, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But for the most part, people are staying inside. Again, people are coming to this checkpoint here near Deerfield and McDaniels and needing to get into their homes. They are being allowed in, but for the most part, this seems to be a pretty from a residential standpoint, from the people who live here, people are for the most part staying inside, and it's just hard to know exactly what kind of instructions they're being given by law enforcement there on that particular corner.
Eric, it's Robbie here. As we take a look at the wide shot of where you are right now, you said you're about a third of a mile away from the locus of where this all happened. Can you tell us, like, are you south or west or where exactly of that?
Southwest. Roughly about a third of a mile southwest of that area, Green Bay Road, Central 2nd Street. So southwest of this area, and I think it is worth noting, I haven't mentioned this till now, about an hour ago, there was a contingent of law enforcement in that downtown area, as they have been for the last several hours now. We saw armored vehicles, SWAT vehicles, as well as other vehicles that were stationed there at that corner where the shooting took place. Suddenly leave the scene, and we saw them heading south, and we're now assuming that this is where they ended up, this particular location, which is southwest of that downtown location. But I'd say about 3:45 we saw a number of vehicles, at least half a dozen vehicles, including SWAT armored vehicles that had been centralized in that downtown area on Central Avenue, pull out of that scene, head south, and that would be consistent with the location that we're at right now.
Interesting.
Because that was going to be my next question for you, Eric, are you seeing more officers and law enforcement arriving at that scene? We saw just a second ago a police car pull through that scene there. Does it appear to be growing?
From this vantage point, it seems pretty consistent. We've seen vehicles arrive, but we've also seen vehicles pull out. We saw a caravan of vehicles right before you came to me live here on the air leave the scene, but then they were sort of replaced by another set of vehicles that came in. So whatever's happening here, it continues to be an active scene. You see the large armored vehicle there in the middle as well. And again, prior to the rain starting to fall here, we saw law enforcement walking around in this area with heavy weapons, and so certainly at the ready for whatever it is that's taking place here. And again, we did also see there on the corner, we do see some what appear to be sheriff's deputies with a K-9 unit sort of sheltering from the rain right now, but they were here as well. So obviously a robust deployment here and trying to get more details as to what exactly this is.
Now, it was mentioned the use of canines, the ample use of canines was mentioned at the last official update. All right, Eric Hong reporting for us about a third of a mile away from the main area of where this all happened. Let's go to Christian Picos. Last was at the main firehouse in Highland Park. He's been reporting on this all day, and that's where he is right now, standing by for more. Christian, what have you got? What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, Ravi, we are standing by right now. A news conference was supposed to begin about 15 minutes or so. Actually, I take that back, about 30 minutes or so. But we did just get word from the Lake County Crimes Task Force's Chris Covelli saying that they will have a significant update when they do come out. So hopefully we are expecting that update in the next few minutes. At this point, we don't know specifically what they are going to address. Fingers crossed it is something to do with the suspect, because as we all know, at last check, we're still looking for that suspect at this hour. We do know that the governor's news conference here at the Highland Park Fire Department was set to begin at 5 o'clock. It has now been pushed back to 5:30. And of course, it's pouring down rain right here as well. So lots of us are huddled under umbrellas awaiting any sort of significant update on this investigation right now.
All right, Christian, and just to be clear, the suspect that we are referring to here, we were told hours ago by police, is a male 18 to 20 years old, a white male, they say, with long dark hair, was last seen wearing a white shirt. And we were told by investigators that we were going to get an update about a half hour ago. But now that you are giving us this update that there's something significant coming that would make sense on why they're running behind there. Are you seeing any movement of law enforcement? We were just speaking with Eric Hong, who said that he sort of saw a shift in law enforcement to about a third of a mile from where the scene is, in a neighborhood with now heavily armed officers there.
You know, we did see, I will say it's very deadlocked where we are right here outside of the Highland Park Fire Department. The only traffic that's flowing right now is really first responders from all over the Chicagoland area. We did see probably about 30 to 45 minutes ago, Highland Park officers take a drone out of a Highland Park cruiser and then drive away at a rather fast rate of speed. Don't know if that is related to this update that we're about to get in the next few minutes or so, but that's probably the latest piece of action that we have seen. Again, we still know very little detail about this suspect outside of that description that you gave just a few minutes ago, Liz. So hopefully we get some sort of identity or maybe even a picture of who this gunman could be.
All right, Christian, that's an interesting observation on your part. You said you noticed somebody take a drone out and then leave at a high rate of speed. We'd reported just a little while ago that they'd closed the airspace over Highland Park. And Ravi, you were talking about the significance of the drones in this investigation.
That's right. We had seen actually Chris Covelli, who's with the Major Crimes Task Force for Lake County, was talking about how they're using drones a lot, how they're using canine units a lot. I had seen the tweet from the FAA talking about the airspace over Highland Park being restricted to some 3,000 feet. Always, of course, news helicopters are involved as part of this, and maybe we have to make sure that we're away from where they're actually doing investigations. You mentioned how important it is to be able to listen to what is happening on the ground in these kinds of investigations. So let's wait. We are hearing again that, according to Christian, that a significant update is coming, and we remind you that this is an active situation. An active search is going on for whoever went on, whoever did this, the perpetrator. And so we'll be standing by. We'll jump right in. But right now, you know what? You've been looking at the bottom of your screen there, and we've got some weather to talk about.
Yeah, Larry was tracking tornado warnings for us earlier. So, Larry, what's the latest on these strong storms that are moving through the area?
Yeah, no tornado warnings now, but we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings and also a severe thunderstorm watch in place until 7 o'clock for all the counties shaded in yellow here. That extends from DeKalb County clear down towards Ford and Iroquois County and parts of northwest Indiana. This watch was issued because of this little cluster of thunderstorms, which is now primarily over the city of DeKalb, moving southeastward. We've got rain spreading up here into northern Cook County and southern Lake County. You saw from our live shots up here in Highland Park. And that rain extends back close to Elgin now, back over northern parts of Kane County. But the only part of that area of rain that's severe is this storm over central DeKalb County. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect here until 5:15. This part of the storm, which again, the heart of it is right over DeKalb, and it's not really a large storm, but it's a storm that's capable of producing winds up to 60 miles per hour and maybe even some small hail from Sycamore down towards DeKalb. You can see some lightning strikes as well. This storm is sliding southeastward, so it'll continue to move to the south and east and reach Big Rock around 5:05, Caneville at 5:01, and Aurora at 5:16. We'll keep an eye on that storm. Ravi and Liz.
All right, we're told this update is going to begin now. We're waiting for officials to come out and speak here in Highland Park on the latest of this investigation.
All right, this is the just in front of the firehouse. This is Chris Cavalli with the Major Crimes Task Force.
We've been going through a lot of leads, a lot of information. I'm here with Highland Park Chief of Police, Lou Jogman, who's going to provide a substantial update. Again, my name is Lou Jogman, L-O-U-J-O-G-M-E-N. I'm Chief of Police for the City of Highland Park, Illinois. On behalf of the city, we extend our condolences to the family and friends of the loved ones who were impacted by this horrific incident that took place in Highland Park this morning. Our investigators have been working tirelessly on this active shooter investigation. Through law enforcement partnerships and community information and leads, a person of interest has been identified. His name is Robert Bobby E. Crimo, C-R-I-M-O III. He is 22 years of age. He is believed to be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit vehicle, license plate, Illinois, D. David M. Mary 80653. We have numerous federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies working on apprehending this person of interest. We continue to receive tips from the public and law enforcement partners, and we are following up on every one of them. Individuals who have information to share with the police are urged to contact 1-800-CALL-FBI. Thank you. Quickly try to answer some questions. Please understand that we have teams out very actively trying to apprehend this individual. He is considered armed and dangerous. Community should not approach him. If they see him, know his whereabouts, see the vehicle, dial 911. We are considering him very dangerous.
Was it the gun or what led you to this guy's name?
I can't get into that yet, but investigative leads have led us to this point. Yep.
Where is he from?
At this time, we're just going to give you the name and license plate information. We're concerned about everybody's safety. So Robert E. Crimo, C-R-I-M-O III, 22 years of age, believed to be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit, Illinois license plate, D. David M. Mary 80653.
Are there any updates with the shelter in place? I know that there were some changes regarding the clinic.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. So what we said in our last update, that stands. The main area, those 4 square blocks, we're asking people just to remain extra diligent, stay there. We'll get police escorts outside of there. Be very vigilant. This person is on the loose. We're working to try to figure out if he is local or if he is taken off to another area. We have multiple teams doing that right now. So we ask, give our law enforcement some time to do their job and try to apprehend him safely.
Where's he from?
He's from the area.
Chief, from Highland Park?
From this area. We'll have more on that later. Additionally, we will have photos going out shortly of him and a similar vehicle that he is believed to be driving.
What's the first letter of his last name?
C. Charles Crimo.
Do you have any updates of those that were separated from families?
We don't have updates. Again, the reunification post at the Highland Park Police Department is still there. Anybody that's been separated or looking for family, they should be going there.
That was a silver Honda Fit?
Fit.
Can you say it again, the whole name and the license plate?
Want to give him a better job than me. His name is Robert. He goes by Bobby. Middle initial E is in Edward. Crimo, C-R-I-M-O III. He's 22, and again, he's believed to be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit, Illinois license DM 80653. Okay, about an hour, 6 o'clock, we'll be back up with more updates, and we'll let you know how our apprehension efforts are going. Thank you.
Where's the governor going to be? I thought we were
6 o'clock, we believe.
That's a Honda.
All right, you have heard right there, and we will get more information to you, but they have got a person of interest, investigators, Robert E. Bobby Crimo III, a 22-year-old from the area who is driving right now a 2010 silver Honda Fit. He is considered armed and dangerous. Call 911 if you see or know of this person.
Police were very careful to warn people, do not approach him, do not do anything, just call investigators if you see this person. They also gave us a license plate for the car he might be driving. Illinois license plate D like David, M like Mary, 80653. Investigators said they will be providing a photo of that person of interest to put out there soon. So that we were promised a significant update from investigators, and that was something that was given to us. We're also tracking some severe weather through the area right now, so we want to head back over to our Larry Mowry, who's looking at some storms. Larry?
Yeah, Liz and Ravi, that one storm in DeKalb County still has a severe thunderstorm warning with it until 5:15. That's the only warning we have in our area. There's some rain falling across the northern parts of Cook County and southern Lake County, and some heavier downpours back into Kane County as well. But there's the severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15. This storm looks like it's weakening. That's a good thing, but it still could be producing some gusty winds from DeKalb just to the south of Sycamore. You can see some heavy rain and quite a bit of lightning still with the thunderstorm. Getting close to Maple Park right now, and it'll be diving southeastward. So if you're in Sugar Grove, probably around 5:13, North Aurora, 5:15, Aurora, maybe 5:22 or so. If it holds together, you'll get a quick burst of some rain and maybe some gusty winds. You can see the rain extends back off towards the east, and there are some lightning strikes here across southern Lake County and northern Cook County, and especially back towards the Elgin area as well. Got some thunderstorms rolling through there. Another cluster of thunderstorms well to our south now. This is the cluster of storms that prompted the tornado warning back into parts of LaSalle County earlier this afternoon. Still pretty nasty storms, but they're moving well to our south and east away from us. We continue, though, with the severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock this evening. That's primarily because of that one storm that's in DeKalb, and we'll see if it holds together as it drifts to the south and to the east. We've seen the temperatures really come down, though, because of the rain and the cloud cover, upper 70s to low 80s, even some low 70s where it's raining. So it's gotten a little cooler thanks to the activity we've seen with the thunderstorms. You can see a couple of clusters of thunderstorms, the one moving through our area, there's the other one to the south, but it's very quiet back to the west. That will likely change later this evening, with more thunderstorms developing here across Wisconsin, northern Iowa, and parts of Minnesota. And those storms that develop here later this evening will move off towards the east. So there's the potential for more strong to even scattered severe storms overnight tonight as that cluster of storms moves closer to us. Now, our forecast modeling, where we try to project where the storms will be in the future, not really doing a great job. And I want to show you at least one of those models because it shows relatively quiet weather later this evening. There's 8 o'clock, but there's the storms up across Wisconsin. Now, the real question mark in the forecast for tonight is whether or not these storms stay to our north or make it far enough south to move into our area. So that's the wild card with the forecast tonight. This particular model keeps most of the activity out over the lake and into Michigan and even Wisconsin. So we would not see much stormy weather later tonight if this model is right. I can't say it's going to be right because there's still the possibility some of those storms will drift southward and impact us. And we remain under a slight risk of severe weather for overnight tonight. That includes all the areas shaded in yellow. So it's a possibility we get more storms later tonight, but certainly not a guarantee. Now, tomorrow, it's going to be hot. It's going to be really muggy. We're going to get to 95 tomorrow with heat index values around 102 to 107. We'll have the chance of storms again tomorrow, especially in the evening, and then more stormy weather Wednesday and Thursday with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Ravi and Liz.
All right, Larry, thank you very much. We'll keep your eyes on that for us. Now, if you are just joining us, we are in extended coverage of breaking news right now. We have been following this all day long. Police have just announced the name of a person of interest in the mass shooting at the Highland Park 4th of July parade.
6 people are dead, 31 other people have been injured. Police are now looking for 22-year-old Robert Cremo III, who's on the run and police say is considered armed and extremely dangerous. Police are now looking for him right now.
That is disturbing video capturing the horrific moment that a gunman opened fire. This on the 4th of July parade in Highland Park today.
Police raced to get people from the scene, leaving their belongings behind as officers cleared the streets and searched for the gunman.
And now this all started about 10 o'clock this morning. Police saying that the gunman opened fire with a rifle from the roof of a business along the route.
The man reportedly used a ladder that had been left outside the building to access that roof. That gunman has not been caught and is very much still in active search right now. Police from across our area, along with federal agents, swarmed the scene and have been searching on the ground and from the sky with helicopters and drones. We have live team coverage, reporters all over the area covering every angle of this tragedy, and we are waiting to hear from Governor Pritzker. We'll start with our Christian Picos, who's live outside the firehouse in Highland Park. Christian?
Yeah, Liz, literally just moments ago, we heard from the Highland Park police chief getting that major update, identifying a person of interest as 22-year-old Robert Bobby E. Cremo III. We're told he goes by Bobby. Now, we're told that he could also be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit with the license plate of Illinois, with the license plate number DM80653. Again, that's an Illinois plate, DM80653. Of course, he is considered armed and dangerous. Police would not specify specifically where he is from. However, they did note that he is from the area, and we are expected to get pictures at some point as well. Earlier, he was described as a thin white male with a smaller frame with long black hair. We're told that he was last seen wearing either a white or blue T-shirt at the time. And according to authorities, he likely climbed some sort of ladder in a business in downtown Highland Park, and that's when we're told that he began opening fire. They have recovered that high-powered rifle at this hour as well. But we do want to play you some sound from just moments ago of local law enforcement describing who they're looking for and why we should all take him very seriously.
We have teams out very actively trying to apprehend this individual. He is considered armed and dangerous. Community should not approach him. If they see him, know his whereabouts, see the vehicle, dial 911. We are considering him very dangerous.
And we are expecting a news conference later this evening from Governor J.B. Pritzker as well to discuss what happened. And we should also be getting a separate news conference with any sort of update from local law enforcement around 6 o'clock. Again, providing more information. Law enforcement has done such a tremendous job keeping us actively updated as this chaotic scene continues to unfold right here in Highland Park. Of course, we are going to be live throughout the rest of the day into tomorrow, bringing you the latest information.
All right, Christian Picos just outside the firehouse there in Highland Park. Stand by. Thanks so much. Trey Ward also has been on the scene all day since the tragedy unfolded.
Trey, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, this was a day where families were expected to really celebrate Independence Day, coming outside of their front doors, not too far from where we're standing near the parade route, to enjoy the holiday. But of course, it all ended with this tragedy. Witnesses seeing and hearing the gunfire, the rapid gunfire, and even hearing the gunman reload his gun. We spoke to one father who put his son in a dumpster to protect him from the raining bullets. One mother said that she was with her little daughter and had to seek shelter in a nearby restaurant. This is what they had to say about what they heard just moments. Things turned violent.
Didn't stop. You know, you wanted to stop, and it just kept on going, and he reloaded whoever that person was, and then he just continued to shoot, and there was no like target. It was just shooting whoever.
I remember hearing shootings and going like and then reloading and then again, and people screaming and running. It was just really traumatizing and scary.
And that was Armani Garcia. She said her best friend's sister was one of the many people who was shot. Right now, she's trying to figure out her condition at this time. But we do know that 6 people were killed and more than 24 people in the hospital, sent to the hospital following this shooting. But right now, it's really a sense of calm where we're at. Many people are inside of their homes, or if they are outside, they are under their awnings on their front doorsteps looking at this massive scene as police are still searching for this shooter. Back to you guys.
All right, Trey Ward reporting for us all day. Thank you so much. Those gunshot wounds, 25 people taken to the hospital in Highland Park. 19 of them are out now, but some very significant injuries. Let's take a current look now at the current shelter-in-place boundaries for Highland Park. It's a relatively small area, but there it is, Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John's Avenue to Elm Place.
People inside this area are asked to stay inside their home and stay away from windows.
All right, let's go back outside to Eric Hong. He is in Highland Park and just about a third of a mile away from that area that we just showed on the map there. Eric?
Yeah, Ravi and Liz, as the rain continues to fall, an active, very active SWAT team deployment here near the corner of McDaniels Avenue and Deerfield Road, about a third of a mile, as you mentioned, from the main downtown area where that shooting took place. I'm going to step out here and give you a sense of what we are seeing. We've got a whole lot of law enforcement here at the corner. We've got yellow tape cordoning off an area here at McDaniels Road and as well as Deerfield Avenue as well. We've got this armored vehicle here. We've got some canine officers here on the corner as well. We do have seen some officers with heavy weapons here on the corner as well. They appear to be focused on a residence on McDaniels Avenue to the left of this frame here. Exactly how far down, what particular home or residence they are focused on is a little bit unclear from our vantage point. We're obviously around the corner here, but they have been here for quite some time, more than an hour, in fact. About 3:45, we saw a number of vehicles, armored vehicles included, that were stationed in that downtown area near where the shooting took place, just leave the area, some of them leaving at a high rate of speed heading south, and we believe they ended up in this vicinity. We are southwest about a third of the mile from that particular location, and they've been here since that moment. And on the other side of the yellow tape, we can see another armored vehicle. We've seen a total of 3 armored vehicles stationed near this corner, and again, law enforcement with heavy weapons. Residents are being allowed into sort of this area as long as they don't cross that yellow tape. We've seen some residents drive up, talk about asking officers if they can get to their homes, perhaps in a different area, not on McDaniels Avenue. They have been allowed in, but there seems to be a pretty urgent situation here with law enforcement gathered at this corner. Again, a little bit left of the frame that you're currently looking at right now, where you see some of the officers with canine units. We have seen some SWAT officers past some of these members of law enforcement. We've seen more SWAT team members with heavy weapons, and so they appear to be focused on a residence around the corner on McDaniels Avenue. But that's the scene right now. We're working to gather more information, and in fact, doing a public record search on that suspect, Bobby Cremo, to see if perhaps he is connected to an address in this vicinity as well. Ravi and Liz, back to you.
All right, Eric, we'll come back to you as soon as things develop out there. Thanks so much. We'll now go live to Mayor Kawash, who's live at the Highland Park Hospital, where 26 of those patients were taken. Mayor?
That's right. The good news is we know 19 of them were able to be treated and discharged, but among those 26 that were taken here to the North Shore Highland Park Hospital, 25 were treated for gunshot wounds. The ages of those victims ranging from 8 to 85 years old. And we were just talking to the hospital staff, the doctors, the nurses who've been dealing with this trauma all day long, and you could just tell they were visibly shaken up from the trauma that they've seen here today. And this property, the entire hospital, still essentially on lockdown as police are securing the entrances and talking to any car that pulls up, while they are also escorting nurses and doctors to their cars as they leave the hospital. But go ahead and take a listen to what those first responders had to say to us not too long ago.
Shortly after the events that occurred in downtown Highland Park, our team here at Highland Park Hospital was notified of multiple victims that were involved in a mass shooting or casualty event. Our team very quickly activated one of our internal messaging codes called Code Yellow, which is for mass casualty and trauma response, to mobilize our surgical teams, to bring in other resources.
And so they continue to treat those patients. There are 2 still here in stable condition. There were a couple others who were transferred to hospitals in Evanston, Skokie, and Glenbrook. So the overall North Shore system handling this mass casualty trauma event. And as of right now, these doctors and nurses say they're proud to be doing this tonight, but a tough way to spend their 4th of July. Again, though, 26 victims taken here, 25 of which with gunshot wounds. Back to you guys.
All right, those highly trained specialists using their reflexes, Mayor. Thank you so much. Now, we got some new surveillance video. Take a look right here. This is showing the response to the shooting in Highland Park. Look at the panic right there. You can see folks running, pressing against the doors right there, trying to get away from that threat.
We'd heard from somebody earlier who said they tried to break the glass to get their child inside one of those stores to safety. This is video surveillance from a local store. You can see police run by with their weapons drawn. That was immediately after that shooting started happening this morning.
And so the police are going to be looking for a lot more of that kind of video and personal video to be able to help them piece together what happened here and work with this investigation. ABC 7's Michelle Gallardo. Let's go to Christian Picos. Sorry about that. Let's go back to Christian, who's in the rain out by the fire hall. Christian, your latest.
Yeah, hey, Robbie, literally just a few minutes ago, a member of the city of Highland Park walked up to us and gave us a flyer with a picture of who they're looking for. I'm just going to literally hold this up, and we're just going to go from here. This is the suspect they are looking for at this hour. This is Robert, who goes by Bobby E. Cremo III. I just sent this picture into the newsroom, so hopefully you guys get a better look at him. But for right now, this is what we're going with just off this piece of paper right here. You can see that he's got a little tattoo under his right eye. There's that long hair that we've been talking about all day, as well as it looks like he's got tattoos on his neck as well. Again, we're told that he could be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit with an Illinois license plate that reads DM, that's Delta Mike 80653. Again, it's an Illinois plate, Delta Mike 80653. He is considered armed and dangerous at this hour, so if you see him, obviously do not approach him. Make sure you call 911 right away. They've been looking for this suspect now all day. Local, state, and federal agencies have been working hand in hand to bring this individual to justice at this hour. Of course, we are going to be out here throughout the rest of the afternoon working with agencies to bring you the latest information on this active search. Again, I'm literally going to send an email into the newsroom, making sure that you guys have a picture of the suspect as well, so you guys can take him full and show us really, give you just a better look at what he looks like, just so you're not having to go off this piece of paper right here. Again, we've seen law enforcement from all walks of life working together.
Yeah, Christian, we took that full screen already. Very handy to get that to us very quickly. We got a good look at it right there. But as you say, Highland Park officials handing you that information right now. We were promised that picture. We have the description. We know the car. We know the license plate. And this person's on the run and very dangerous.
And investigators are hoping by putting all of that out there, particularly the picture that shows some unique tattoos that individual has, that somebody will recognize him. Eric Hong is monitoring a law enforcement situation just about a third of a mile from where Christian is, so we'll check back with him soon. But right now we'll go to ABC 7's Michelle Gallardo. She's been at the scene of that shooting all day, and she continues our live team coverage. Now, Michelle, what are you looking at?
Liz, we had to take our camera down momentarily because of the weather in the area, but we're still in the area near Green Bay and Central, and I can tell you that even though it certainly appears that the search for 22-year-old Bobby Cremo is now maybe moved elsewhere outside of the Central Business District, there's still over 100 law enforcement officers on the scene, and really not just from Highland Park, but also from the ATF and from the FBI. In fact, just in the last half hour, we began to see for the very first time crime techs from the FBI really just combing the street front to back, looking in every little nook and cranny. There were also SWAT teams now once again going business to business, checking off the ones that they were unable to get into. So certainly, even as the search for the suspect continues, who they have now identified, there is also a search for evidence that very much continues in this Central Business District in Highland Park. Now, earlier we were able to speak to some of the people who were on the scene during this horrific incident, including a Highland Park doctor who just described what it was like to be in the middle of the chaos, trying to help as the unthinkable unfolded right in front of him.
I, along with a bunch of other people, just did what we could. We applied pressure to wounds. We started a couple IVs. All we did was not run. That's what we did. But I mean, these families, I mean, everyone lost loved ones. There were a lot of injuries to lower extremities, legs. I heard somebody got shot in the foot who I know. But there was a little boy who we were trying to help do CPR on, and I hope to God that family does not lose that child.
We were sitting right here by the tracks, my 97-year-old mother, my nephew and his wife, and the dog. And all of a sudden we heard the shots, And at first, firecrackers. Then I realized it didn't sound like firecrackers, and everybody was running. We got up, grabbed the chairs. He grabbed my mom in the wheelchair, and we just headed over there by the alley.
And again, the search for who we now know is 22-year-old Robert Cremo III continues, but even with the mass police presence that does exist still in this central business district, it does appear like the center of that search may have moved elsewhere from what we can tell in terms of just the environment around here and the decrease in tension over the last couple of hours. And of course, we will bring you more information as that develops. Back to you.
Right. All right. Michelle Gallardo was speaking to us from the central area. She was actually talking about this area that we've been looking at, which is about a third of a mile away in Highland Park. That parade itself was 3/4 of the way going through, actually, when it started at the intersection of Laurel and St. John's Avenues. It headed north on St. John's. It turned west on Central Avenue, and then it was to end at Sunset Park. Let's go to Leah Hope right now, who's at the Reunification Center. She's got more details for us. Leah.
Ravi, it's been a very busy place on and off all day today. Sadly, people coming in and out of the Highland Park Police Station. We've seen a lot of law enforcement. We've seen civilians, and we've seen some volunteers bringing in some food and water, and everyone with this kind of just somber tone. Everyone very eager to figure out who this person was and why it happened. But in the meantime, the people who are coming here, they're trying to figure out what happened to their loved ones. They're also trying to offer some help. They're coming here both to offer information and to get help themselves. We might have a little video of some of the law enforcement coming in and out earlier. Obviously, the police officers here in Highland Park are very busy. All the personnel here at this police department is on hand for what happened today. Now, adding to that, people are coming here to get help themselves and to offer some information. You know, people have been impacted by this in so many different ways. Residents afraid to return home. Residents now processing what happened and now realizing they may have seen something that could help with this investigation. We talked with two people who came to the police station today and were along that route.
Very scary, and just the whole neighborhood, because we live just a couple blocks from downtown where it happened. So it's a very scary thought just to think about the community and our house of being somewhere that you don't feel safe right now.
We heard bam, 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 bam. And it seemed, for the first bunch of them, seemed like it was fireworks, which kind of made a little bit of sense. You'd probably get in trouble if you did it, but we heard them. And everybody was just kind of like frozen. And then all of a sudden, people started getting up and screaming, and then it accelerated. And I said to my wife, I think at that point, we realized this was gunfire.
So those are among some of the people who were willing to talk to us. There were a lot of people who left clearly with very somber expressions, who did not want to talk to us and share what they had been through. But one of the things that we heard from someone coming here was they wanted to go home, but in all of the chaos, they actually wondered if they had locked their doors, whether their shed, whether their garage was closed before they left for the parade. Remember, people coming down here were in an elated situation, kind of a sigh of relief after 2 years of not having this parade. This was supposed to be a happy day, a celebration, so people were not on guard. So people wondering, did I shut everything up at the house? Could someone have come into my home, into my garage, into my shed, and maybe hiding? So they're wondering whether they should go home right now. Right now, the folks we talked to with that situation, they said they're just going to wait it out at neighbor's house and wait a little bit longer to make sure everybody's safe. And then we talk with people who are now processing what they've seen, because they saw so much. They saw so many people injured. They saw people dying and dead. So certainly that got their attention. But now they're wondering if maybe the person they saw, this person with the dark hair, the person of interest, the suspect we now have the name of, whether maybe they saw him somewhere near the scene. This is just a cart coming out behind me. If people hear the noise behind me, I know everyone's really in a heightened state of alert. So if you hear the loud noise, it's just a cart. But he's wondering whether he might have seen something now that he's had us all that happened today. So everyone here in the Highland Park community kind of really coming together to do what they can, and that cart is actually bringing some supplies in to help the people who have come here, it looks like. So we'll certainly let you know what happens here. Some supplies going in now from one of the retailers. We've seen a lot of that. This building is secure, I will mention, because it has been highly publicized that this is a place for reunification, so they don't want any problems here for people who have come here for help, for comfort, and this is a highly fortified area right now. So we will certainly keep you posted about what we see here, what we learn here, but for now we can just tell you that everyone who has come to the police station wants to do their part to try and help heal, to try and help find the person who did this. We are live at the Highland Park Police Department. Leah Hope, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Leah, with very sensitive reporting right there, given those folks what they've been through, and we thank you for that. We'll check in with her in a little bit. All right. Right now, we want to take you to, again, another picture of the suspect, the person of interest in all of this. This is Robert Cremo III from the area of Highland Park. Police say he's 22 years old. He is considered armed and dangerous. He is driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit vehicle. Again, if you see him, do not approach him. Call 911. Call the police.
And we want to go back and play some dramatic video of the shots being fired during the parade. It does also show people running away.
And again, this video may be quite disturbing to some. You can see how people react, their emotions change and all this. This video taken by a viewer. You hear screams there. A viewer who was watching the festivities from a nearby window when that shooting began. That happening in Highland Park this morning. All right, with that, we want to take you now to this picture. This is the first confirmed victim in all the 6 people have died. This is Nicholas Toledo.
I believe one of his family members called into our newsroom and sent this photo of Nicholas Toledo. We've not been given any information on his age, but this is one of the 6 people who died in that Highland Park parade shooting. This morning, his family sent us this photo. So this is now what's going to be happening. Families all over that area who are one of the members of the family of the 6 people that passed away, gathering photos and trying to make sense of all of this. But this is the first we are seeing of one of those 6 victims, Nicholas Toledo, who was shot and killed during that Highland Park 4th of July parade this morning. Likely left his home to go out and celebrate with his family, perhaps with his friends, and did not come home.
Somebody's father, somebody's grandfather. There's a lot of information floating around out there on social media about victims and all the rest of it. We're only going to show you things that we know are confirmed by the proper authorities, that the families have been notified, and we will obviously be telling that story for quite a few days to come. But right now, please do stay with us. Our coverage of all of this breaking news continues. We'll have lots more of it coming up. Also, we have been tracking storms.
ABC 7's Larry Mowry is over in the Weather Center with the latest on that weather moving through the area. Larry?
Yeah, the good news is we have no warnings at this point across our area. But we are watching, there is a severe thunderstorm watch for parts of the area. We'll go to the map here. You'll see it here in just a second. We'll go to the backup computers where the map is. There you can see severe thunderstorm watch for the county shaded in yellow here until 7 o'clock. And you can see it only goes till 7 o'clock because this was issued for this little small cluster of thunderstorms that's now over southern Kane County and rain extending over DuPage into Cook County right now. That one storm that's now moving over I-88 and southern Kane County, that was severe a little while ago. It's not severe now, but it is still producing quite a bit of lightning, brief heavy rain, and some gusty winds as it's moving through Caneville, now getting close to Sugar Grove and North Aurora. That little storm is the reason why we've got the severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock. It was severe a little while ago back into DeKalb County, but it has weakened. Still could flare back up, so we got to keep an eye on that. You see some rain extending into the city and across parts of DuPage County, and also some severe weather well to the south now, even south of Watseka. With the cloud cover around and the rain we've seen at times today, temperatures have dropped off, upper 70s and low 80s. Still very muggy outside. And as I show you the wider picture, there are still some thunderstorms over the city and down to the south. You can see those two clusters of rain. But notice what's going on or what's not going on out to the west. Very quiet weather across parts of Iowa and western Wisconsin, but more storms are likely to develop in southern Wisconsin later tonight, and those will track off towards the east. Now, will they stay north of us? That's really the question mark overnight tonight, but there is the threat that some of those storms later tonight could drift down from Wisconsin. There's 8:30, a cluster of storms starts to develop across southern Wisconsin. Then around 10:40, 11 o'clock tonight, storms just to our north. Now, this particular model keeps almost all of the activity to our north, except around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's a possibility. However, it's also possible those storms could drift a little farther to the south and impact more of the area. So bottom line is, tonight we've got the threat for more storms. Not a guarantee that we get more storms, but if we do happen to see thunderstorms, a couple of them could be strong to even severe. So we continue in a slight risk, a level 2 overnight tonight for much of the area. Now, tomorrow's going to be hot and really muggy. Heat index value is above 100 degrees, pushing up to 107 is what it'll feel like at times tomorrow with a high of 95. Still some rain chances Wednesday and Thursday with temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Tonight, though, we'll watch for that possibility of some showers and a few strong thunderstorms still overnight tonight. Very warm night, mid to upper 70s. And then tomorrow, we're going to see temperatures climb into the mid to upper 90s for much of the area. Hot and muggy, a chance of a few strong to severe thunderstorms. And I think the favored time for storms tomorrow will be tomorrow night into the overnight hours. We'll continue with the rain chances Wednesday and Thursday, temperatures in the 80s. Some really nice weather setting up for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Lower humidity and temperatures right around 80 degrees. Ravi and Liz.
All right, Larry, thanks very much.
All right, Trey Ward has been on the scene all day since this tragedy unfolded. So, Trey, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, still an active scene and still traffic being rerouted away from the downtown area. We do know now that police are searching for a person of interest named Robert Primo, nicknamed Bobby the Third. That person of interest in the picture that was just released had a tattoo under his right eye. He's said to be actively being sought after and armed and dangerous, and likely driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit with Illinois license plate DM80653. Now, just looking at that video right there, you can just imagine what the witnesses and families were going through during this chaos. One father saying he heard several rounds going off as he was in front of a stage. We do know that the suspect climbed on top of a nearby business and shot from up above because of an unsecured ladder attached to that business near Central and 2nd in the downtown area of Highland Park, sending a lot of witnesses running for cover, many people sheltering in place at nearby businesses for hours as police were searching. But I can tell you right now, out here live, it is a sense of calm. Many people are still inside of their homes watching, if they are, from their front doors, looking at this chaos unfold and really looking at this massive scene continuing here in this downtown area. Police officers still here on scene, actively searching for that suspect at this time. We are hearing from crews that it is unlikely that that suspect is still within this perimeter of the downtown area. So this search is still massive in the Highland Park area. Several parades were canceled due to this and due to the fact that the suspect is still not caught. Of course, all of this happening during the Independence Day parade, where there are several children, families coming out, especially after 2 years of not having events during the summer. This was their return, and it ended in gunfire. We spoke to one woman who was with her young child, and she had to take cover in a restaurant. The same restaurant, she said, her best friend's sister, that is, was shot. She was trying to come across the street to see her family and her friend when she was shot. One other man said he was in front of a stage area, and when he heard the gunfire and when he saw several people lying shot in front of the stage area. So a very traumatic scene here, and one that police are still here searching for this suspect. Back to you guys.
Trey Ward reporting all day in the rain, outside of the rain. Great reporting by Trey. Thanks so much. You know, we're standing by right now for the governor of Illinois is expected to speak here at the bottom of the hour. We're just standing by to see if he's going to be coming to a microphone and addressing this. But in the meantime, let's just go over to Mayor Kawash, who's actually at the Highland Park Hospital and has been with the medical people and listening to doctors and all the rest of it. Mayor, have we got you?
Mayor Kawash, live at the hospital for us. So, Mayor, we heard from doctors just a little while ago about the 26 victims that were brought to that hospital, 25 of whom had been shot. What else can you tell us about what you're seeing out at that hospital if you're with us, Mayor?
All right. 3, 2.
All right, we are having a little bit of difficulty again with Mayor out there. The weather has been jumping on us. Folks have been trying to keep up with every little piece of information that comes along today.
And while we wait to hear from Governor Pritzker, I think we should probably just give a quick recap of what we've been following all afternoon here. 6 people confirmed dead, 31 shot at this, 31 injured in this Highland Park parade shooting that happened about 10:15 this morning. And police have now released information about a person of interest that they say is considered armed and very dangerous that they are actively looking for in the Highland Park area.
That person is Robert E. Bobby Cremo III, who comes from the Highland Park area, and we have a picture of him as provided by the Highland Park police. He is considered to be armed and dangerous at this hour. He is driving a 2010 Honda Fit. It is silver in color, a small car. The license plate, Illinois license plate DM 80653. Again, I say he's from the area. He is considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, if you see this car, who knows where, it could be anywhere. You are encouraged to call 911. Do not approach this person. They are certainly somebody that is a person of interest and that the police want to be speaking to immediately.
And as we heard, that 31 people injured in that shooting this morning, 26 of them taken to Highland Park Hospital, where Mayor Kawash has been standing there live for us all day. 25 people were shot. 6 of them. I'm sorry, 6 of them have undergone, sorry, I'm getting my numbers mixed up here.
Yeah, no,
25 of them shot. At least 4 to 5 of them, doctors told us, were children, the youngest of whom was 8 years old, the oldest 85 years old. 2 of those children have now been taken to other hospitals to undergo further surgery.
Right, one of those kids taken to Evanston Hospital, the other one taken to the University of Chicago Children's Hospital. But of those 25 gunshot wound victims who had gone to Highland Park Hospital, we heard earlier, 19 of them have actually all been treated and released at this hour. So there is some good news in that. Doctors talking about the kinds of injuries that these people suffered to their extremities, as well as to their bodies, to their abdomen, and so on. I thought it was very interesting. Earlier we had the press conference with the medical folks there talking about how they train for a day like today. They're working on a long weekend, they're working on a holiday weekend, and all of a sudden their training comes into practice, and their reflexes of how they've trained for this, not only in terms of the medical part of it, the administrative part of it, getting the blood bank ready, getting radiology ready, was very interesting to listen to, and they were very proud of the work they did, and we should thank them as well. Let's take a look at that photo now, if we can. Can we take a look at that photo of our suspect here? All right, we'll go to Eric Hong, actually. We'll come to that photo in a second. Let's go to Eric Hong. He's about 1/3 of a mile away from the downtown core of Highland Park with more information on what police are doing there. Eric.
Yeah, Robbie, the search for that shooter.
Just doing what she can, giving out food here.
Half a mile from that shooting scene downtown. We're told that at this hour we've got SWAT team members here. We've got armored vehicles. I'm going to step out and give you a sense of what we're looking at here at the corner of McDaniels and Deerfield. As you mentioned, less than half a mile from the shooting scene downtown. We've got that armored vehicle there. We've got K9 units on the corner as well. We've got an officer right now with a long gun that is walking in this cordoned off area that's been blocked off by yellow tape. It appears that they are focused on a residence that is on McDaniels Avenue, which is to the left of this frame that you're looking at right now. Perhaps a residence in the middle of the block that, according to a public records search, may be connected to an individual with the last name Cremo. We believe that is why law enforcement is here at this hour. We have seen law enforcement, as I said, heavily armed, walking to and fro. We have seen armored vehicles coming in and out. We've got ABC7 producer Christine Tressel, who's a little bit closer to this scene, has a little bit better vantage point than we do at this time, and she has reported to me that there are SWAT team members who are camped out outside the residence. They're not necessarily in a position where it looks like they're about to enter the residence or anything like that. There seems to be less urgency than that they seem to be outside. They've been talking to at least one of the residents of that home, and they just seem to be outside of the residence right now, perhaps waiting, perhaps in the process of in interviewing individuals who may be at that residence, but not in a position where it appears that they are poised and ready to enter that building or that home. So that is the scene here. We do have, as I mentioned, this area is cordoned off. Residents have been coming in to try to get to their homes here on Deerfield Road, a little bit farther beyond this area here, and they have been allowed in, but this area here, this particular block on McDaniels, appears to be really the focus of investigators' attention right now. And as you can see, a lot of personnel here with a lot of resources that have been brought to this residential area. Ravi and Liz.
Monitoring this law enforcement situation as it's changed over the past hour or so. He's in the area of Deerfield and McDaniels in the Highland Park area, sort of watching how law enforcement progresses and where things have been cordoned off. But now we want to take you to a photo and some more information on that person of interest that police are now looking for. We are told his name is Robert Cremo. He goes by Bobby E. Cremo III. Police say he's 22 years old and is said to be driving a 2010 Honda Fit that's silver in color. Our Christian Picos is talking to witnesses and police at the shooting scene. He's been camped out outside the Highland Park Fire Department, where we have been receiving those updates. So we're going to go to him in just a minute, but first let's talk to, I believe, our Michelle Gallardo, who's live in downtown Highland Park, where things have been pretty blocked off for the last several hours since that shooting happened. Michelle?
All right, we'll stand by waiting for Michelle, and we do not have her at this hour. And as you take a look at some of the scenes around here, again, this is the situation that Eric Hong was just describing. We'll get back to Michelle in a second, and we'll get to Christian Picos as well, who's at the fire hall. But this is where Eric Hong is, and our producer Christine Tressel, who's on the far side, I guess, of this picture right now. Very, very strong police presence in an area just near the downtown part of Highland Park.
And we've not been given any official information about what is happening in that area. Again, it's at the intersection of Deerfield and McDaniels in Highland Park. Eric says about a third of a mile southwest from the center of that scene.
All right, let's go to this is again the firehouse here. And this is in Highland Park. We're also, I want to let you know that we're standing by waiting for the governor, and there's Senator Tammy Duckworth, who's going to be speaking.
My name is Nancy Rotering, Mayor of the City of Highland Park, N-A-N-C-Y-R-O-T-E-R-I-N-G. This is a terribly difficult day and the bloodiest that we've experienced in Highland Park. We're fortunate to be supported by our law enforcement community and federal, state, county, and local government officials who have all offered resources as we work to apprehend the perpetrator and protect Highland Park and nearby communities. We appreciate that President Biden has called to offer his condolences and many federal resources. Thank you to my fellow mayors who have reached out from across the country, many of whom lead communities who have experienced this pain and tragedy. Thank you to Governor Pritzker, Senator Duckworth, Congressman Schneider, Senator Morrison, Representative Morgan, and ISP Director Brendan Kelly for joining us today. Your support and assistance is appreciated and critical at this difficult time. Our community, like so many before us, is devastated. It's impossible to imagine the pain of this kind of tragedy until you're confronted with it. Gun violence, a mass shooting such as this, casts a much wider net of agony than what the public is typically exposed to. It's a crisis that devastates entire families and communities in a single moment, and we know it's going to take a long, long time, if ever, to heal. Again, I want to extend my thanks to the people and resources who are moving this investigation forward, and we all look forward to bringing this individual to justice. On behalf of the City of Highland Park, our hearts are broken for the victims and their families. As we always do, we support each other. We are Highland Park strong. At this time, I'd like to introduce Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you, Mayor Rodering. Thank you for your leadership on this tragic day. Good afternoon. I want to begin today by honoring the heroic actions of law enforcement who ran toward the gunshots that they heard today. In particular, lives were saved because the Highland Park Police Department courageously protected and served their community. I also want to thank our Illinois State Police who have been coordinating on the ground since this morning with Highland Park PD, neighboring police forces, the county task force, FBI, and ATF. Our troopers will continue the investigation and search until the job is done. To the residents of Highland Park and surrounding communities, this murderer will be brought to justice. But until that happens, please follow instructions from local authorities on how best to keep you and your family safe. And please know that every resource at the state's disposal will be available to you in the days and weeks ahead as you recover from this horrific tragedy. A little while ago, I spoke with President Biden, who pledged all support the White House can provide. The president agrees with me. This madness must stop. This morning, a gunman opened fire on a July 4th parade in Highland Park, taking 6 innocent lives, leaving at least 24 people in the hospital, traumatizing countless children and families, and shattering the peace of this community. The families of 6 individuals woke up today to join a community celebration of our nation's independence. They will go to bed tonight less than whole. There are no words for the kind of evil that shows up at a public celebration of freedom, hides on a roof, and shoots innocent people with an assault rifle. There are no words I can offer to lessen the pain of those families who will no longer associate the 4th of July with celebration, but instead with grief. Please know that our state grieves with you, that MK and I and our family grieve with you. It is devastating that a celebration of America was ripped apart by our uniquely American plague. A day dedicated to freedom has put into stark relief the one freedom we as a nation refuse to uphold, the freedom of our fellow citizens to live without the daily fear of gun violence. You know what I love about 4th of July? We celebrate the founding of this wonderful nation by gathering with family and friends and enjoying parades and fireworks. Our cameras on days like this are filled with messy faces and reckless smiles and pretty sunsets, an effort to bottle up that unique feeling of sun-filled joy. That's what evil took from us today. That's what gun violence robs us of, no matter the neighborhood or the city it erupts in. If you're angry today, I'm here to tell you, be angry. I'm furious. I'm furious that yet more innocent lives were taken by gun violence. I'm furious that their loved ones are forever broken by what took place today. I'm furious that children and their families have been traumatized. I'm furious that this is happening in communities all across Illinois and America. I'm furious because it does not have to be this way. And yet we as a nation, well, we continue to allow this to happen. While we celebrate the 4th of July just once a year, mass shootings have become our weekly, yes, weekly, American tradition. There are going to be people who say that today is not the day, that now is not the time to talk about guns. I'm telling you, there is no better day and no better time than right here and right now. It's the 4th of July, a day for reflection on our freedoms. Our founders carried muskets, not assault weapons. And I don't think a single one of them would have said that you have a constitutional right to an assault weapon with a high-capacity magazine. or that that is more important than the right of the people who attended this parade today to live. Yes, I'm angry. We as a nation deserve better. Let us pray for the injured and those who are still in the hospital tonight. And may the memory of those we lost today be a blessing and a call to action. I want to turn the podium over to our Senator, Tammy Duckworth.
No, I got it. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Governor. This morning, I got up, like most Americans, like the families of the 6 who were killed, to celebrate life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those 6 families no longer have that opportunity. My heart goes out to those families who will never see their loved ones again. And I've made it clear to both Governor Pritzker and Mayor Rodering that I would do whatever I can at the federal level to get them the resources they need, not just to catch a shooter, but to help Highland Park recover from this tragedy. I was just on the phone with Senator Durbin, who is driving here as quickly as he possibly can to come to Highland Park. And he also sends his condolences and his thoughts. And you know, he and I recently in the Senate last month proved that bipartisan compromise on gun safety is possible. Today, we have seen that we can't just stop there. We have to do more to keep our communities safe. We have to get rid of assault weapons, high-capacity magazines, and so many other additional common-sense reforms that wide majorities of Americans are crying out for. And so today I will go home and hug my babies a little tighter in gratefulness that they are safe. But I think about the babies and the families who lost moms and dads and grandparents today. And we must do more. I just listened to the sound of that gunfire from one of the videos that was captured. And let me tell you that the last time I heard a weapon with that capacity firing that rapidly on the 4th of July was Iraq. It was not the United States of America. We can, and we should, and we will do better. So I just want to thank the mayor for everything that she's done. The president gave me a call as well. The White House did. And we also just spoke to the Secretary of Homeland Security, who also have pledged to send all the resources that we need. With that, I'm going to turn this back over to Governor Pritzker.
I can take a couple of questions.
Governor, any update about the suspect so far? Something that you know about the suspect?
Chief.
Yeah, so there's not an update right now. So give us a little time to have our officers and detectives and investigators continue their work. We're working diligently and as hard as we can. As you know, these things move very, very quickly. And a lot of information is coming in rapidly. We're trying to sort through what's credible, what's not credible in our pursuit of the person of interest. So nothing new as we stand here, but as soon as we know something new, we will definitely bring it to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to go this way. Yep. That's all right. Yep, thank you.
They may have. I'm not aware.
Our leaders at every level, the state level, the local level, the federal level, Ravi Baichwal here along with Liz Nagy in the studio watching along with you as these leaders express their anger, it would seem, at yet again what has been called a weekly American tradition, a mass shooting, that from the that coming from the governor.
Governor Pritzker said he's furious. We did want to tell you, we did hear just from police right there. They said they have no update on the search for that person of interest. They said they are receiving information rapidly, working to figure out what is credible, what is not, and follow up on those leads that may be credible, trying to track down that person of interest who they say is 22-year-old Bobby Cremo. We're going to head back out to Michelle Gallardo, who is live in downtown Highland Park, around the area that has been partly under lockdown for the last several hours. Michelle?
That's right. This area has been under lockdown ever since that shooting happened earlier this morning. And, you know, it is much quieter than it had been earlier. Partly, of course, we had some pretty strong rain earlier, which suspended a little bit of the investigative activity of what was going on. But I want to show you what has been left behind here, because it really is just such an eerie scene when you take a look at, you know, things like abandoned strollers and children's bicycles, you know, lawn chairs and picnic blankets that were simply left behind as, you know, all of the people that were gathered here just left in a panic, running for their lives earlier this morning. Where we are now is just a block away from where it is believed that this person of interest that has now been identified was taking aim from. And so there has been a heavy police activity all day. Again, that has somewhat tapered off in the last hour. We do understand there are about 100 law enforcement officials in this area, not just, of course, from Highland Park and other local police municipalities, but also from the ATF, from the FBI. We've been seeing FBI crime scene techs that have been really just kind of combing through the area, taking a look at the ground, into the trees. Earlier we had the SWAT teams that were going from business to business, marking off with an X the ones they were not able to get into, as they are doing what appears to be secondary searches of the area. Again, it does seem like most of that investigative activity has moved a little bit further down and was suspended somewhat with the rain. But again, this is still very much an area under lockdown, and we will bring you more as it develops. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Michelle Gallardo reporting right from where all of this tragedy unfolded in downtown Highland Park. All right, you've been looking at the bottom of your screen, the bottom right part of your screen. We've been watching the weather here as well. Larry Mowry has been tracking that. We've got more warnings and watches to be aware of. Larry.
Yeah, a new severe thunderstorm warning just popped up a few moments ago, and it's shaded in yellow here. You can see it extends into southern DuPage County, parts of Will County, even parts of Cook County, and back into Kane and Kendall County. You've got a portion of your counties under the severe thunderstorm warning. It's in effect until 6:30, and the storm itself, you can see, is not very big in terms of covering a large area, but it is producing some gusty winds, and the potential here is that we could be seeing winds up to 60 miles per hour. It's just now moved through Aurora, pushing down towards Plainfield and over towards Bolingbrook. Just on the south side of Naperville, too, you're getting some heavier downpours and certainly some lightning strikes. But within the core of that storm, it's possible we could be seeing winds up to 60 miles per hour, and maybe even some small hail, maybe penny to nickel size hail, especially where you see the darker shades of red here from just south of, just south here of Naperville and south of Aurora now. That's where the core of that storm is located. There's Plainfield, over here's Bolingbrook, and there's the county line. So you can see the storm primarily now moving into Will County. That's where the heaviest part of the storm is located, extreme northern Will County. But you can see the track of this, taking it down to the south and east, getting close to Joliet probably in the next 15 minutes or so, and then continuing to push to the south and to the east. We had some rain come across the city a few moments ago, about 30 minutes ago, starting to taper off, but it's dried out in the northern suburbs, at least for now. We continue with this severe thunderstorm watch until 7 o'clock for all the counties shaded in yellow. That was issued because of that one storm, which has the warning with it now. It's going to continue to slide to the south and east. So this is only in effect for about another 2 hours or so, or hour, I should say about an hour, until we get to 7 o'clock. Now, temperatures have cooled down thanks to the cloud cover and the rain around, 70s and low 80s. These are the current readings. It's still pretty muggy. And what we'll have to watch for later this evening are more thunderstorms developing into Wisconsin. I'm getting a few radar returns right now, and this will be the opportunity for more storms to hit us later tonight, because the storms that develop up here across southern Wisconsin, they'll be tracking off towards the east. And depending how far south they make it, they could impact us overnight tonight. So Futurecast, our future radar, shows that as we go through the rest of this evening, once that first batch of storms moves out, which is currently moving through, we're going to have several dry hours. But later tonight, those storms that develop in Wisconsin will start to drift southward. There's 11 o'clock. You can see the storms kind of hugging the state line. Latest model runs have this drifting a little farther to the south, so northern suburbs into parts of the lakefront, we could have some strong to potentially severe thunderstorms later tonight. We remain under this slight risk of severe weather. That's the area shaded in yellow. So there is still a concern that any storms overnight tonight that develop in Wisconsin, as they drift southward, they could produce some severe weather with gusty winds and maybe some hail as our primary concerns overnight tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a really hot day. We're going to get to 95 degrees. It's going to be muggy. Temperatures in the triple digits will be the heat index values. Wednesday, a lake breeze will set up, so a little cooler, but there will be some rain around on Wednesday, and the threat of thunderstorms continues into Thursday. So we've been dry for so long, but the next several days will feature several rain chances for us. We also have a heat advisory in place. That's in effect for the counties shaded in orange here from noon till 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. And look at the high temperatures tomorrow, mid to upper 90s, just a few degrees cooler at the lakefront. And when you factor in that humidity, here's 2:30 in the afternoon. It's going to feel like it's well into the triple digits throughout the afternoon hours tomorrow. And even tomorrow, we remain with a risk of severe weather. Slight risk of severe weather again tomorrow, level 2. So storms could develop again tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening and produce more severe weather. But there's the first batch of storms that's coming through right now. We've seen scattered stormy weather here this evening. Temperatures very hot down to our south and west. Where it's rained, it is a little bit cooler. But there's the next wave that comes in overnight tonight. Then tomorrow, we'll be in the mid-90s. This front will be nearby, so we'll have to watch for more storms during the late afternoon and evening tomorrow. Some of these could be severe. See several clusters of storms coming through. And then more rain chances on Wednesday, despite winds turning off the lake, and even more rain chances for us on Thursday. So very unsettled weather the next few days. Tonight, be prepared for the possibility of more showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight. Once we get this initial round out of here, a warm night, mid to upper 70s. Tomorrow, 95, 84 Wednesday, 88 on Thursday. Storm chances the next 3 days, then some nice weather for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Weekend's looking really rather pleasant for us with highs right around 80 degrees.
All right, busy night in the Weather Center as well. Larry, thank you so much. Now, we want to get you back up to speed on what is happening in our breaking news all day. Let's take a look now at a photo and information on this suspect, this person of interest, Robert Crimo III. There's his picture.
Police tell us he is 22 years old and is said to be driving a 2010 Honda Fit that's silver in color. The license plate on that is an Illinois license plate with the letters and numbers D like David, M like Mary, 80653. That's a 2003 Honda Fit, very much like the one you see there. Police are currently looking for the gentleman you see right here on the screen, 22-year-old Bobby E. Crimo III.
He is considered armed and dangerous. If you see this vehicle, call 911. If you see him, call 911. Do not approach him. He is clearly someone that is a person of interest for the police. We've been seeing earlier where the police and all kinds of federal agents have been and the FBI have been around a neighborhood in Highland Park, about a third of a mile southwest of the downtown core. Our Eric Hong is there, and we have been able to see what they're doing there at that point. Now, again, just if you're joining us here, you're watching ABC 7 Eyewitness News right here, coming up at 6 o'clock, and we're continuing to follow all this breaking news. We have been in continuous coverage since our news at 11 a.m. after gunfire erupted during a 4th of July parade, this on the North Shore.
A gunman targeted innocent people celebrating the nation's independence in Highland Park. Parade goers were forced to run for their lives. In all, 6 people are dead, dozens others hurt in the chaos. And tonight, dramatic video shows the moment that gunfire erupted. We want to warn you, this video is graphic. Now, you can't see the gunfire in this video, but you can see the panic of people running away from the scene of the shooting and some police officers running toward the gunfire. This was supposed to be a day of celebration in a quiet north suburban neighborhood.
Instead, though, it turned into sheer terror. And just about an hour ago, investigators did name a person of interest in all this. His name is Robert Crimo, Bobby Crimo III. Also goes by Bobby, as I say. He's 22 years old. He's believed to be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit car with a Illinois license plate number DM80653. And police say again he should be considered very dangerous. The gunfire starting around 10:14 this morning. More amateur video here shortly after the parade began. Witnesses saying that they thought it sounded like fireworks, but then they quickly learned it was not the case. Hundreds of police quickly swarming the scene, searching for that gunman. He has not been found yet, but a high-powered rifle was discovered. And our I-team is reporting that the ATF is working to trace that gun, all in hopes of determining where it was purchased. And tonight we're learning more about some of the 6 people who were killed in all of this. In this shooting, at least 5 of them are adults, including Nicholas Toledo. Right here, relatives telling us that he was at the parade with his family. At least one other family member injured in all this, but that family member is expected to survive.
We have extensive team coverage of this tragedy, starting with our Christian Picos, who's live at the Highland Park Fire Department headquarters, where investigators have been giving updates throughout the afternoon. Christian?
Yeah, hey, Liz and Robbie, literally just in the past few moments, we got a piece of paper from Lake County officials giving us a little bit more clarity on Bobby Crimo, who they're looking for at this hour. They say he's 5'11". We did not know that previously. He's 5'11". We're also getting a look at the vehicle as well, that small 2010 silver Honda Fit. He's white, has brown neck-length hair as well. They're also saying here that the FBI is offering a reward for any information leading to the location of Robert Crimo III. Now, they're saying here that Crimo has ties to Rockford, DeKalb, and Elgin, Illinois. In the past 20 minutes or so, we heard from a number of different state officials, including Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, as well as Senator Tammy Duckworth and the mayor of Highland Park, Nancy Rotering, all offering and extending their condolences to the families whose lives have been forever changed on this unforgettable 4th of July holiday. Some of the highlights from J.B. Pritzker in saying, there's no words for a kind of evil that someone has for showing up at a celebration of freedom, hiding on a roof, and shooting people with an assault rifle. Governor Pritzker also went on to call this a uniquely American plague that we continue to allow happen on a near weekly basis as well. He's also went on to say that there is no better day and time to talk about guns, adding that our founders carried muskets, not high-powered assault rifles. Senator Duckworth added she's going to be going home and hugging her babies just a little bit tighter tonight, and she also added that Senator Dick Durbin is on the way as well. We did not get any new information on the whereabouts, though, for that suspect, but we do want to play some of that emotional sound from that news conference just a few minutes ago.
A person of interest has been identified. His name is Robert Bobby E. Crimo, C-R-I-M-O III. He is 22 years of age. He is believed to be driving a 2010 silver Honda Fit vehicle, license plate, Illinois, D. David M. Mary 80653.
This person is on the loose. We're working to try to figure out if he is local or if he is taken off to another area. We have multiple teams doing that right now.
This is a terribly difficult day and the bloodiest that we've experienced in Highland Park.
To the residents of Highland Park and surrounding communities, this murderer will be brought to justice. But until that happens, please follow instructions from local authorities on how best to keep you and your family safe.
Now, according to federal authorities, Crimo was born on September 20th, 2000. He has brown eyes, weighs 120 pounds as well. He also has multiple tattoos of roses on his neck. One tattoo under his right eye and another tattoo, it looks like, on his left eyebrow as well. If you have any information, you're asked to call federal authorities at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, that number is 1-800-CALL-FBI. Back to you.
All right, Christian, police releasing that specific information because they are hoping it will help someone identify him and perhaps get him in police custody even faster. Thanks so much, Kristen Picos. Well, here's a look at the current shelter-in-place boundaries that are established right now. Green Bay Road to Laurel Avenue to St. John's Avenue to Elm Place. If you are in a home or a business that's within this area, you are asked to stay inside until this police operation comes to an end. The scenes coming out of Highland Park are dramatic, but the stories of survival are even more shocking. Trey Ward was one of the first reporters on the scene for us. He talked to several people who were there when that gunfire rang out. Trey?
Yeah, and that sense of shock still remaining here on scene hours after this now deadly mass shooting. Families now reeling after learning 6 people were shot, dozens of others hurt and sent to the hospital. Many families, as you mentioned, were at this parade route and along the route and were there when they heard the gunfire erupt. One man said he heard several rounds as he took his son and put him into a dumpster after trying to break into a nearby business to seek shelter. Another woman was seeking shelter at a nearby restaurant. All of this unfolding as many people were dispersing away from the area near Central and 2nd. That's where police say this all occurred and unfolded when that suspect climbed upon a business and shot from up above. We want to listen to what one mother and what one father said happened.
All I thought about is just, getting my daughter to safety, and I ran with her. We went to the nearest McDonald's, and, she lost her shoe along the way, my daughter, and she was scared. All I wanted her is to be safe.
When the shot stopped again, that's when we decided we had to run, so we started shooting again, and we ran behind the building, and I put my son in a dumpster.
And Armani Garcia says that her best friend's sister is one of the people who was shot. As far as Alexander, he said when he returned back to that stage area where he ran from, he saw several people shot on the ground. He also saw a police officer comforting a young boy, a sign and a display that despite this tragedy, that the strength in this community is unwavering. Back to you guys.
All right, Trey Ward, who's been on scene all day, one of the first reporters there. Trey, great work. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you in a little bit. The investigation has not been focused on just Highland Park and all this. Eric Hong live towards Deerfield, where there's also been a large police presence in connection with the shooting. Eric, tell us where you are and what's happening.
Yeah, Ravi, the search for that person of interest appears to have brought law enforcement to this residential neighborhood less than half a mile from where that hail of gunfire was rained upon parade goers. Over my shoulder right now is the corner of Deerfield Road and McDaniels Avenue here in Highland Park, where for the last couple of hours or so, there's been quite a large police presence. We've seen armored vehicles, we've seen officers with long guns and canine units from various law enforcement agencies. We've got state police here, as well as obviously Highland Park police as well as sheriff's deputies here. Their attention appears focused on a residence on McDaniels Avenue, which is around the corner from where we're standing right now. It's in the middle of the block, we understand it to be, a home that may be connected, possibly connected to that person of interest, Bobby Cremo. Our ABC7 producer, Christine Tressel, she's a little bit closer to that home. She tells me that several officers are right now camped out in front of the home. They've been there for quite some time. They're not in any kind of ready deployment, ready position to enter the house, but instead seem to be in more of a kind of a wait-and-see mode. They've been seen talking to a female resident outside of the house, but other than that, not that much activity over the last hour or so, at least. We have seen some neighbors outside of their houses to come out to see exactly what's taking place in their neighborhood, but for the most part, nearby residents, they seem to be heeding the order that's been issued by law enforcement out here to try to stay inside their home, stay away from the area. And again, we're just less than half a mile, really about a third of a mile from that downtown area where the shooting took place. And right now, as that search for that person of interest continues, law enforcement, they have deployed quite a bit of manpower as well as resources here in this residential neighborhood to that residence that we believe may be connected to that person of interest. We're live right now in this area, half a mile from downtown. Back to you guys.
All right, Eric, thanks very much. The sun has come back out where Eric is. We can hear the helicopters above as well. Thank you so much. Now, this parade was 3/4 of the way kind of moving through when all the shooting started. That parade started at the intersection of Laurel and St. John's Avenues, and then it was heading north on St. John's in Highland Park. It turned west on Central Avenue, as you can see, and it was to end at Sunset Park. And surveillance video from inside one of the businesses. Take a look here, located along the parade route, showing us a very different perspective of the panic outside. You can see people there banging on the door, trying to get in, trying to save themselves right there. It is dramatic indeed. People crouching, looking for any kind of safety as police officers go by with guns right there. Now, Michelle Gallardo joining us again live from along the parade route with more on what she has been seeing there all day and right now. Michelle?
Ravi, and you mentioned those pictures from earlier where parade goers were sheltering in place for hours inside some of these businesses that are lined up along Central Avenue. I am just about a block from where that shooting began, just after 10 o'clock this morning. And, you know, for a while, both sides of this street were lined with police vehicles. A lot of that activity has diminished now, leaving really mostly just the FBI crime scene techs who have been seen going through this area with a fine-tooth comb. Some of that work had to be stopped temporarily because of the rain, but like you aptly said, Ravi, you can hear the chopper already back in the air as that search continues with over 100 law enforcement officers in the area. And you know, we were able to speak earlier to a Highland Park doctor who was accompanied by his wife, children, and grandchild. They were here earlier and they described what it was like to be in the middle of the chaos, just trying to help as the unthinkable unfolded right in front of them.
Everybody took a second to think is it firecrackers or something? And then people started screaming and running. And my family scattered, and my daughter fell down. She was running and skinned her knees, and everybody was screaming and crying. People had lost their grandchildren, and they were looking for missing kids, and everybody was trying to find people, and it was just a terrifying, terrifying time.
I, along with a bunch of other people, just did what we could. We applied pressure to wounds. We started a couple IVs. There was a little boy who we were trying to help do CPR on, and I hope to God that family does not lose that child.
And again, as the search for this person of interest, now identified as 22-year-old Robert Cremo III, continues, this area right here, while it does remain in lockdown, appears to be less in a search mode and more now in an investigative crime scene mode. Again, as this search continues, you can again hear that helicopter in the air above us. Ravi, Liz, back to you.
All right, Michelle Gallardo with us right where it all happened. Thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you in a little bit to go. I think we're going to take a look here again at the wanted poster here that's now out courtesy of the FBI. You can see the picture of Robert E. Cremo III, also known as Bobby. And Liz, there is the car that he is driving, that silver Honda Fit, a 2010 version.
And police are putting this picture out there, hoping somebody recognizes him. They say he's 22-year-old Bobby Cremo. You can see he has multiple tattoos on his neck, which Christian said are described by investigators as tattoos of roses. Also has a small tattoo under his right eye. Police are warning people, if you see him, have any information on his whereabouts, perhaps locate this car anywhere, you're asked to call 911. Do not approach him. Police say he is armed and extremely dangerous. They are working quickly behind the scenes to try and sift through the information that they've already received in information that might be credible, trying to follow up on any leads to track down Bobby Cremo's whereabouts. They say he is the person of interest connected to that Highland Park shooting this morning.
We also heard that he has connections to other areas in the state. We didn't hear what those connections were, perhaps family, who knows what, but including Rockford and other areas. It's now about 8 hours since this incident happened, and if he has been driving and been able to get along that way, he could be very far or he could be very near. We'll be watching to see exactly how this unfolds over the evening.
And investigators eager certainly to get him into custody as quickly as possible, given that they say he's armed and dangerous. Well, the victims in this incident were taken to 3 different hospitals in the north suburbs, some in critical condition. Police and doctors say others drove themselves to the hospitals in the chaos. Mayor Kawash is live at North Shore Highland Park Hospital, where the largest number of victims are being treated right now. Mayor?
Liz, and that number was 26 victims that were taken here for treatment, 25 of them with gunshot wounds. The ages of those victims ranging from 8 to 85 years old. Now, the good news is 19 of them were able to be treated and discharged here. Like you mentioned, a few of the others were transferred to local hospitals in Glenbrook, Evanston, and Skokie. And in the meantime, we've still seen this hospital property essentially locked down and secured by police. At the entrances, you hear the helicopter. It's over the area as it's looking at these streets in Highland Park that are still eerily quiet as that shelter in place continues. People initially rushed here, checking on loved ones, but the hospital tells us all families have been connected with victims. But tonight, those doctors and nurses, visibly and understandably shaken from the trauma they've dealt with here today. We heard from them not too long ago.
Listen, there's been a lot of different events that have happened in the United States, and this obviously now has hit very close to home. It is a little surreal to have to take care of an event such as this, but all of us have gone through extensive training. We go through a number of different programs, training. We practice for these events, even though we hope they never happen. And so I think our team very admirably handled the situation today.
Hard to imagine what those frontline workers are seeing and working through today, but they say they're proud to be doing that work on this 4th of July holiday that has taken such a turn for the worse. But again, 26 victims taken here to this hospital, 25 of them with gunshot wounds. Thankfully, 19 of them are home tonight. Liz, Ravi?
Mayor, you know, those doctors talking about how they train and how you talked about that, how they train for these mass casualty events. And then here it comes on the 4th of July when they're working on a holiday. We saw a whole bunch of very senior medical people outside describing how they went into the response mode that they were in right there. And also now they're actually being escorted out of the hospital under security as well. It's a very tight situation still where you are, and we can hear helicopters over you as well.
That's correct, Ravi. Security is all over this hospital. Like you said, the nurses and doctors are being taken to the door of their vehicles when they leave from this hospital. Any car that comes to the hospital is stopped by police before being allowed to enter. And this is a residential area too. There's houses right nearby, but you don't see anyone outside on this 4th of July holiday. That helicopter, the only noise you hear, not fireworks like you'd expect. A sad day, Ravi.
And Mayor, these doctors and nurses are trained professionals and, of course, prepare for this. But we did hear the head of surgery for the entire North Shore hospital system get a little emotional about this. They called in 20 extra doctors, 20 extra nurses. And he said when something like this happens, it's not just the doctors who respond, it's the entire system that responds, because some people had to be immediately rushed into surgery.
They had to be stabilized there, Mayor. You heard those stories, how some were stabilized there. Many were actually able to be released, but others had to be taken to other hospitals. What were the doctors talking about in terms of the actual injuries, without obviously being excessively graphic about it? They were talking about what they saw.
Yeah, the gunshot wounds all across the body. They mentioned that these are injuries that you really just don't see. Different gunshot wounds. Some of these were children. They couldn't give us a specific number, but again, when you go back to the age range of these people, 8 to 85 years old, so many people affected, and those injuries that they're seeing here today, some pediatric taken for orthopedic reasons, really from head to toe, these gunshot wounds are apparent on these victims.
Wow. Wow, what a story and what a picture that is. Mayor Quash with us at the Highland Park Hospital. Mayor, thanks very much for standing by, Liz.
This parade drew families from around the community. Many of those families were separated during the chaos of this shooting and the aftermath. Our Leah Hope is live at the Family Reunification Center, set up for family members who are still looking for one another. Leah?
Indeed, we've seen so many people come and go, some folks in law enforcement, some civilians, and you have some folks bringing in some items right now, I assume, from one of the local retailers. And whether it's police officers or the civilians who have come here for help and comfort and information, it seems that they are going to be here for a while. As we know, the search, this manhunt continues at this hour. But here at this reunification center, this is really the Highland Park Police Department. So this is the epicenter of the police operation operations, and this is where they are working out of. We've seen a lot of police cars come and go. We've seen police cars from other jurisdictions, as we know. Everyone who is close by, who is available, has come to help. And we've also seen that with the civilians, not only people coming to bring food and water and supplies and things like that, but we've seen just residents stopping by, sharing their thoughts with us. We also have talked with some people who have come out of this place, who have been waiting outside of this place, who prefer to not be on camera, but their hearts are heavy. They are looking for loved ones. There are some stories that that I don't even feel comfortable relaying to you. Some graphic stories, families looking for loved ones, looking for children. We've seen people just in a panic, coming out of here, running in here and going out of here, and a lot of anxiety of the people who have been coming in here trying to get information about loved ones. We have a little video that we did shoot that we feel comfortable showing of some of the officers coming in and out, as I mentioned before. Officers coming in and out because this is their base of operation, and we have some folks just leaving now who have dropped off some supplies, and certainly, as Mayor was mentioning, just a sad day, a difficult day, a day that was supposed to be a holiday, and instead turned quite tragic and quite violent. People here have been impacted in so many different ways. We talked with a couple of people who were willing to be on camera earlier today.
We heard bam, 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 and it seemed, for the first bunch of them, seemed like it was fireworks, which kind of made a little bit of sense. You'd probably get in trouble if you did it, but we heard them, and everybody was just kind of like frozen. And then all of a sudden, people started getting up and screaming, and then it accelerated. And I said to my wife, I think at that point we realized this was gunfire.
That's very scary, and just the whole neighborhood, because we live just a couple blocks from downtown where it happened. So it's a very scary thought just to think about the community and our house of being somewhere that you don't feel safe right now.
And that is indeed the feeling that we get from so many of the people that we've spoken to. The shock, and a bit of the shock, is wearing off. And now they're wondering where they are safe, a question that so many people have asked in so many communities, far too many across this country. And here, that is a question they are asking in Highland Park. We have families that are still looking for their loved ones, and we have officers still looking for this person of interest, as he is being called. We've showed that picture, so if you have any information, please call the Highland Park Police Department. And that is something that's also happening here. People, as they're processing what they've seen today, they might realize that they may have seen something that was unusual. They may have caught a picture that might be helpful. And that is something that seems to be of help to the police department, because clearly they have a person they are looking for. They've got a photo, and they've got that name out there. So people have been coming here with their photos, offering to share them and offering to share any bits of information they can that might help bring this person in, because right now, indeed, people do not feel safe. This was supposed to be such a happy day. People were not on guard for anything like this at all. After 2 years of waiting for this parade to return, they were eager for some festivities, eager for some lightness, reason to celebrate, families and neighbors coming out, kids with their families, with their grandkids, and it wasn't a time that people were on guard and looking for something like this. There were plenty of law enforcement officials. With what's been happening in the world, we know that all of these public events have had extra law enforcement watching, and certainly that hopefully aided in making this not as bad as it could have been. Although, as I say those words, this was just simply horrible. And I know I've been getting texts from people who are watching this in Highland Park and elsewhere, and they are just heartbroken, whether they actually knew someone or whether they did not. So it's a very difficult time, and still a very uneasy time, as you were hearing from all these reports, Ravi. Just an uneasy time. People are wondering whether they can go back to their homes. One of the people we spoke with was wondering whether he could get an escort to go to his home, because in the excitement of getting to the parade, they wondered whether they actually locked their house, whether they locked their shed, whether they locked their garage, and now they're wondering, was somebody maybe hiding there? So just a very uneasy time. So we'll let you get back to you in the studio, because hopefully there'll be more to come, and hopefully something to bring this community some healing and some ease. We are live at the Highland Park Police Department. Leah Hope, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Leah, what a perspective. A lot of people are also very angry right now as well. Let's go back out to Christian Picos. He's got more information. He's been standing by where the updates have been happening, Christian, and you're talking to some of our elected representatives right now. Christian?
624.
That's exactly right. We're joined right now by U.S. Congressman Brad Schneider, who lives right here in Highland Park. Congressman Schneider, thank you for joining us despite these circumstances. First and foremost, walk me through just what this community, Highland Park, means to you.
Well, this is a tight-knit community. It's a community where there are families who've lived here for generations, kids going to school, but also their grandparents who went to the same school that their grandkids went to. The 4th of July parade is a celebration of America's independence, the nation's birthday, but it's also a time where families come together, literally coming out early in the morning, waiting for the parade and celebrating. And the floats that go by, it's the kids from the different schools, the bands, the other organizations, it's service organizations, it's groups from Highland Park that are making a difference in people's lives. And today, instead of celebrating Independence Day and the difference we can make in our community, in a flash, the community was shattered. When a young man took a gun, fired up to, I've heard, as many as 60 shots, killed 6 people, and injured at least 24. And this community is really grieving tonight.
You know, there are a lot of people tonight who, understandably so, are livid. They're furious. They're angry that these mass shootings happen now on a weekly basis, and many people have just become numb to them. How do we move forward as a country?
Yeah, it's not weekly. This is the 308th mass shooting this year, and there's just a little over 180 days into the year so far. So it's more than one a day. And I can tell you my own personal emotions. When I first heard the shooting and we got out of the parade area, it was shock, not aware of what was happening. From there, hearing that first 2 people dead, now 6 people confirmed dead, it's grief. And it's a deep grief that will be with this community for a long time. But it's also anger. Anger that 308 shootings, mass shootings this year alone. What we're being told is a assault weapon used, 60 shots fired. We're better than this as a country, and we need to take action to reduce gun violence, to increase gun safety, and make sure that families can go to the 4th of July parade in their community free of the fear of having someone shot and killed, but rather working together, saying we make our community stronger and we celebrate the ideals that this nation is founded on.
Well, to that point, how can individuals put their emotions into action? How can they unite to bring change?
I'm going to speak for myself first. Since I got to Congress in 2013, I've been focused on trying to reduce gun violence. We have passed in 2019 and again in 2021 in the House legislation that would have universal background checks. Every sale of a gun in this country had a background check so that someone who shouldn't have a gun, like we saw today, has less of a chance of getting that gun. 90% plus of this country supports that, but Congress, in particular the Senate, has blocked that legislation. So be angry. Call your senator. Tell them, let's get this legislation through. This isn't a partisan issue. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's about Americans being able to celebrate in their communities free of fear. And let's come together and let's work together to pass legislation that will reduce gun violence, increase gun safety, and make sure our kids can go to school, folks can go to the park or to the parade, and do so with confidence that they'll go home and celebrate with their family.
Last question for you. I think it's really important to find the hope in the darkness, because that's how we move forward. What is giving you hope tonight that we can move forward, we can see change in this country?
So I'm grieving tonight, and my heart's broken, but I also see the strength of my community, the strength of the outreach from my colleagues across the country, and Mayor Rodering said her colleagues, mayors from other cities that have experienced similar tragedies. We are a strong nation. We come together and we help each other at that time. I have faith in this country. I believe in the ideals the founders instilled in the Declaration of Independence and in our Constitution, and we're going to fight for that. We're going to make sure that for our children and our grandchildren, we'll have further 4th of July celebrations.
Okay, Congressman Schneider, thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. It's great meeting you.
Yeah, be safe.
Thank you.
We're praying for you and the rest of Highland Park as well.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll have more sound with some of our other elected officials later on.
All right, Christian Picos with Representative Brad Schneider, who represents the Highland Park area in the 10th District in Illinois. President Biden releasing a statement this afternoon. And it says in part, Jill and I are shocked by the senseless gun violence that has yet again brought grief to an American community on this Independence Day. The president going on to say that, quote, I have spoken to Governor Pritzker and Mayor Rotering and have offered the full support of the federal government to their communities. The vice president, Kamala Harris, has also been briefed on this situation. She is scheduled to be speaking to the National Education Association's convention here in Chicago. No word yet if she's going to be making a visit to Highland Park. And the Republican candidate for Illinois governor, Darren Bailey, speaking from Skokie, minutes after that parade that he was scheduled to march in was canceled due to the shooting.
We are here in Cook County in the beautiful community of Skokie, getting ready for the Independence Day parade, and it was canceled. Unfortunately, about 20 minutes away from here in Highland Park, there was a shooting. There were several people that we know have been shot. That's all we know, and we're just going to take a moment and pray for the families. Friends, let's pray for the law enforcement and even the organizers of this parade. They've done an amazing job. There's a lot of confusion and frustration that the parade's being canceled, but they did the right thing because people's safety has got to come first. The shooter is still at large, so let's pray for justice to prevail. And then let's move on and let's celebrate the independence of this nation.
All right, that is Republican governor candidate Darren Bailey earlier today in Skokie.
Now, Senator Tammy Duckworth is joining us on the phone. We saw her just speak a few minutes ago from Highland Park, where she was with Governor J.B. Pritzker. Senator, what can you tell us about what you've been told about this investigation?
Well, let me just start off by saying that there has been tremendous work being done by the police force of Highland Park and also the state police and all the surrounding police forces as well. They're doing an amazing job. They are tracking this individual. He's not under, he's not in custody yet, but they know who he is. And he certainly is someone who grew up in the community and knows it very well. So he is someone who would be very familiar with this particular parade. And it's unfortunate that, it's just a travesty, and my heart is just breaking for the families of the 6 who were killed, as well as all who are wounded.
Senator, it's Ravi Bajwal here. You were very sort of emotional and personal in your own comments about an hour ago in front of the fire station there in Highland Park. You talked about moms and dads and grandparents not being able to go home after a 4th of July celebration, and you talked about how, again, what has transpired in Highland Park essentially reminds you of what you experienced fighting for this country overseas.
Yes, well, it was, I was in the command center with the governor and with Mayor Rotering, watching the videotapes, the various videotapes of, lots of cameras at these types of parades. And the one that some of you may have already seen, that you could hear the gunfire. And, I'd not heard gunfire like that on the 4th of July anywhere but Iraq. And I never thought I would ever hear that kind of gunfire on American soil. But to hear an assault weapon, a weapon of war being fired on our Independence Day when we're celebrating the, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, 3 things that those 6 victims will never be able to have in their lives, is just devastating to me.
Senator Duckworth, as you've been speaking, we're watching some of that video. You're talking about young children and family, parents carrying their young children, running away from the scene of what just moments before that had been a 4th of July parade. They're being led away by law enforcement officers who also look terrified because none of them expected this to happen. You also spoke emotionally, not only about hugging your own children tonight as a result of this incident, but about gun legislation. You said you can and you will try and make this stop.
We have to do more. We took a first step in the Senate. Senator Durbin and I did when we helped pass the recent bipartisan gun legislation, but it certainly is not enough. We need a nationwide ban on assault weapons. Remember that assault weapons are banned in Highland Park, but you've got folks who are able to go out and buy assault weapons in other places. This is why we need a nationwide ban. We also need to ban high-capacity magazines. These are weapons of war. Nobody uses a high-capacity magazine to go shooting. If you to go hunting, if you're hunting with a high-capacity magazine, you're not a very good hunter. There are common sense pieces of gun legislation that we can continue to pursue, and I will continue to work on it.
Senator Tammy Duckworth joining us. She's helping out the people in Highland Park tonight, her constituency here in Illinois. Senator, thank you very much. Let's go to Trey Ward, standing by again in Highland Park. He's been there since the morning, since this all happened. Trey, what more can you tell us from where you are at this hour?
Yeah, well, right now, families are still out here in disbelief looking at this massive scene. It's still active scene here. Like we've been mentioning throughout the day, we did speak with parents. This was a parade where children were there, where families were there. They talked about the instant and the moment and what they did when shots rang out.
I just remember seeing like smoke on the ground. I remember hearing shootings and going like and then reloading and then again. I remember seeing people's faces. They were kind of confused because they didn't know if it was like, part of the show or whatnot. Like it was just crazy, and I just remember hearing people screaming and running, and it was just very scary. All I thought about is just getting my daughter to safety, and I ran with her. We went to the nearest McDonald's, and she lost her shoe along the way.
I thought that it was the Navy that was saluting the flag with the rifles, but then when I saw people running, I picked up my son and I started running. All I knew was I had to keep on moving to get him out of the way and get us to safety. When the shot stopped again, is when we decided we had to run, so we started shooting again. And we ran behind the building, and I put my son in a dumpster. I was very terrified. I hid with my daughter actually in a little store that was there, but I was scared because I panicked because I saw people running and like screaming. It just didn't stop. You wanted to stop, and it just kept on going, and he reloaded whoever that person was, and then he just continued to shoot. We saw a man had a shot in his back, and saw a man on the floor bleeding, and another person shot. There was a little boy that was in one of the police officers' arms, and that was the worst experience ever.
Yeah, those testimonies are tragic right now. Garcia telling us that her best friend's sister was one of the many people who was shot. She's still working to find out her condition, and we are looking to speak with another witness any moment now. She says that she knows the shooter's sister. She's going to give us more details about what she might know about this person of interest that police are looking for at this hour. We hope to give that to you guys live in any moment now, but for now we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, and Trey, and that is why investigators put out as much information as they can about the person of interest once they've honed in on that, hoping that there are people in this community that know who that person is, who can provide any information on their family, the kind of things that they like, any information that might be helpful in piecing this together. So I'm just curious what you've heard from that person so far, and about people who might be now coming back to that area several hours after this happened, either to collect things that they may have left behind or see what has changed in the several hours since this all transpired.
Well, I have to say she came back to the scene distraught, so we're hoping to learn a little bit more about what she went through, but her mother is here. She spoke to me briefly. She said that she was along the parade route when all of this unfolded, and then mentioned briefly that she knows the sister of this person of interest. So we're hoping to learn a little bit more about what she might know and more information to lend to you guys live here on the air.
All right, all of that information, when we get it, will be confirmed. Trey Ward with us tonight again in Highland Park. Thanks very much. And speaking of this person of interest, let's take another look at this person who is right there on your screen with the scar under his eyes, or the tattoo. That is Robert Cremo III, who also goes by the name Bobby. He is 22 years old. He's driving the car below that you can see right there, a 2010 silver Honda Fit. There's the Illinois plate number, DM80653, and if you see him, call 911, call the authorities. Any tips, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, as you can see on your screen right there. He has been on the loose now for well over 8 hours.
Perhaps got away in all of the chaos of that aftermath of the shooting. The investigation has not just been focused on Highland Park. Eric Hong is live in Deerfield, where there is also a large police presence in connection with this shooting. Eric, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, Liz, as that search for that person of interest continues, law enforcement appears focused on a home here in this residential area, less than half a mile from where that shooting took place in downtown Highland Park. Over my shoulder here is the corner of Deerfield Road and McDaniels Avenue, and for the last couple of hours at least, there's been a large law enforcement presence here. We've seen officers with long guns, we've seen K-9 units. There are multiple armored vehicles here as well, and earlier we did see a crew bringing in some portable lighting equipment. So it appears police are going to be here for quite a while. They appear focused on a home, as I mentioned, on McDaniels Avenue, which is around the corner from where we're standing right now. That residence is in the middle of the block, and our producer, Christine Tressel, who's just a little bit closer than where we are currently, says SWAT officers, they've been camped out outside the house. They're not in any kind of ready position to enter the home. They're more in kind of a wait-and-see mode, so not a lot of urgency right now as we speak, at least for the last hour and a half or so. Not a lot of urgency at that particular residence, but a very large deployment of officers gathered there. Some neighbors, they have been out and about in this neighborhood to see what's happening, but for the most part, it's been very, very quiet here. Police, people in this neighborhood heeding, for the most part, that shelter-in-place order that police put into place shortly after that shooting happened this morning. You know, I did talk to a neighbor, though, a short time ago who didn't want to go on camera. He was very upset, very emotional, very angry, in fact, that it appears that from what law enforcement is suggesting, that this individual who may be responsible, this person of interest responsible for this shooting, may be someone from this community, not an outsider from the Highland Park area, but perhaps someone who is of this community, from this community. He was very upset about that aspect of where the investigation seems to be going right now. And again, law enforcement less than half a mile from where the shooting taking place, the search for that person of interest, bringing them, law enforcement, to this residential neighborhood, and that's where we stand at this moment.
Eric, just to be clear again, you are actually in Highland Park on Deerfield Road at McDaniels. That's where we are, relatively close to where this incident happened, just to be clear about that.
Yeah, absolutely, Ravi. We are in Highland Park on McDaniels, near the corner of McDaniels and Deerfield Road, if you're familiar with this area, which is very close to the downtown area. Really, you could probably just walk there, and there may have been individuals here, people in this neighborhood, who in fact did walk to the parade over there, only to witness the horror that took place this morning. And now, as I mentioned, the investigation seems to have led law enforcement back to this residential neighborhood.
We can see that there's a significant increase in the police and law enforcement presence behind you, and you mentioned they're bringing in lights, so it appears that they will be there for several hours. We'll check back with you in just a little bit. Now let's head back over and check in with our Mayor Kawash, who's live at the hospital in Highland Park, where the majority of those victims were taken earlier. Mayor?
Liz, that's right. It's getting a little quieter here now, actually. The helicopter is no longer here, but still the entire property is blocked off by police, monitoring anything that comes in, any cars that come in. But there were 26 of those victims taken here to the North Shore Highland Park Hospital, 25 of them with gunshot wounds, the ages ranging from 8 to 85 years old. So many people impacted this, and 19 of them, thankfully, are home tonight. They were able to be treated and discharged. The injuries wide-ranging in those gunshot wounds, from chest to the legs, thighs, you name it, they were wide-ranging. The property still secure as police are going back and forth, checking everything around the streets, because it's a residential area here too. But those doctors and nurses were talking to us, and they were visibly shaken up from the trauma they saw here today. Listen in.
We have an amazing team of nurses who every day give 1,000% of their time and talent to their profession. They all immediately go into emergency mode, and they are trained in trauma and pediatric care as well. They have extensive training. They're amazing people. They showed their proof in COVID, and now with this absolutely upsetting and tragic mass shooting, they came to the call to duty.
and you just can't imagine what those frontline workers have seen in the past few years with the pandemic, and now with a situation you just never think you would live through. They were shocked at some of the injuries they saw here, and it still sticks with me that 5 of those people that were killed couldn't even make it to a hospital. They were pronounced dead on scene. Thankfully, all the families have been connected with victims here at the hospital, and now it's just a waiting game for everyone else. Ravi, Liz?
All right, Mayor, we do have 2 young children who were taken from that hospital and flown to other hospitals. One of those children being treated at University of Chicago Comer Children's Hospital by doctors there right now.
And the other one at Evanston Hospital as well. All right, Mayor Quash watching what's happening at the hospital with those first responders. Incredible stuff. We're going to be going to an update in just a moment or two. We expect officials to be telling us the latest update. They have been, Liz, we've covered these kinds of things, unfortunately, for all of our careers. And sometimes the communications in these situations is not that great. Other times it's as timely as possible. I could say it's more the latter this time around. Taking a look now here at the picture of our person of interest, Robert Cremo III. He also goes by the name Bobby.
22 years old. Police tell us he's about 5'11", 120 pounds. All right, the news conference is beginning right now. Let's hear the latest from officials.
Good afternoon. It is going to be a brief update, but we do understand the severity of this incident and the concern that our communities rightly have. And so we want to share with you what we have at this moment. What I can tell you at this moment was approximately 15 minutes ago. The subject that we were looking for, the person of interest, Robert Cremo III, was spotted by a North Chicago unit at Buckley and 41, his vehicle, the vehicle that we were looking for. He attempted to initiate a traffic stop on that subject. That subject did flee. A brief pursuit went on. Ultimately, they were able to get the subject stopped at Wesley and 41 in Lake Forest. The subject was taken into custody without incident. So at this point, I again want to reiterate, things are moving very quickly, as they do, unfortunately. And we just want to keep you updated with the most relevant information. The person of interest is now being taken to the Highland Park Police Department, where we're going to begin the next phase of the investigation and speak with this person to make sure or see if, in fact, he is connected to this incident. So that's really where we're at right now. I would say, barring anything significant coming out of that interview, this probably would be our last press conference for this evening. We'll see how things go, but not sure how that's all going to work out. As you know, it's a work in progress. So please bear with us and let the process play out. Appreciate it. I can take any quick questions, but I may not have the information because we're talking 15 minutes.
Was there a chase at all?
There was a brief pursuit, absolutely. A brief pursuit.
High speed?
I don't have the speeds.
How were officers able to get him to stop?
He ultimately came to a stop.
The person of interest that we're talking about here is
Robert Cremo III. That is correct. The person we came out initially and gave you the information on.
That stop ended at Wesley and 41?
Wesley and 41.
Who spotted him?
It was a North Chicago police officer who was stationed on 41 with his eyes open.
And what would it take for this person of interest to be referred to as a suspect?
Again, yeah, we're going to have to positively connect them to the scene, and really we want to do our due diligence. We put the name out there. We want to make sure we have a number of things that would imply that, this is a good person of interest, but in, due deference, we want to make sure and you all understand that. We want to make sure that we're following the process and doing everything we need to do to bring this to a successful conclusion.
Was he alone?
Yeah, at this point I can't, that's where we're at.
Do you know if he was alone?
I don't know that answer. Okay?
He was spotted in North Chicago.
North Chicago on 41.
In Lake Forest.
That is correct.
You say Wesley?
Wesley.
Wesley. L-E-I-G.
Yes, correct. All right, so again, unless something significant happens tonight, we're going to let the process play out. We are still continuing to process any information that's coming in. We certainly want to make sure that if anybody's got information, video, or anything of that nature, to please. This doesn't necessarily mean it's over, but we're certainly we're encouraged that we have a person of interest. But again, we're going to pursue and continue to pursue everything that comes in. So thank you very much.
We'll advise you if there's going to be another press update. And just to reiterate one thing the chief said,
to name a person of interest doesn't come lightly. There is a lot of investigative work that has gone into this. We've got, as mentioned before, hundreds of investigators here on scene from our federal partners, Highland Park Police, Lake County Major Crime, doing an incredible job. They've processed a significant amount of digital evidence today, which helped lead investigators in this direction. So calling somebody a suspect or person of interest, it's really synonymous, okay? So this individual is believed to have been responsible for what happened, and the investigation will continue. Charges have not been approved yet at this time, and we're a long way from that. There's still a long investigation, and there are a lot of efforts that are going to continue tonight. So if we have more information later on, we will certainly update the media so it can get out to the community.
Which agency actually captured the suspect?
I'm sorry, sir.
Which agency actually arrested?
So North Chicago Police initially spotted the vehicle. They called in reinforcements, and a number of area police officers responded to that scene, and it was a collaborative effort to take him into custody. Okay?
Can you guys spell your name again, especially you?
Jogman, Jogmen.
And what's your first name?
First name Lou, L-O-U, Chief of Police, Highland Park.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. He was just introducing himself again there, Liz. That is the Chief of Police for Highland Park, Lou Jogman, saying that their person of interest, who they're saying is synonymous with a suspect, is now in custody.
Robert E. Cremo, the third 22-year-old, police said they spotted, a North Chicago police officer spotted his silver Honda Fit that they had put out to the public driving on Route 41. They said they tried to initiate a traffic stop. Cremo, they said, took off. There was a brief pursuit that involved several officers after that North Chicago police officer called for reinforcements. Ultimately, they said they were able to take Cremo into custody a short time later on Route 41 in Lake Forest. They said at that point, when they were able to take him into custody, there was no incident. They now say Cremo is being taken to the Highland Park Police Department, where they will enter the next phase of that investigation and begin an interview with Robert Cremo III.
And this all happening just in the last 20 minutes or so 6:30. And with that, that is something I think that a lot of people who are watching and following along as much as they can, I think, according to what they were saying, many people can take a sigh of relief here, that the active portion of this may be obviously evolving into something else, and that this active sense of danger that we've been living with all these hours now, and nearly, what, 8.5 hours later, that piece of it is somewhat put to bed. But there's a lot ahead here. Obviously, a lot of different police officers, different police jurisdictions getting involved here, taking him into custody without incident, as they say, at Wesley and 41. And if you've ever driven up and down State Road 41, that can be a pretty busy highway. You can reach some pretty big speeds along there. There are businesses all up and down, and a lot of turnoffs to residential areas and so on. So cooperative police efforts getting that person off the streets.
Well, and they were clear to say it was a North Chicago police officer that spotted his vehicle just driving, and somebody who was paying attention, looking for that silver
had his eyes on, I think
that they had put out the license plate for and everything like that. But like you said, about 8.5 hours after that shooting happened, about 10:15 this morning in downtown Highland Park, during the 4th.
There you go. And here, take a look. Chopper 7 HD. These pictures coming now live. That's the end of the chase right there, Liz. This is, you can see that that is a Honda Fit.
Yep,
I know my cars, and that is a silver Honda Fit, as we've been talking about. And Chopper 7 HD getting quite close with their lens here on this Wesley and 41 up in Lake Forest.
And that's where they said that suspect Robert Cremo III was ultimately taken into custody without incident. Before that, they did say there was a brief pursuit after they tried to stop him a first time, and then ultimately stopped him there on 41 in Lake Forest. So now that suspect is on his way to the Highland Park Police Department, where he will undergo an investigation. We did hear from investigators. This is probably likely the last we will hear from them tonight, because they will need to do interviews and all kinds of things. They said we're a long way from charges being filed in this case.
Right, and they said, though, folks should be encouraged. That was their word, encouraged, that this person of interest has been found. And Chris Covelli, the spokesperson for the Lake County Major Crimes Task Force, the fellow with the beard, he's saying that term really is synonymous with suspect. So nothing's been proven, no charges have been laid, and we're a long way from that. But calling this person a person of interest, calling them essentially a suspect, does not come lightly in these investigations. So people far and wide in the northern suburbs really should be thanking their police officers and be breathing a sigh of relief that this active danger that everyone has been feeling all day on this 4th of July, a day to celebrate freedom and celebration, that part of the story maybe is evolving a little bit here.
And so now we have a third scene, at least a third scene set up. This is on 41 in Lake Forest, where that person of interest, the suspect, was taken into custody just a few minutes ago. Likely, police said, in the last 15 minutes or so. We have Eric Hong at another scene in a neighborhood in Highland Park, just about a half-mile from where this shooting happened. And then, of course, the scene of the shooting itself in downtown Highland Park in that central business district that was under extreme lockdown for several hours, where there were bullet casings all over the sidewalk, where we've been seeing that video of families running in terror. So this is the silver Honda Fit they say that Bobby Crimo was driving when officers were able to pull him over just a little while ago and take him into custody. We also have Leah Hope at the Highland Park Police Department, where this person is now being taken.
We can imagine how much traffic there is right now. But yeah, let's go to Leah, and Leah is going to keep her eyes out for when and if this suspect is actually brought to that Highland Park Police area. Leah, over to you. What are you seeing right now? Any increase in activity as we report this news that the person of interest has been put in custody?
We definitely notice a change in mood, a change in atmosphere, and probably about 15 minutes ago we saw several police cars, state police, Highland Park police, other police officers, unmarked vehicles come screaming in here with lights, and we noticed that they had guards at their parking lot. We saw one vehicle go into the parking garage, and of course we don't see what happens after that, but there was a different mood. As I've been talking about all afternoon, everyone here, whether it's a police officer, civilians, have been coming in and out of the Highland Park Police Station with just a lot of worry, a lot of anxiety on their face, a lot of tension in their bodies. And so when we saw these officers come in just 10-15 minutes ago, we noticed, we saw smiles, we saw another officer say, come in and get some food. So it was definitely a different tone. And then, of course, a few minutes later, we heard the announcement that this person of interest was under arrest. So in the last probably 2 minutes, we saw a couple of state police cars scream out of here. So whether they're going to the scene, whether they're going to something else, we don't know. And that has been the difficult part here. And we're certainly letting you know what we know, because we aren't getting any specific information from anyone here. All that information is coming from the press conferences that we just heard. So certainly the news that this person of interest is in custody has spread to the community, because it's not just us who are here. We have people in the community who are waiting on the corner. People have been driving by saying good job, saying thank you for your service to the police officers standing outside. We have some civilians out here with their cameras wondering, as we are, whether the suspect is actually going to be brought here or whether another jurisdiction might take over. But typically in these cases, when it's a major case, it's the jurisdiction that initiated the investigation. That would be Highland Park, where the person of interest would be brought. You see folks just standing here on the corner. A lot of reporters as well, but that is part of what we notice, is that they posted police officers, armed police officers, at the parking lot here, and that's what was different about in the last half hour or so. And you just heard one of the officers asking folks passing by to keep the street clear, and we are waiting to see if there is this person being brought back here, and certainly if he is being brought back here, we will know. He will not be alone, and there will be a lot of police presence here. So
Leah, let me just jump in.
Certainly
Leah,
let you know.
Let me just jump in, as we just want to ensure that folks know as we approach the top of the hour that the person of interest has been put in custody by a range of police officers from North Chicago and other jurisdictions. You're looking at live pictures from Chopper 7 HD of the actual car that was the car that it was suspected that Bobby Crimo was driving, a 2010 Honda Fit, and in fact, it even has the dents on the back of it that we had seen in an earlier picture from the FBI. So this suspect is there, and we should also make a point here, Liz, that Highway 481 is a big artery in the Chicago area, in the northern suburbs. I don't see any, obviously, cars going on either side here. This is going to be a massive traffic tie-up for folks who are perhaps trying to get home. I know it's a holiday, of course, today, so less traffic, but as you take a look at a canine kind of sniffing around that car right now, this was a takedown that happened without incident, apparently, after a short chase at Wesley and 41. So that's the intersection you're looking at, Wesley and 41 in Lake Forest. That initial spotting of this suspect was at Buckley and 41, so just a few miles away from that spot.
And you can see they've brought in a canine. They're now processing this scene. We've been mentioning all day the importance of canines in this investigation. Police all day long have established several different perimeters in different areas as they got different pieces of information from the public. But now this is a scene at 41 in Lake Forest where a canine dog is now sniffing this suspect's car. That's according to investigators. It's that silver Honda Fit that they had asked people to be on the lookout for. We were told that suspect is now being taken to the Highland Park Police Department. So it appears as though he is no longer on scene, but was taken into custody there without incident just within the last half hour or so. And you could just hear the sense of relief from investigators, eager to get that information out to the public that the immediate threat was over. But they can now not probably give any more updates on this investigation for the next several hours as they figure out what exactly happened here.
Absolutely, sure. And, to allow people to take a definitive sigh of relief wherever you are in your home. Earlier in Highland Park, you had to be, maybe you were the subject of a home-to-home search that was being coordinated by the FBI, and that is unnerving at best and traumatic, if not worse, when you think about it. And all around the North Shore, we've been hearing from people all over by text and phone calls and all the rest of it, people breathing a sigh of relief. At 6:30, it seems that a person of interest has been taken into custody. Let's go to Christian Picos, who's been doing yeoman's work with us all day, right where most of these updates are happening. Christian, that was welcome news that we heard there just a moment or two ago. What is the situation where you are?
Yeah, Ravi, you guys have been talking about that collective sigh of relief that was taken by literally everybody all across the country, around the world, knowing that this suspect, Robert Crimo, is officially in custody at this hour. It literally felt like in that moment when the Highland Park police chief made that announcement that a weight was lifted off of everybody's shoulders. The mood here has been tense all day, compounded with the fact that there was torrential rain earlier on. To know that we can at least go to sleep tonight knowing that this individual is in custody is welcome news for everybody that's here. And just to give you guys some perspective, where this suspect was captured on U.S. Highway 41 and Wesley Road, that's about 4.3 miles northwest of where we are right now. That's a short 9-minute drive. Not too far away by any means at this hour. So we do know that the suspect is being taken to the Highland Park Police Department. Charges are still pending at this hour, but again, a major piece of news, hopefully giving everybody a little bit more closure as this investigation continues into the motive as to why this suspect did this in the first place.
All right, Christian Picos reporting for us in Highland Park tonight. Let's get some new video that is coming in as you continue to take a look at Chopper 7 HD right now. We are attempting to get more of exactly what transpired at this intersection, how the end of this brief chase went down. We were told by the Highland Park Police Department chief that a pursuit did occur because this car was originally spotted at Buckley in 41, and then the pursuit went from there north up to Wesley in 41. And as I said, Liz, you know, this is a very busy artery next to basically the Edens Expressway. You've got the arrest. Let's take a look.
This is the end. Okay, this is a video, cell phone video shot by one of our viewers that was sent to us, taken at Skokie and Wesley Road up in the Lake Forest area. And in this video, it plays out, we're watching it for the first time with you here live on the air. But in this video, you do see police take Robert E. Crimo III into custody. You can see that red truck that's parked right there in the middle of the intersection. That is the red truck you were just seeing on Chopper 7 HD.
Guns drawn. This is a dramatic moment right here. It'll take a moment or two to play out. And whoever's filming this obviously is looking out for their own safety as well. But you can see the officer approaching with a gun right there.
And you can see it's a little difficult to see from where we are, but you can see that his hands are up. So police did report that he was taken into custody without incident. So that video appears to show that with Crimo's hands up in the air as police are behind him with their lights flashing. This is at the intersection of Wesley Road and N41 in Lake Forest. North Chicago police at the center of all this, pulling this person of interest off the road. He was spotted first at Buckley in 41, and that pursuit was initiated at that point. They didn't say how fast the pursuit got, but again, this is a highway, and speeds can get high, so more danger for innocent people. Before this pursuit was stopped in Lake Forest at Wesley and 41, and take a look real closely here, and you can see a lot of activity. We've seen more officers involved in these kinds of situations in other situations. Right. Well, I was struck by that as well. But initially, he was only spotted by one North Chicago officer. That officer called for backup. It clearly took a little bit of time for other officers to arrive. But we have the person who shot this video and was able to witness all of this himself on the phone with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Ryan.
Of course.
All right, Ryan, so what can you tell us? We've just been watching your video here. What did you see as you were sitting in that intersection?
I'm sorry.
We're just asking, what did you see? We're looking at your video right now. How did you see it?
Oh, right, yes. So right off the bat, I saw his suspect vehicle, which I saw on Twitter, which is the Honda Fit. And right away, I saw 6 cop cars pull up behind him with a SWAT team and state troopers.
Was it clear to you that this was who they were looking for, just given the kind of police presence? And how did it come to an end? Were there high speeds, or did you just kind of come upon the scene that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, so I just crept up onto the intersection, and he was waiting there to turn. So there was no high-speed chase or anything. He was just waiting there to make his turn, and it ended pretty much with him getting on his knees and getting arrested, surrounded by cops. It was a great job by them.
And Ryan, I'm curious, investigators had put this information out about the silver Honda Fit that you see right there in your video that you shot. They asked people to be on the lookout for it. Did you notice that car, or was it the police presence that got your attention here?
Right off the bat, I did notice the car because I've been pretty informed in the news lately, and I saw his license plate had the DM right in front of it, so I was like, that's probably it. And then right away, he was just surrounded by police.
And when he got out, did you get a look at him at all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he looked exactly like the description, with the long hair, white guy, probably 18 to 20, anywhere between there, yeah.
Yeah, we're taking a look at your video right now. You can get a sense of it the second and third time through what's going on here. Tell me about the level of agitation, if you will, with the police officers. Both Liz and I were a little surprised to see, you know, I'm counting, what, 6 or 7 of them right there. Oftentimes in a situation like this, you'll see way more of them brandishing their guns. It seems like it was pretty textbook here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just right down to the wire. They had come from either sides of the highway to just surround him, and came with SWAT vehicles, and they were just really textbook down to the point.
And can I just be clear, as we're looking at your video, that car, the suspect's car, is pointed north, is that correct? And you were pointed south?
I believe he was pointed, yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and that's Wesley and Skokie Valley Road 41, a very high-speed intersection, high-speed corridor for all those north suburban communities, Highland Park, of course, being one of them. And this is Christian Pico's telling us this is about 4.5 miles away from where the incident happened, Liz.
And certainly, Ryan, you had no way of knowing this was going to happen. I'm curious how close you'd been paying it to this investigation all day long as this unfolded, and what you were aware of. Did you know what you were seeing at the time?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, it's just a horrifying thing that happened today, so I really tried to stay up to date on it, trying to get the most information, because I knew the suspect had still been on the loose. And then, I mean, it was just all really surreal. I really didn't know what I was seeing, but yeah, it was just like a dream almost. It was crazy.
Is that that natural sound that we're hearing, that's from your video? Is that them with the loudspeaker telling him to come out with his hands up? Maybe we can just rewind that and listen to that again. What were they saying? What were those announcements?
They were just giving him instructions on how to get out of the car and to raise his shirt so they can see his waistband and stuff like that. Just simple stuff to make sure that they're safe.
Wow, what detail. Incredible. Our brave police officers, this is what they do. This is what they do, incredible stuff. And this was a cooperative effort of a number of police.
Yeah.
Let's just listen to the tape here for a sec.
And Ryan, is there anything you can tell us about this video, that what you saw that you might not be able to see very clearly in this video, because you are a little ways back from where all of this was happening? Can you just give an idea of how tense the mood was there? I mean, we briefly see the cell phone tilt down into your car. Were you at all scared when you saw guns drawn?
Oh, yeah, I was terrified. I mean, I've always been scared of guns my whole life, and there were probably 20, 30 automatic rifles there, so I was just making sure I stayed clear of that, you know.
How do you feel now? Because what we've been talking about, I can feel it in the studio, and our correspondents in the field talking about a definite change, a definite feeling like a weight has been lifted. You were right there. How do you feel now, given that you're a member of this community?
Oh, I feel so much safer. I mean, the people of law enforcement did a great job of tracking him down and getting him into custody safely. And, I mean, yeah, just a weight off our shoulders. Don't have to worry about him being on the loose tonight or anything like that.
All this happening on the 4th of July. Ryan, this is incredible stuff here. So you're coming along, and just tell us again, you just happen upon this and you just you reach for your phone. It's like, I've got to get a video of this. Is that your feeling?
Well, yeah, I'm actually a delivery driver for Luminati, so I was just on my route, and I see this happening right in front of me, so I'm like, gotta take a video of this and get it on camera, you know?
And how are you feeling now, knowing that you saw the end of this hours-long investigation and manhunt with your very own eyes in your community?
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy feeling. I don't know, it's just surreal. I mean, it's great to see it happen, but I can't believe it happened like right in front of my eyes. It's crazy.
All right. Prime Lermer with the video of the takedown of the person of interest, Bobby Crimo.
Yeah.
It's the shooter, someone says on the video right there. It's the shooter. Ryan, stay safe. Thanks so much, and be well in your travels. Great stuff. Thank you.
You too. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That is...
And Chopper 7 HD has been over the aftermath of that investigation that is at Wesley Road and 41 in Lake Forest. Happened about a half hour ago. That's the car there. You can now see much less law enforcement presence there. Four doors still open. They are searching the vehicle. You did hear somebody ask at that most recent update if they believed he was alone, and I believe they did say that Bobby Crimo was alone at the time that he was taken into custody, or at least investigators believe that to be the case. Of course, they did say he was taken into custody without incident.
Our witness there, Ryan Lermer, using that word surreal, and that's interesting because that's a word I've been hearing all day long from correspondents and from politicians who've been watching this and feeling how, you know, unnerving this is to happen in your community, and the aftermath of this in the community, going up to Lake Forest. All of the North Shore in a certain way has been very much affected by this, especially when it comes down to knowing somebody's on the loose, knowing they've had hours and hours perhaps to get away. As it turns out, they weren't all that far away, but still to have that kind of sense of lack of security in your own community is an enormously traumatic thing that we're going to have to be following up on in terms of what we do here.
Well, which is why for several hours they asked people in that general area altogether to shelter in place, stay inside your home if you were at some sort of party, to stay there, not to be out on the road, because investigators were worried about this sort of thing. In the end, they did say that he was taken into custody without incident, but they never know if that's going to be the case. There was a brief chase. Police did not give any specifics on if it was a high-speed chase or how long that lasted for. They just said it was a brief chase. So for several hours, they asked people in the North Shore area to shelter in place and stay in their homes. Fireworks celebrations have been canceled all over the area because of any possible threat that may have been going on. The beaches, as you mentioned earlier, in Evanston were also closed once this happened.
Exactly. The beaches were closed there. All these parades have been shut down. All the fireworks shows across the region, not just on the North Shore, but up and down, brought Rob Elgus was giving us the exhaustive lists earlier, and I was, I guess we weren't surprised, but I mean, everybody seems to be implicated in the Chicago area, in the Chicagoland region over this. And as we continue to take a look at live pictures here of the incident ending at Wesley and 41, this is what we see and this is how we feel. Let's go back to Leah Hope with more on what's going on with regard to the police in Highland Park. Leah?
Well, increasing activity is what we can tell you here. The police here in Highland Park are trying to get people to move away from the entrance to their parking lot. We've seen a lot of police officers from different jurisdictions leave, so we're on the sidewalk here. So they're giving us some instruction there. We're on the sidewalk, though. We're on a public sidewalk, letting you know what's happening here in front of the Highland Park Police Department, where all afternoon it was a reunification center of sorts for families and those looking for loved ones. But it is also where the Highland Park Police are operating this investigation. And indeed, we have seen a lot of activity in the last half hour or so. We saw many police cars come in, and you mentioned that kind of tone. There was such a somber, such a dark mood for most of today, but the last half hour when we saw a line of police cars come in, it was a much lighter tone. And then, of course, we heard the news that this person of interest was in custody. So here, this is the entrance of the parking lot here of Highland Park Police, where people have just spontaneously started to gather. We have seen people coming through, waving, people in their cars stopping, honking their horns and saying thank you for your service, saying job well done, good job, giving the officers a thumbs up, because as you've been talking about, this community has been under such a dark cloud all day. What a difficult day for everyone in this community, including law enforcement, including people who are watching in the surrounding area, wondering what was going on with this person of interest. Certainly, there's still many questions left to be answered, but there is definitely a change in tone, knowing that this person of interest is now in custody. And as we've been hearing, we suspect that he will likely be coming here. And that is typically the case when you see a major case like this, where there are several jurisdictions involved, including local, state, federal, and that's exactly what happened here. It is the initiating jurisdiction that is leading the investigation, and that is Highland Park Police Department. And that certainly is one reason why we have not been getting a lot of updates from them while we've been standing outside today, and we've been respecting that because they have had a very difficult day, and they have been very focused on their job at hand. So while we are waiting outside here, it looks like there are some people who live nearby, but then it's clear that some people who are just driving here, wanting to see this for themselves. Of course, this is a holiday. People have had the day off, a day when typically people would be with their families and outside and enjoying this beautiful summer day. But of course, that has not been the case here. Instead, they have been glued to the TV, glued to the radio, glued to social media, trying to figure out what is going on with this case and what is going on with this suspect, what has happened to their friends, their loved ones, their neighbors, what is happening here in this Highland Park community. So it looks like we are staying here on the sidewalk. It's a public property here on the sidewalk, so we're staying right here. As we mentioned, it seemed to be escalating, the tension here the last few minutes. So we wonder if that is because the suspect is indeed being brought here. We do have officers, armed officers, in jackets here at the entrance of the parking lot. And we do have a lot of media joining us here. We've been in here all afternoon, but we've been joined by a lot of folks in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. So it's been such a strange day, you know, a day that started off with so many people hoping that this would be a day to celebrate. We have a car coming in now with lights. I do not see anyone in the back, but that doesn't mean anything. And we do know that there is that gate that he just went past can open, and of course these bays can open here at the Highland Park Police Department. So we will see if there are other cars coming in right now. We think that probably if indeed he's being brought here. Here's a Streamwood police officer. We've seen Streamwood police. We've seen North Chicago police. We've seen Mundelein police. We've seen state police, all involved in this investigation. And I know that officer. I recognize some of them who were here before and they left. So it looks like some are coming back. So that may be a sign that we are close to this person of interest being brought back, and we'll certainly keep you posted, but yeah, we're just having a little discussion here about kind of changes that are happening here, and that's really part of what we do in this type of work. We really watch people's body language. We know when something's important. We know when it's time for us to be on our guard as well, and certainly that has been the case all afternoon. For all of us who have been following this and reporting on this case, we have all been on guard, wondering what was going to happen and where this person of interest was. We have a Northbrook police officer coming in now. No lights, but we have a Northbrook police officer, a K-9 unit, dark windows in back, cannot see anything in back.
Well, that's an indication, Leah. That's an indication that you can see all these different jurisdictions coming together where you are, because of course this all happened in Highland Park, and they're the lead jurisdiction, if you will. But that gives you an indication of the kind of cooperation that was required to bring this person of interest into custody. As we look at their split screen here, Liz, and remember, we're talking here about Highway 41 and Wesley Road, and there is no traffic going back and forth, so that's going to have implications for all the folks who are living around in that area. And this has been going on now at least for 40 minutes, it appears. We're about 10 minutes past the hour. And Liz, they're still checking out that car as we stand by waiting for developments down in Highland Park.
Right, and that's just one of several scenes that police have been monitoring all day long. This is, of course, the most recent, where that person of interest was taken into custody just a little while ago. We want to head back out to ABC 7's Trey Ward, who was one of the first reporters on the scene earlier today, has been speaking with witnesses all day long. And Trey, when we last spoke with you, you said that somebody had returned to the scene who knew a family member of this Bobby Crimo, who is now taken into police custody. So have you talked to that person, and what can you now tell us?
Yeah, you guys talk about a sigh of relief. We were actually speaking with her when police officers and authorities were announcing the arrest of Robert Crimo. They told us that they are aware of Crimo. That is Amanda and Lauren, who we spoke with, those witnesses who were along the parade route when gunfire rang out. They said that Crimo actually attended Highland Park High School here in the community. So he's a person who is in this community. They began to cry knowing that he was actually someone who lived in their backyard. I had to tell you that we were actually standing here when multiple police units began to speed down Central Avenue towards US Highway 41. We now know that's in response to the capture of this person of interest. And like I said, we were speaking with those two witnesses as this was announced. Their arrest, that was announced, and this is what they had to say.
I saw band members running, and I saw police screaming, "Get up, get up, run." You know, the police officer that I saw had his thumb pointed in the direction of which to run. So we grabbed each other's hands, we took off. At that point, we had seen people, you know, chairs falling, people running, people grabbing random kids just to get out of the area.
Yeah, terrifying scene for these families. We also spoke with parents who were with their children trying to dodge the gunfire. One man putting his son in a dumpster to avoid the gunfire. One woman taking shelter in a nearby restaurant. That woman telling us, Armani, telling us that one of her friends was shot during this incident. Right now, we are still working to find out more about what happened, but we do know that the search is over, but the investigation is still getting underway. Back to you guys.
All right, Trey Ward with us all day here. It's interesting taking a look at her emotions there. What more might you have been hearing that you can share with us about who this person of interest is, who he was in the community, what he might have been known for? Is there anything more that's starting to help us understand a little more broadly who this person is?
I have to say that she was quite scared to mention what more she knew. She did say that she was aware that he was a student or attended Highland Park High School at one point. She was actually a former student herself at Highland Park High School, just a few years older than him. But once again, she was very distraught and quite scared to release more information or to really be tied to him. Speaking to her off camera, she was pretty much shaken by the fact that this is someone who she was aware of, who she knew of in the community, and now that we're learning that he, from her, that we're learning that he attended this high school, this is really traumatizing for people who call this place home.
Yeah, it's very scary for that witness who experienced the trauma this morning and then wondering all day long who may have committed this, and then hearing that she knows the person that police say is responsible for inflicting this kind of terror on that community. And we can't lose sight here of all of the victims that you've been speaking with all day, not just the people who were injured, but family members of people who were injured, people who ran for their lives and ran for safety and cover earlier today. You said some of those people have now been coming back to the scene. Probably a bit relieved, but what are you hearing now, almost 9 hours later?
Well, a lot of people just in disbelief that this is still going on, that was an active search for so many hours, and really in disbelief that this is happening right outside their front doors. We're seeing people still gathering. In fact, we had one woman who came and gave us food and just in distraught of what happened earlier this morning. And once again, witnesses are speaking with us, telling us that they heard rounds of gunfire when they were just trying to celebrate the 4th of July. So once again, a very traumatic scene for many people here living in Highland Park. But once again, a sigh of relief that this person of interest was taken into custody.
All right, that's our Trey Ward continuing with his reporting from Highland Park tonight. Trey, thank you so much. We'll be back with you shortly. Let's go back to Chopper 7 HD, Liz, in the live shot overhead here at what appears to be the crowd that is just alongside where this incident finally came to an end, this entire police action. This is 41 and Wesley Road in the northern suburbs in Lake Forest, where at 6:30 this person of interest was apprehended.
In that silver car that police had put out, they were looking for. That's where they found Bobby Crimo inside that vehicle. Said he was taken into custody without incident. And we just saw a second ago in that chopper shot, there's a small crowd of people, spectators, who've gathered at this scene to kind of watch and wonder what is going on here. But you could see how far back they were kept from the center of that scene. So yet another perimeter that police have set up in the northern suburbs. What did you say? This is about 4 miles from where this happened in Highland Park?
That's right, about 4.3 miles. That's according to Christian Picos. We can all check our maps, apps, and check that out. But again, 41 is a very busy road, an artery for that neighborhood. Here is the video taken by Ryan Lermer, a pizza delivery guy for the fabulous Lou Malnati's. He's out on his run, and he runs into this at Wesley and 41. This is the scene, Liz, of the takedown of the person of interest, Robert Crimo.
And it's a little difficult to see because he was sitting back at the intersection, but he told us he was terrified in this moment when he saw what was happening. You do see him get out of the car with his hands up. More and more law enforcement officers arrive, and there you are, a gun drawn right there as they try and take this person of interest into custody. It's now about an hour ago.
That's right, happening about 6:30 tonight, and there has been a collective sigh of relief around the Chicago region as to this police action, and we are awaiting the transport, if you will, of this suspect to the Highland Police Department. There are no charges that have been laid just yet. There's a long way to go, but to call this person a person of interest, according to the Major Crimes Task Force for Lake County, that does not come lightly, as we heard from the official Chris Covelli earlier tonight, saying that they're pretty sure that this is the person that they have been looking for all day. Someone who had been on the lam from when this happened a little past 10 this morning. So, you know, a solid 8.5, nearly 9 hours now later here. And he was in the neighborhood. They did put up a perimeter around the downtown core. And I think this is where he gets.
This is the moment that they take him into custody, it appears. Probably about a dozen law enforcement officers there surrounding him. Excuse me, and take him into custody right next to the car there. This was about 6:30 this evening at Wesley Road and 41 in Lake Forest. After police said a North Chicago police officer spotted that silver vehicle, tried to pull it over. They said Cremo took off, and there was a short pursuit that ensued. That North Chicago police officer called for backup, and that's when they were able to ultimately pull him over at this intersection. There was no incident as they took him into custody. Police did say that they believe this is the person responsible for that shooting in Highland Park this morning. Tonight, we're learning some more about some of the 6 people that were killed in this shooting. At least 5 of them are adults. One of them is Nicholas Toledo. His relatives tell us that he was at the parade with his family. At least one other family member was hurt. That family member is expected to survive. Excuse me.
The subject that we were looking for, the person of interest, Robert Cremo III, was spotted by a North Chicago unit at Buckley and 41, his vehicle, the vehicle that we were looking for. He attempted to initiate a traffic stop on that subject. That subject did flee. A brief pursuit went on. Ultimately, they were able to get the subject stopped at Wesley and 41 in Lake Forest. The subject was taken into custody without incident.
That is the Chief of Police of Highland Park bringing to a close that piece of this day's events, and the police being able, through a multi-jurisdictional approach, being able to find this car, being able to find this person, and being able to take that person into custody, apparently without incident in the end, as you saw from that video right there. This is Wesley and 41 live shots from Chopper 7 HD. That is bringing to a conclusion this part of this day. The word keeps coming up, surreal, Liz, that this was happening. That is what the medical people said at Highland Park Hospital. That is what some of the officials who were briefing us all afternoon said about this, and the person who witnessed the actual arrest at the end.
Right, so 22-year-old Bobby Cremo is now in police custody, being taken to the Highland Park Police Department. More than 24 people injured in the shooting this morning. At least 6 people killed. We're told at least 5 of them are adults. We're going to continue to track this story with all of our reporters across the area, and we'll bring you the latest on ABC 7 Eyewitness News at 10 o'clock.
We'll have that at 10 o'clock, as we'll leave you now with some live pictures here. Again, this is the northern suburbs. This is Lake Forest here. That person being taken back to Highland Park. We will leave you with these pictures here, and a salute to everybody who has helped their communities today. We'll have a full wrap-up on this coming up on the news tonight at 10 o'clock. I'm Ravi Bajwal for Liz Nagy and all of us here at ABC 7. Thank you for staying with us all day. We have more coming at 10.
Be safe.
America's #1 trusted.
7 wants to make your vacation wishes come true. On board the Disney Wish, the newest ship from Disney Cruise Line. Spectacular worlds and beloved characters from Disney, Marvel, Star Wars, Pixar are brought to life like never before. With the service and care you'd expect from a Disney vacation. Enter for your chance to discover where magic meets the sea. Go to abc7chicago.com/promotions for complete details, official rules, and yes, your chance to win a magical cruise vacation from ABC 7 on board the Disney Wish.
Which garage do we park at?
Michelle is happily scratching an instant ticket from the Illinois Lottery.
Michelle!
So even though her friend met a wall of mall walkers, Michelle knows anyone could win in an instant.
Chicagoland's new car dealers are leading the charge to raise funds for the military and their families. On Saturday, July 16th, new car dealers throughout Chicago will be hosting USO Barbecue for the Troops community events. Find an event near you at drivechicago.com.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. Not everyone can say them, but we can. Made in America. Real steel. Find yours.
The great experiences you have in here and even out here all started here. Because the best customer experience always leaves a great impression. GMC, awarded #1 in sales satisfaction by J.D. Power. Step up to GMC with 0% financing on these GMC models. We are professional grade GMC.
Have you ever wondered how a sofa can save the earth? At Designer Looks, we did too. Introducing our eco-performance fabric with at least 30% recycled plastic bottles in each yard. Now kid, pet, and earth-friendly. But that's just one way to customize your sofa. And with the latest styles, lots of colors, and more, the possibilities are endless. It's your sofa, your way. It's custom designer furniture without the designer prices. We are Designer Looks, only at Value City Furniture.
Matt is happily scratching an instant ticket from the Illinois Lottery.
Have a nice day.
So even though Matt's massage moved,
Could you order some more flour?
Matt knows
Hey.
anyone could win in an instant.